surprise.
Surprise. There we go. And relax. There we go. Yeah. So there's nobody here yet, which I already know it's Sunday. Hello. Everybody's like everywhere else. Yeah, surprise. Uh-huh.
Yeah, nothing going on Sundays.
Yeah, I know. Sunday's like one of the busiest nights, but like for me, it's like one of the easiest freaking nights to do. I think it's like Wednesday's an easy night, Friday night's an easy night, and Sunday's an easy night. Saturday night should be the night to really do it, because Saturday night usually you don't get anyone, but you do get like Randy. Like he'll end up doing like a music stream or something like that. Which I mean, his streams are really good.
Hey, that's someone we haven't seen for a while. Hey, Fox Guy.
Hey, Fox Guy. He says in before AZ Mick. Guy. I know,
Johnny
right?
G's on Saturday nights too, so that's
Johnny G's. He's got his core audience, so he's got his main audience, I guess.
You get on a Saturday night, he'll get over 1,000 people watching it. At some point, I mean, that's.
I'm surprised he doesn't do Twitch too. You would think he would do Twitch also, but
no,
guess not. Guess not. Hey, what is up, loser list? How you doing? Pinky, happy Labor Eve. Yep. What are you going to do for Labor Day there, Pinky? You going to go out and party? Actually, no. I think Pinky right now is not drinking. Good girl. I'm having a couple of beers. It's my Labor Day weekend, you know. I get that extra day. So, but I think that's going to be the extent of my partying this year. I'm too old. What you going to do for Labor Day, Tim? You're looking at
I got a call today during Doc's chat. I have to go to a barbecue tomorrow.
Sweet.
Not looking forward to it, but.
And you, Paulina, what are you going to be doing?
A friend of mine is picking me up. His niece just moved down to the desert, and she wants to know about the local community college. So they're going to pick me up, and I'm going to show them where it's at, you know, and everything about it and everything. So it's be good to spend time with them and get out of the house.
Sweet. Pinky said, medical test, got to pee in a jar all day.
Ooh, that's not fun.
That's got to be a big jar, right? Pinky's like, oh, got to pee in a jar all day. They're going to catch the biggest, too, are they?
But the biggest day is going to be Thursday, because this Thursday it's going to be my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. You are going to be 23, no?
She's going to be 21. She can finally
23,
drink.
no?
Yeah.
23, no?
I'm still going to be like the youngest person here, yeah.
Oh, AZ Mick, what's up? Fox Guy beat you out, AZ Mick. Wow.
Yeah, I'm going to be the youngest person on this panel when you get to be your age. I'm going to be the youngest person on this panel.
Youngest person on this panel?
Lisa, you tend to be... You're like the oldest person on this panel because you seem more old than Tim.
You mean to tell me that Tim's younger than me? You mean to tell me I'm like, what age do you think I act like?
Hey, James.
67.
Wow. 67. You know, someone told me one time, I don't know if it's an insult, someone said I act like I'm 75.
That's true.
You know why you act like you're 75? Because you have a problem with technology. You can't get to the middle of the fucking screen.
I'm in the middle, am I? Oh, is that not good enough?
No, you're perfect. You're perfect. Stay where you are.
Better than we are, but I can guarantee you, like Tim has pointed out before, there we go. By the end of the stream, she'll be down there. We're going to be talking to a shoulder.
A
shoulder and a couple strands of hair.
It was hard for me to pick albums, okay? It was very hard.
It was hard for you to pick. So, I don't know, unless you guys have freaking read it already. I'm pretty sure most people came in here and read it. What we're going to do is we are picking 5 albums each. It was supposed to be actually 5 albums in 2 situations. First situation B. I hope I'm not getting, I don't want to offend anybody here who's religious, but I was saying, if you go to heaven and God says, music is of the world, we don't have it up here. But, you were such a good person down there. That didn't sound right either. You're such a good person down there that we're going to allow you to have 5 albums up here in heaven, but you pick 5 albums only, and those are the albums you have to listen to for all eternity. So that was the first scenario. Second scenario was FBI comes in, raids your house, they turn around and say, you owe the IRS, blah, blah, blah. So we're liquidating your fucking record collection, liquidating all your shit. But the guy's cool and goes, this sucks. I know it sucks for you, but I'm going to let you keep 5 of your albums, and that's it. Second scenario would be the easiest one because you're still alive. You still have a chance to replenish and make another collection. First scenario is kind of like, that's it. You're not getting anything else. That's going to be it for life. So that's kind of where we're at. But I was going to cut it at 5 records. But I'm going to allow Tim, Paulina, and Lisa, if you guys want to have some honorable mentions. Allowable, most definitely. I'm not a freaking, fashion stuff here.
I guess I can talk about some honorable mentions. I don't have to pull out more records. I already pulled out 5.
Yeah, as long as they're not K-pop. Yeah.
Well, first off,
this will all be K-pop. K-pop and Josh Groban.
First off, I'm not taking Josh Groban with me to heaven, and I'm not taking K-pop with me to heaven because God knows that that K-pop would annoy the hell out of him.
Well, no offense to Josh Groban fans out there, but you're kind of saying that Josh Groban is not worthy of heaven.
No offense to anybody, but Josh Groban. Josh Groban sold 25 million of his Christmas album.
Okay, that's exciting, I guess.
Yeah. That Christmas album's been played everywhere.
So, anyways, let's go ahead and we'll start with Tim. We'll let Tim go ahead and tell us his 5 albums and his honorable mentions if he wants to. People in the chat, you can go ahead and put your
answers.
Your 5 in there in the corner too, and we can discuss those also.
Okay, I didn't take my sleeves off. So I'm going to be taking my sleeves off as we go. Less glare. But
let me go
I don't think this will surprise anybody. But Beach Boys' Pet Sounds is my number 1. If I have to hear just one more album the rest of my life, I think, or in all eternity, it would be this.
Nice.
What can I say about it that hasn't been said? I know a lot of people don't like it. The people that don't like it, I don't think have given it a chance. I would call this album a grower. I didn't love this album the first time I heard it. It was okay. But the more I heard it, the more it grew up until it became, just this thing that's just amazing. And so, yeah, my number 1, Beach Boys Pet Sounds.
I think that album I've only heard like 5 times, maybe my whole lifetime.
I've heard that album I've heard that album so many times. I've played it so many times on my record player. It's a beautiful album.
It's incredible. Nobody ever talks about there's a sort of a lounge music aspect to it. Nobody ever talks about that. That may be why some people don't like it, but it's why I love it. And this would be my number 2, Zombies Odyssey.
Oh, bangers! Ooh. That's a banger.
Just again, the same thing as the Beach Boys. It's a perfect album. It's an album, I picked albums that I love every song, and I just want to listen to it over and over and over and over and over. So, yeah, this would be my number 2. I don't have a lot to say about a lot of these. It's just stellar.
That album's absolutely perfect. There's nothing wrong with that album.
And, God, my albums are going to my albums
are going to suck.
Okay.
That's great, Tim. Even more.
This took almost 2 years to come out between recording and release. This album almost didn't get released. It's amazing. It's just such a good record.
Hey, Fred.
So that's
my
back. Number 2. Number 3, I had to pick something by this band, of course, and the album that I think I would not get tired of, as opposed to all the other ones, is of course Abbey Road. Again, what can you say about these albums that hasn't been said?
That is a stellar choice.
I'm not in love with "I Want You, She's So Heavy," so I have to listen to that for each.
Yeah,
but the rest of it is just perfect. And
I'll be honest with you, Tim. If I'm going into heaven, Golden Slumbers is playing for me in heaven.
Oh yeah, and this is a 1994 pressing. This is a really weird, but it sounds great. That's why I picked this particular one, because this is the best sounding Abbey Road I've ever heard. It's an incredible pressing. So yeah, that's my number 3. I don't think anybody will be too shocked by any of mine, actually. But
so far, no.
His first album, but this was hard because my favorite song in the world is on their second album. But this is an overall better album. I love every single song on it. I love it's just it's just perfect music. How they got this guitar sound on these two records, I have no idea. And the vocal blends, and to me, this is just perfect. You know, so yeah, Big Star's first album, just called Big Star, number one record actually. But um, again, I don't. Alex Chilton, Chris Bell. This whole everybody but Andy Stevens, the drummer, is dead, unfortunately. But well, maybe I can hear him play it. I don't know. Um, and last, and I pulled this album because it came with an EP, and I pulled this copy because it's the only one I've ever seen where there's a little slot in the cover where the EP goes right here, and I've never seen an EP copy of some sort. And the EP sits right in the front cover. It's great. It's Rockpile, Seconds of Pleasure. Nick Lowe, Dave Edmunds. I think this is better than any of their solo stuff. This is maybe, and I'm not kidding, maybe the band I think was the actual best band that's ever played. These guys were so tight, so together. They're just an extraordinary band. Billy Bremner and Terry Williams, and the songs are great. And I love this album. And come on, you gotta love this, please.
That
He's taking out.
cover.
He's taking after Lisa. He's got something on his head.
I know.
Great.
Get your head in the game, Lisa.
And then the EP is 4 Everly Brothers songs, which is really cool. Just Dave Edmunds and Will doing acoustically. It's just an album. This is an UK copy on FP. That's it. I don't have much to say about any of my records, but they're all great, and I think they're records that should be in everybody's collection. And then, really quick, I have 2 runners up because it's heaven, and everything's probably going to be angelic and nice, and And this is if St. Peter was in a good mood, and would let can I bring a couple more in? And yeah, go ahead. So Tony OK, Life in the Food Chain. Nobody knows about this album. This is great. There's like 4 drummers on this album, like 8 guitar players, a bunch of bass players, keyboard players. There's a huge army on this album. It's just great. Just check it out. If you've never heard of Tony OK, this is the album to check out, Life in the Food Chain. And I just realized I will take this off because this is a Canadian copy, I believe. On really cool
nice.
This is an original from like '78. Really,
that's great because they weren't really doing too many like pressings like that during the '70s, were they?
They were doing some more than you think, but this is on because this was on Full Moon in the States, but in Canada it was on Epic, and they did that, and it's immaculate. This record, I mean, look at how nice this cover is. No ring wear, no. This thing is immaculate. So, and last but not least, just another quick. I love this album. The first day this album came out, I listened to it in its entirety, and already it was one of my favorite records ever. Elvis Costello, Blood and Chocolate.
Nice.
Elvis Costello and the Attractions. And Nick Lowe produced it, and he's one of the attractions. He plays on this album, which is great. And this thing, again, this is just a raw rockin' album. This goes back to sounding like the first couple of Costello records. He glossed that 80s glossy sound that he had, and he just went back and did a rock and roll record. And I just love this thing to death. It came out about 86 or 87. There you go.
Nice.
That's my alternates and my picks, and that's what I got.
Nice. Next, we will go over to Paulina. She's already got her angel wings on. She's already in heaven. She's already passed.
I'm ready. I'm
She's
ready
already passed. She's already been judged. She's already been told to like wash whatever part of her body that she sinned with in the holy water. So she's been washing her mouth. So go ahead, Paulina.
Yeah, I earned my wings. I've always had my wings for a while, because it's like what Red Bull says. Red Bull gave Paul McCartney wings. So yeah. So the first choice, it's gonna be obvious. It's gonna be a Beatles album, and it's gonna be called The Beatles. And I'm showing CDs because
Mhm.
I want to be fair with the other choices. But yeah, it's the album Beatles. But I'm gonna bend the rules on this. It's gonna be the super deluxe version that came out in 2018. That way I can have all the Esher demos, the outtakes, and everything. The 5.1 surround sound, because and when you're in heaven, you want the 501
You want the
5.1
best.
surround sound. So you want the best. So this is going in, and of course I
Uh-huh.
love this album. Is my favorite song is of course "Back in USSR." It's the first song ever heard as a kid that made me want to do music. So this is going in. This is going with me. Second one, put that right there. Second one is my favorite Paul McCartney album, and anybody that knows me knows what my favorite McCartney album. If you saw my video, but it's
Flowers
Flowers
in the
and
dirt.
Dirt.
Some of
And
your thunder. Sorry.
And again, it's
Uh-huh.
going to be the thing where I'm taking the super deluxe edition that came
Mhm.
out in 2017. So I'm going to get, the demos and the B sides that came with the download, the 7-inch
No
mix.
downloads in heaven. There's
No
no
downloads in
downloads in
heaven.
heaven.
Bad
In my
Wi-Fi. Bad Wi-Fi.
yeah, in my heaven,
Mhm.
I'm gonna be able to get it. So yeah, so that's
Yeah.
going with me. Love this album. My Brave Face, an amazing album. Um, Next is an album that everybody's heard me speak about this band. So it is "Love Among the Ruins" by 10,000 Maniacs,
Was
and
not.
it is a thing
Mhm.
where the saying goes, "Can a song save your life?" It can, and the song on this album that saved my life was their take of Brian Ferry, Roxy Music's "More Than This." Great version that they did. A lot of other great songs, and for this album, I'm also going to add the B sides because the B sides are bangers as well. So B sides and this album are all going with me. Great album, love it. Um,
Sweet.
Next album is an album that I truly adore as a kid, and I still love it to this day. And I even did some new stereo remixes of it recently on my channel. And that is "Shooting Rubber Bands at the Stars" by Edie Brickell and the Nubians. Fantastic album. It was the first album. I just love all these songs. They're so amazing. You just can't go wrong with this album. If you guys don't know this album, uh, buy it, stream it, listen to it. It's great, and she's more than just what I am. There's a lot of great songs on here like "Little Miss S," "Love Like We Do," "Now," "Beat the Time," and "Circle." Um, and then this next album, it's "The Way It Is" by Bruce Hornsby. Just kidding.
Come on, Lisa
Amanda's
Lisa
version.
doesn't have that one.
Amanda's version. Amanda's
I have
Yeah,
version.
Amanda's
it.
Lisa doesn't have that one.
I have it in my thing somewhere.
I actually do like that album too, Fred. I love Picture Perfect Morning. Great album. No, my actual last album, I really couldn't decide between these albums. Three, I feel like they're volume one, volume two.
Uh-huh.
So I it's gonna be Cosmic Thing and Good Stuff by the B-52s.
Hmm.
Amazing music. It's the albums that showed us that like they could continue as a band after the passing of Ricky Wilson, the guitarist, after the bouncing off the satellites session. All amazing music. Like they're more than just Love Shack and Rome.
Yeah.
These albums have like really amazing songs. Dry
Hmm.
County, Channel Z, Debbie Club, Topaz, Revolution Earth, Tell It Like TIS. Um, great music, and stellar people that's on this band on these albums too. A lot of great musicians. Um, and as far as um, runners up, it's hard. It could be these two. It could be the Red and Blue album,
Hmm.
and then it also could be press to play. It could be Off the Ground by McCartney. It could be Avalon by Roxy Music, or
Hey, Sean.
The Mamuna album by Brian Ferry, or Punk Debutante by Cooler Kids.
You know what I thought you were going to pick? I thought you would pick probably either the red or the blue, because what I was thinking wasn't that one of those? Weren't those the first Beatles albums that your dad exposed you to and gave you?
Yeah, it was the blue album.
Okay, yeah, because that's why I thought I was expecting that one to pop up.
I think in most part the number one runner up would be this one, because it does have "Here Comes the Sun," "Old Brown Shoe," "Ballad John Yoko," and stuff like that on it. And I'm trying to figure out, would I take the original version or the remix versions? Because the remix versions gives you a whole lot more songs, like "Hey Bulldog," "Dear Prudence," and stuff like that.
Bigger soundstage also. I mean, the soundstage is way, way, way bigger.
Yeah.
Okay, moving right along. Great list, Pony. Great list. Loved it. Moving right along. Let's go for the K-pop. The Josh Groban.
K-pop.
The One Direction. The One, the Only. The Groovy.
First off, when I am going to heaven.
Look at all those shoes, Imelda.
First off, when I'm going to heaven, they're playing "Ride Like the Wind" by Christopher Cross. When I'm going to heaven, I just thought I'd put that out there. And David Attenborough is still going to narrate my life in heaven.
Oh God, the David Attenborough shit. Okay, go on.
Okay, David Attenborough. Okay. I have to choose 5 albums. Right. The first album is a classic. I had to bring this with me to heaven. It's my favorite folk album of all time. Bookends.
Nice choice.
My dad,
I like it.
My dad played this album. According to him, he played it 500 times. He played it all the time. I love it. The next is a 2000s classic. I think this came out about 2001, 2002. I might have been just fresh out of high school. The Strokes. This is it. Every track off this album is fantastic. It is just my absolute favorite Strokes album. And this one's for my mom because she loves this man to death. Harry Chapin, Varieties and Boulder Dash. When I'm in heaven, they're going to play Cats in the Cradle.
Right.
Cats in the Cradle, fantastic. Need that in heaven. Of course, this album I played way too many times, and I would love to hear it again before I go to heaven. This is Disarray Geared by Cream.
You really do have a fascination with that album. I hear you mention that album a lot.
Yeah, I do.
You're like,
I
you
do
talk
love
about that album
album
a lot. Yeah.
And then, of course, the last one is a no-brainer. The Monkees, Capricorn and Jones Limited.
Fucking Fred, none of you were going to heaven. So I wouldn't worry about it.
And honorable mention. You know what, Fred? You're not going to heaven either, Fred. So I wouldn't worry about it too, boo boo. You're going.
Okay,
to hell
then maybe like Satan will let us have more albums then.
Okay, and then of course
I'm like, oh, maybe it might have been bad.
Honorable mentions. Got to have some Rolling Stones up there because I feel like you got to play some Let It Bleed. And of course, what would heaven be without this honorable mention? In the King of the Crimson Court, because I feel like I need to liven up heaven. Other albums that I think would be cool to play in heaven is probably Let It Bleed by the Rolling Stones, the live album from the Allman Brothers Band, live at the Fillmore East, and of course, Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd. Because you got to have some Pink Floyd in heaven. And Pet Sounds by the Beach Boys. Definitely Pet Sounds.
I thought that you were going to say something like The Queen is Dead by...
No, hell no. Okay, I'm going to say another Queen option. Jazz by Queen. Or Night at the Opera. I got to have some Queen up in heaven. Not The Queen is Dead. The actual band Queen.
Man, I just feel like my selections are not in any way going to fucking match up to any of you guys, most definitely. Because I think mine are mostly probably mainstream.
Don't doubt yourself.
They are so very fucking dusty. So anyways, I will go ahead and I'll pick mine. For my 5 selections, I would... most of mine are probably emotional picks, mostly. Because they mean something to me, as opposed to like, whatever it may be. So, first, it would probably be a record that I think kind of like shaped the type of music I like when it comes to alternative, dark, gothic music and stuff, it'd be Bauhaus Mask. Because this album, I played this album when I was a teenager. I don't know how many times. I played this album over and over and over again. And this was the first Bauhaus album I got where I turned around and I had to get like all the rest of the catalog. So Bauhaus Mask most definitely shaped me for darker music. Definitely. So this would be the first one. That would be the first one I'd probably take. He probably wouldn't let me into heaven with that, though. Probably wouldn't let me into heaven with that. So, but second, because, you know, if Lisa's in heaven, we got to give her something to listen to, too. Louder Than Bombs.
I hope I'm in a different section of heaven. I hope I'm in a different area of heaven.
You know, I know a lot of people are going to try and say, fuck that, there's no Morrissey in heaven because it's heaven. There can't be a Morrissey in heaven if it's heaven, right? So, but this album, another one. More of a sentimental pick. It was one of the albums, like I said, when I was a teenager. I listened to it over and over and over again. I went ahead and cried my little fucking, you know, pre-puberty freaking eyes out to it. So this is more like emotional pick, I think, more than anything else. So yeah, Smiths, Louder Than Bombs. There you go. This one, it's more of a newer album, but it kind of like goes along the same theme. The Black Parade. Now, this one's going to be the one where Fred and a lot of people are going to go, what the fuck, Dusty? Really? You're going to give up a whole pick to the Black Parade? Sorry, this album takes me back to like a lot of the fucking like earlier concept albums, stuff like that. It's a newer album. I like it. I think My Chemical Romance is a great band. Some people say, no, they're not. They fucking suck. I'm an MCR fan. I think it's the best album they fucking ever made. I mean, come on now. We're going like how many years later and they're still touring behind the same album?
2006.
You know, it's a fucking awesome album. I think it is.
Yeah,
you know?
I should have said take this to your grave, but oh well.
This record right here, first pressing, Black Celebration, Depeche Mode. This record's going in my fucking coffin. You know, this is my fucking album right here. This album, I swear to God, I wore the grooves out on this thing. I've gone through so many copies of this on cassette, record, even CDs. They just like fucking turn around, they disappear and shit. But this one, Black Celebration, if they took away all of my Depeche Mode collection, I mean fucking all of it, you know, just leave me with this one, man. That's good enough. That's good enough. Black Celebration. So yeah, like I said, my collection, the things I'm picking out are not as good as the other people on this freaking stream.
What are you talking about? It's
It's
personalized to you. It's what you like.
Yeah.
Also, okay, last one. The Cure, Pornography. If I had to pick any Cure album, it would be Pornography. Actually, it'd probably end up being this one, Faith in 17 Seconds. Those would be the three Cure albums I want to take with me. Not Three Imaginary Boys, not freaking, you know, Head on the Door. That was all the poppy shit later on. The, you know, Cure Wish, stuff like that would be this. Because these albums were fucking dark. You know what I think it is these albums remind me of a time when I was so fucking introverted. You know, and life just seems so much more dramatic and dark and blah, blah, blah. Even though, you know, you get older and you outgrow that shit. But this album right here just got kind of reinforced that shit when I was a kid. So I've spent many an evening with this on my turntable, sitting in the dark with a candle on, you know. So that's what it reminds me. It reminds me of when things, it actually probably reminds me of when things were simpler. You know, when things were simpler, I could sit in the dark and listen to a record and be deep in myself and not worry about, oh shit, the mortgage is due. Oh shit, is the light bill due? Oh shit, do I have to pay the cell phone bill? It was a simpler time, you know what I mean? So, yeah. So it'd be my 5. If I was going to pick any that were going to end up being honorable mentions, it would probably definitely be Joy Division, Unknown Pleasures. That would be one of my main ones because that was another of those albums I played over and over again when I was a teenager. And also New Order, either Brotherhood or Power Movement and Lies. So those two. So, but like I said, you know, that's me. It's dusty. It's 80s. It's cheesy. It's me. You know, that's what it would be. So, with that being, let's go ahead and see what we can do about going to other people because I know lots of other people are starting to put their lists up here too. How'd it go purple?
Fred, yeah, I get you, Fred. You said that I didn't actually put thought into my list. Well, you know what, Fred? I had to go through my collection. It was hard. It was hard, Fred. I wanted to put Pet Sounds on there, but then I thought, is that too cliche to put Pet Sounds on there? Because I thought, I don't know.
I don't.
But I love that album. That's my favorite Beach Boys album. But I thought I was gonna summon Mason with it.
Well, you know what? As soon as freaking like Tim hit his collection, I was like going, "Oh, mine's gonna suck."
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh,
When Tim
I'm
put
gonna
pet
suck."
sounds, I was like, damn it, I should have did pet sounds.
Well, no, when he
my
did the
record.
zombies, I was like, "Oh shit!"
Oh, Odyssey and Oracle from start to finish.
Yeah.
Odyssey and Oracle is the best zombies album. I could listen to that album from start to finish.
Okay, Chad, Charlie. Oh, I'm sorry. Go
The
ahead.
thing is that I was gonna add, I was gonna do Beach Boys too, but then I figured I'm in heaven.
Mm-hmm.
Brian, Carl, and Dennis is in heaven. Brian has probably put together an amazing band in heaven, and so I get to hear him do Pet Sounds live. Carl is singing "God Only Knows." Brian is doing, all the other stuff. Like it's so I don't need to have the Beach Boys with me. The Beach Boys are already in heaven.
That's a good point. All the greatest musicians are already in heaven already. So it's like,
I said that about Big Star. 3/4 of Big Stars are.
Yeah, you can see Alex Chilton perform live in heaven.
Yeah.
I didn't need any of the solo Lennon or Harrison albums because they're up there. So John's probably already doing Double Fantasy and
Good choice, Charlie.
like that,
Good choice with the Crosby, Stills.
okay, so let's see.
Away.
Charlie's saying Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, 4-Way.
Good one.
Okay, 4-Way Street. Pink Floyd, Animals, Government Mule, Life Before Insanity. ABB, Eat a Peach. Okay. Neil Young, Time Fades Away, or Tonight's Tonight. Led Zeppelin, Physical Graffiti. The Band, Stage F.
Yeah, I mean, the Allman Brothers Eat a Peach, fantastic album. It's kind of hard to decide with Pink Floyd because I'm like, would I choose Dark Side of the Moon? Would I choose Animals? Or would I choose Piper at the Gates of Dawn? It's like, they did so many good albums.
Loser List said, my 5 picks, The Beatles, Rubber Soul. See, now if I had to pick a Beatles album, that would probably be the one album. Would
That's
be
a good one.
Rubber Soul. For me, it's like I think Rubber Soul and Revolver are my 2 tops. Christ on Parade, A Mind is a Terrible Thing. See, when I think A Mind is a Terrible Thing, I think like Ministry. I didn't know Christ on Parade had one. The Jam, All Mod Cons, definitely. Merciful Fate, Melissa. Satan's Pilgrim, Soul Pilgrim. Honorable mentions. Celtic Frost, Morbid Tales. BGK, Jonestown, Aloha, Zero Boys, Vicious Circle, Zero Boys. I used to like them. Toy Dolls, Dig That Groove, Baby. Hanson Brothers, Gross Misconduct. Venom, Welcome to Hell. Okay, no. Welcome to Hell isn't considered the first black metal album. Their other album by Venom was considered the first black metal album. And of course, Invisible Ray say the Beatles 4. He's like really pushing for Anthology 4. That would be all Ray needs. Ray's all Anthology 4. That's all I need. That's all I would need.
Oh, James, come to my side of heaven, James. Come to my side of heaven. We got weed. My side
Okay,
of
let's
heaven.
see what other. Okay, Jeff Kindle says. Okay, here goes in no order. Younger Than Yesterday, The Birds. Blonde on Blonde by Dylan. Okay, good choice. Forever Changes, Love. Yeah. I was gonna pick that. I
had that album in my. I had that album in my thing, and I should have. I was gonna pick that, but yeah.
The Who, Sell Out. Beatles, Revolver. There you go. Yeah, I'm right with you. Alternates would be Let It Bleed by the Rolling Stones and Piper by Pink Floyd.
Oh,
Piper
good choices with the Beatles. I mean the Rolling Stones.
Yeah, that was a good list.
I like Blonde on Blonde. That's a good Dylan album.
Okay, so Invisible Ray also wants to starts on 45.
I think like if Invisible Ray went to heaven, they'd play Afternoon Delight or something.
I would have chose Love Forever Changes, but I didn't choose it because knowing I was going to be in heaven, I would just go and visit Beans. It'll have it.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Dave D, Dozy, Beaky, and Mick, and Titch. Best stuff.
And I didn't
like it.
I have that, believe it or not. I have the best of Baby Dozy, Beaky.
Oh, that is a great list, Trekker. All the Elton John albums, Trekker wins for best. Ooh, Tumbleweed Connection. Trekker has the best list.
Charlie, I think that there would be a Dark Side of the Moon somewhere around heaven. I don't think we'd have to partake one ourselves. I'm sure someone brought one.
Well, I mean, considering that Sid has passed away, I think we will get Dark Side of the Moon in heaven.
So I'm gonna die with my albums. You're gonna die like Stunty. Their albums are gonna fall on you. No, just kidding.
You know
Poor
what?
Stunty, picking on Stunty.
No, that happened to Stunty. His shelf did fell.
Yeah.
Really helping him out.
Hey, Johnny. Hey, now, Johnny. Fox said, I was surprised by Lisa's list. I was expecting William Hung and Josh Groban.
Well,
right?
you see, the thing about my list was you guys underestimate me and what I actually listen to, and then you're like, whoa, Lisa actually has that in her collection. You darn betcha I do. I'm more than just Josh Groban and William Hung, baby.
Wish you were here going with me. Not bad, Jen. Lisa's list was made without any thought.
If it was made without any thought, then I wouldn't have included the monkeys, right?
Rick tells the truth. Freaking dread. Oh, all right, it was actually. Jen said, Mick, Lisa, Charlie, Cornelius, and Ray. I put the monkeys on there.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
If I wasn't thinking, I wouldn't have put the monkeys.
Let me see. I'm surprised no one chose Tales of Topographic Oceans.
You mean a Yes album? Yeah.
Not for me.
I've never heard of the Black Bar.
I mean, I like Yes, but I'm not like gung ho about Yes for it.
My copy of Machine Music Songs, every time I play it on my Crosby. I got to get a copy of that album just for the fucking hell of it. Like, I really do, Barry Blue. I hope there's headphones in heaven. Sure hope so, Charlie.
Yeah, too.
No one chose MJ. Well, wait till Richard comes in.
You got to go to the other place to hear MJ.
Yeah.
Gotta open up your butt cheeks and they play MJ for you. And there you go. Hey, Dusty. Hello, everyone. 5 albums. This needs some consideration. Yes, it does. Heaven is sponsored by Grado headphones. I was like, not Grado styluses. So there. Richie's not here, Lisa. Sean, true. Oh, I bet he's here. Yeah, he's gonna pop in a little bit. He's gonna be like, "Oh, what? Nope. What? Nobody picked no Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson. His voice is heavenly. He's always here. Heaven is sponsored by KFC. Okay, Egypt Station. I'm sure. I don't know if that one and Driving Rain are going to make it into heaven. Because I don't know, those two might not. So, hello, Fred, my brother. Hello, Lisa, Tim, Paulina. Happy Labor Day. Can I bring my backup copies of Snap, Crackle, Pop?
Yeah.
Sweet. Ray said that bad Michael Jackson. I don't think Dennis was allowed in.
Yeah, Dennis. Oh, Julian Lennon Velote. Yeah. I have my copy somewhere.
What is the proper way to pronounce that? I've never known how.
Is it Velote?
It's Velote.
It's Velote. Okay. I don't think I've ever pronounced it correctly in my whole freaking life.
2 T's makes the E silent. Velote.
Sweet. That's a good album, Ray. Mike Love will definitely be.
Yeah.
Yeah, he will.
Oh, yeah. You know who's...
so.
There's gonna be someone in hell with Michael Love. That's Ted Nugent. He's gonna be there too.
If this is there weed in heaven tonight? Well, I think so. It's,
Come to
I would assume.
my side of heaven.
You know,
I'll have
God
weed.
made weed.
Yeah.
I mean, Willie
So, why
Nelson's
would there
gonna
not be
be
weed in
there
heaven?
eventually. So
Yeah, Willie Nelson's definitely going to heaven. So I mean, I'm pretty sure there's
I
going to be weed there.
mean, that man is the nicest man in country music. One of the nicest.
I
I've
spun a
never
revolver
heard anything
earlier
bad about him.
tonight. Hello, Mick. Happy Labor Day. Lisa, I think your side of heaven is going to fall into the ocean.
Yeah, my side of heaven's gonna be weed, sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
All right, let's see what Trekker said. Absolutely no thought put into this. 5 Honky Chateau. Goodbye, Elbrick Road. Captain Fantastic, Man Across the Water. Tumbleweed Connection.
You didn't even put self. You didn't put self-title on there. I would have put self-title on there.
Wow.
So I take it he's not like a late 80s Elton John fan.
No, I think he's like me, 70s Elton John.
No,
He doesn't want to go
on.
Yeah, he doesn't want to go on with us like that. So is that
I mean, you
later
guys
years.
you guys probably played the Captain Fantastic game. They had a pinball machine made out of that album.
Oh, nice. 5 albums I would take forever. Changes Love. Gilded Palace of Sin. Pet Sounds, Beach Boys. Layla. That's Derek and the Dominoes, am I right?
Yep.
Yeah. Beggar's Banquet,
Yeah.
Rolling Stones. Nice.
Yeah, Beggar's Banquet's great.
Vinyl Gorilla is taking the Essential John Tesh with him. No, he said he's taking the Slim Whitman box set.
No,
and he
he's
said
not
he wasn't joking. He said he wasn't joking.
He's not taking John Tesh with
Tricker.
him. He's taking our very own Kenny G with him.
AZ, howdy. Kimba, I'm shocked no one has picked Highway to Hell, Satanic Majesty's Request, Hotter Than Hell, The Number of the Beast, or Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. Wow, we don't want to offend the host, you know.
Yeah,
Even though I'm sure Ozzy's
we're
in
trying
heaven.
to get in. You're not trying to.
Yeah.
we're trying to get into heaven. We're trying to get in with Ozzy.
Someone named Dusty Skins was in another chat. I know someone came in here called Dusty Skins. Also, I think they used my picture or whatever. Hey,
Yeah.
if you ain't being bootleg, you ain't happening. That's what a lot of rock stars said in the past. So
I mean,
I'm
I've
with
had
it. I'm with
had
it.
many accounts made about me.
You know, if I can end up having somebody out there trolling as me, I've made it.
I mean, if you have
Kimba.
12 accounts, you made it. You made it.
Hello, lovely Miss Kimba. Hi, Kimba. I see what you did there, Kimba. It's funny, nobody chose Queens of the Night at the Opera.
That was my honorable mention.
I think he was trying to make a joke about there, Lisa, but okay.
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding.
Well, because I love Queen.
Uh-huh.
I think Queen is very fun, and when you're in heaven, you want some fun songs in heaven too.
Oh, if you want some fun songs, then I recommend "The Way It Is" by Bruce Hornsby.
Because you know what, Bruce Hornsby is definitely going to be in heaven.
Yeah,
I mean, that guy is he
I
lives as
mean,
clean as a whistle.
First
So
off,
that's just the
First
way
off-
it is. You know.
that man is getting women. Have you seen that man play the piano at the beginning of that song? He's getting laid. He's getting
Lisa,
laid
no,
for sure.
no Donovan, right?
Well, I have a lot of Donovan. It's just what Donovan would you want me to take to
Lisa
heaven?
keeps modifying her list.
No, no,
Modifying
Donovan.
on the fly.
No, I chose
I
Sweet
refuse to put
Right.
hit comps in mine, so I don't.
Hey, Jen.
That was my own myself.
There you go. That is a 90s classic. Oh, Sunday's Reading and Writing. Yes. Beastie Boys, Check Your Head, The Cure, Standing on a Beach. Yeah. I mean, if you're taking something that's like, you know, I can see that. If you're taking like a sample of everything The Cure did, especially early Cure, Standing on a Beach would probably be your Fantagram Voices. I saw them open for Depeche Mode, Fantagram. That is a fucking awesome album. I have that album. I will smuggle beat. I just can't stop it in another record. I can just stop.
Hey.
I can stop. No, I'm sorry. Uh-huh.
Hey, that's in a way good point from James. None of us picked the Partridge Family.
That's what I know. If you want fun songs to listen to, Abra the Partridge Family.
No,
I did not pick the
Not
Partridge
even.
Family. I did not pick it because our own David Cassidy's already there in heaven.
They're all going to be there. All the Partridge Family's going to. Well, I don't know about Danny Bonaducci. We'd have to probably
no, Danny Bonaducci's coming
start
over
a
to my
petition
side
to make
of
sure
heaven.
he can. Yeah.
He's coming
We
to my
Well,
probably
side
have-
of heaven.
because you know David Cassidy's up there,
Uh-huh.
and basically every member of the Wrecking Crew is up there now.
Okay.
So he has that band with him. Yes.
Yeah,
that
but
whole-
Danny
that's-
Bonaducci has done
Yeah,
some
with them.
questionable stuff.
you,
Yeah.
you brought it up, so I gotta.
I don't have mine here. No, I don't have mine
I
here.
gotta,
One second. Danny Bonaducci's not going to heaven.
And this would be the album too. This would be the album.
Danny Bonaducci's not going to. Lisa, you're not going to heaven, Lisa. Just kidding. Paulina, right on. Lisa, a gift from a flower to a garden. Let's see. Sean said, favorite rock music albums. Number 1, Rolling Stones, Some Girls. The Stooges, Funhouse. MC5, Kick Out the Jams. 4, David Bowie, Scary Monster. That almost made my list. I almost picked that one out to put in this pile. Scary Monsters.
Scary
Sonic
Monsters?
Youth Sister. Yeah, Scary
Alright.
Monsters. Sonic Youth Sister. That's a good one. I could have probably picked that one out. H.M. Wire, Ideal Copy, and Bob Dylan. BOTT. Somebody refresh my memory. What is that the acronym for? So, my list has already changed. There you go. Best of CDs and comps would help with this packing. There you go. Well,
Right
that,
on
you
the
know,
track.
No
well,
comment.
then Doc will be set. If he
Not
only
me
had to
now.
pick 5, you know, Doc, Mayo, they'd be set. They'd pick their best of, and
Yeah.
you know, they'd be rocking out for all eternity. You know.
No
Oh,
comps. No comps. That'd be an album.
Blood on the Tracks.
For me.
You know, for some reason, like that album, it's like I listened all the way through a couple of times, really tried to push myself to hear it. I couldn't get into it. And a lot of people say it's like one of his best albums, one of his greatest albums.
Well,
So
I think it might be his best album. I think
yeah.
it's better than Blonde.
So you were holding it upside down, so
Well, I just so I can have it for streams.
there you go. Let me see. Now we're starting to get into people's personalities.
I mean, Blood on the Tracks is a Blood on the Tracks. I found it at Rhino Records. There's a record store out here called Rhino Records. I got it for $9. Good price. I got it because the VC told me you need Blood on the Tracks, and I was like, I'll listen to you guys, and they were right. The VC has not let me down yet.
Kimba found the loophole. What about smuggling in 5 double albums? I saw Polina pick the White Album. Many others. This is true. I mean, it's a double album, but it counts as an album. So
true.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I take Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness? But I don't want to listen to fucking Billy Corgan for all eternity.
No, Billy Corgan. Billy Corgan's a great voice, but when you're in heaven, you don't want to be fucking depressed.
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't want to hear that all fucking eternity.
But that is one of their best albums, in my opinion, when it comes to the Smashing Pumpkins.
Mm-hmm.
But I just like when I'm going to heaven. I'm sorry, Billy Corgan, but your music is so depressing. When I'm in heaven, I want to feel happy about my choice about being in heaven. I don't want to be depressed.
You know what it is about the Smashing Pumpkins? The way I felt about the Smashing Pumpkins is I never thought it was possible where you could outgrow a band, where it's like, you outgrow them and they just... Well, no, there's a couple of bands I think that were new metal that I fucking totally outgrew. But I think Smashing Pumpkins is one of those bands where it's like, when I go to listen to an album and I go past my Smashing Pumpkins, it's not like I really like jump at them and be like,
no,
I want to hear some Billy Corgan today.
Think about it. Think about it. What is 5 voices you don't want to hear in heaven in terms of
well,
singers?
your voice, but maybe that'll be like your gift.
First off, nobody wants to hear my voice, not even my own parents.
Maybe that'll be like Lisa's gift when she gets to heaven for being such a good person. She'll get to heaven, she'll be like, and all of a sudden she'll be talking like this. Hi, I'm like Lisa, and I'm Groovy Lisa, and you'll have this awesome voice. It's just gives everybody boners or something.
No. If I'm gonna have an awesome voice, I want to have Morgan Freeman's voice.
Well, I don't think that would look good on you. I don't mean, it's not like you want somebody to come to you and go like, ooh, what's happening, hotness? And you're like, 7 score. And you start talking like Morgan Freeman.
7 score and 3 years.
How do you do penguins all day long? I don't want to hear that.
It'll be like,
I can't help it.
It'll be all like, hey guys.
Look,
What are you doing today? I went out today and I got a KFC bowl.
Yeah, Lisa's all. I went to
it was
today
a funny,
and I got a KFC bowl, and it was very tasty. It had corn. It had
I can't help it that my voice is not exciting or deep. My voice is like Roseanne Barr.
What else would get you instantly sent to hell?
I feel like when I was watching some of your early videos, it's like your voice has changed since the first videos that you did. It's like now it's gotten raspier.
It's all the smoking. All the smoking and the drinking. That's what did it.
Yeah, that's true. She smoked a lot of that weed and stuff like that one time.
Yeah, I've only done weed 3
used to be like, hey guys.
Oh,
okay.
Hey guys.
Hey guys. Or probably what happened was when she first started, she was changing her voice to what she thought the market was. She'd be like, hey guys. And after a while, she's like, man, fuck this shit. She's like, hey guys.
I think when I first started, I had a different voice, but then I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna use my normal voice. Fuck it, I was changing my voice.
Hello, Danny Walnuts. How are you doing? He says, today I'm taking Stone Temple Pilots Tiny Music. Good album. Jeff Beck Group, Truth. Space Hog Resident Alien.
That's a good one.
Like it. Sinatra, Wee Small Hours. Nice. Al Green's still in love with you. There's no getting it on in heaven, Danny, so I don't know what you need the Al Green.
No. In heaven, Love and Happiness is going to be playing.
Ooh, Jane's Addiction, Nothing Shocking. Love that freaking album. I came across that album.
how do you know people are not getting it on in heaven? They could still very well be getting it on in heaven.
There's sex in heaven. There's
sex in heaven. I mean, come on. There's these people that believe that ghosts have fell in love with them. You ever see those videos of the women that this woman says that a ghost from the 1800s is her boyfriend? So, hey, the ghosts still want to have some sex.
I don't know if I'd buy that because supposedly when we become angels and we become light, So light doesn't have penises, I don't think.
Yeah, but this woman look it up on YouTube. This woman
oh my God, no.
This woman claimed that a man from the 1800s is her boyfriend, and they've been dating for like I don't know how many years.
Yeah, her name was Lisa.
If there's no sex in heaven, then that's not heaven. That's hell.
That's hell. I need sex. I need.
So
sex.
there is sex in heaven.
Lisa, some YouTubers are. It's called Cray Cray. And I think that woman
well, you know what? I wish it wasn't an actual video, but she like believed herself in it. I was like, "What the fuck? You're crazy, lady. You're crazy."
You know what I think it is? I think that when we end up going to heaven, we become of such a higher consciousness that maybe we don't no longer need that connection to sex. You know, like that's what our afterlife is.
But it's so but think about the people who died a virgin and didn't get to have sex. I feel for those people.
The shot.
Hey, I would have loved taken this album to half star.
Yeah, that would be my heaven and hell.
This is a great album.
Angels don't get horny.
As long as it's not Nickelback, then you're good. If you're not bringing Nickelback or Creed to heaven, you're good.
I could see Lisa trying to take Nickelback. I could see it. I can picture it.
You know the thing about it is I don't own any Nickelback. Don't get any ideas, people. Don't start sending me
Peter's
Nickelback.
shaking his head going,
No, St. Peter. No.
You know, what if, okay, another scenario. What if St. Peter, when you're going up there and like God turns around and is making his judgment about your records, whatever music you take, he turns around and says, okay, you can't bring any records by any artists that I know are not in the book of life and they're not making it into heaven. So if their name is not in the book of life, you can't bring the records into heaven.
You telling me that God does not want to hear?
Plot twist.
You telling me God does not want to hear Nickelback in heven?
He's going to tell you none of those fuckers.
No, he's going to be like, I'm standing in line to the club.
There you go, yeah.
Bottom of the night.
Okay, I can see why Two Life Crew would not be on that list, even though Me So Horny is a banker. But yeah,
I mean, Touch Myself would not be there either.
Who needs the Blowfish is what ruined Michael McDonald and Pearl Jam. Oh my God. Puff Daddy's definitely not going to be in here. So
no, he's down there. He's down there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's in the book down there. He's definitely not getting into heaven. What the hell with R. Kelly?
Yeah, R. Kelly.
Well, there goes your whole R. Kelly freaking CD collection, Lisa.
When I was a young kid, I loved the heck out of "I Believe I Can Fly," and now I don't. But as a kid, I loved that song.
Oh, if you loved it then, I'm pretty sure you still play it on the down low. It's a guilty pleasure, like.
When it came out, yeah, I was like 12, and yeah.
I'm sure there is lots of Jim Neighbors records in heaven.
Yeah,
I'm sure there is.
Yeah, there's a lot of Jim Neighbors. I'm sure there's a lot of Mitch Miller.
I was so shocked to hear like when I had never heard him sing until I was probably like in my 20s. You know, because I grew up watching Gomer Pyle. I just thought that was the way he talked. I really thought that's the way he talked, and people were like, "Oh no!" And he comes out singing. He's like, I was like, "What the fuck? Who's that dude?"
Horrible.
Leif Garrett definitely going to hell after what he did to his best friend in that drunk driving accident, but he made amends, and the person that that it happened to forgave him. So Mayberry is in heaven. I believe it is. I do believe it is. Along with Vince Neil. Vince Neil. Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's a tough question, That's a tough situation. I mean, does he deserve to go to hell? Some people say yes. I don't know. Well, yeah, he does.
There's someone that I'm happy to say is in heaven, and that is Johnny Mantis. Harking back to our last chat.
But he's not in heaven. He's living in L.A. or something. He's not dead.
Okay,
He'll probably go to heaven, but he's still alive, so he's not in heaven.
that's good to know. That's good to know.
He's with us. He only retired like a couple months ago.
But there's no Jimmy Swaggart records allowed in heaven. Nope. They're gonna tell you, Jimmy Swaggart, no, he's not in the book of life. He's like, you're not allowed to have Jimmy. What? No Jimmy Swaggart? No Jimmy Swaggart. Yeah, nothing like that. Let me see. Yo, Mick. I just watched the concert of Heart from the last couple of days, and Ann Wilson is standing and singing great. Yes, actually, I mean, I've said it many a time. I don't want to go off subject here, but Ann Wilson, even at her age, she can still get it. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I've always actually thought.
She said no, but they did some shows where she was in a wheelchair. So
yeah,
that's good that she's standing.
I know. She was doing pretty bad there for a minute, it seemed like.
Well, Jackson was too for a while, and he's up and moving, and that's great.
Does that make Jenny at B-Sides? Nice, Kimba. Mick, let me see. Machine Gun Kelly records will burn at the gates of heaven. Yeah, so when you try and take them into heaven, you already know they're going to burn under your arm, Lisa, so just don't even take them.
No.
Yeah.
They're gonna burn.
I'm like, my sister used to have to go to where Andy Griffith lived before he died for business. All his neighbors hated him.
Wow.
Really? Andy Griffith? He was
Andy
literally
Griffith,
that
I thought he was a nice guy.
I remember reading on Scott Michael's findadeath.com. Was it Find a Death? Yeah, Find a Death. That he was talking about the lady who played the aunt. Excuse me. And they said that when they went into her home to find her after she passed away, that she had like 30 cats. And she had a basement that had a bathroom. And in the bathroom, she had a bathtub, and that was the litter box. The whole thing was just like, it was filled with shit and pee. You know, and they said when you walked in, it smelled horrendous. You know.
What?
Don't know how true it is. I mean, I wasn't there. You know, but yeah, they said that, you know, it was so bad that when they opened the door, the whole neighborhood could smell it. You know, so I don't know how she hid the smell. You know, because I mean, something like that gets out. The smell starts to creep out your window and shit, so. But Andy Griffith? I mean, really? Unless you have impeccable lawn care, you'll never understand being the get off my lawn guy. Well, in Gran Torino, freaking Clint Eastwood was the get off my lawn guy.
Yeah, he was the get off my. I love that movie. He was the get off my lawn.
When I first met Tim, I thought that Tim was the get off my lawn guy. I really thought.
No, I thought Dusty was the get off my lawn guy.
I am. I fucking am.
I know there'll be times you'll be like, there'll be times you'll be in the background, you'll be like, get off my lawn. I'll be like, they're kids. Don't tell them that right now.
You know, there's this one kid who's like testing my patience, man. You know, I take my dogs out to, you know, pop a squat or whatever, and this kid has one of those electric bikes, which is basically a fucking motorcycle. Let's be fucking honest.
Yeah, everywhere.
And it's like, yeah, and he rides it all across the fucking lawn and everywhere, and he's always like, Kevin, just like that close to the fucking dogs where he's gonna hit them. You know, and he comes like that close to other people that are walking down the sidewalks and shit. I'm like, one of these days I'm gonna throw a fucking stick in that motherfucker and watch him fly. I'm just gonna be like, oh, shoot, there you go, motherfucker. Boosh! Oh, my bad. Are you okay? Oh, my goodness.
I mean, you have enough stress with your own kids. You don't need more kids to give you stress.
This is Andrew. You're making this shit up and you know it. So, no, she used to travel to North Carolina for business. He's a Clay Aiken fan. Don't listen to him. Okay, I guess that makes sense in Lisa's head. But anyways, no, I'm just kidding. Kim has moved into the Scott's turf builder guy.
Well, because, you know, he always talks about Clay Aiken. Trekker always talks about Clay Aiken.
Kim is not with a guy with a skunk stripe anymore. Kimba? With a skunk stripe?
I mean...
Oh, are we? We're talking about Bizarro, Mr. Bizarro. Where's he been? He like totally like disappeared off the face of the earth. I'm curious. I mean, he had some freaking pretty good shows. I mean, he would go ahead and he'd play like a couple of records and stuff. You know, I wish he would come back.
I had no idea. I'm behind the loop.
You know what? No, the rumor was Kimba. I'm pretty sure she can clear it up. She'll clear it up right now. But the rumor was that Kimba and Mr. Bizarro had kind of like, you know, had a thing.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not going to buy into it. That was just like what some people were saying in some circles. I never said it. But anyways.
Yeah.
But, yeah. But then Bizarro disappeared. I don't know what happened with Bizarro. I don't really know what happened, you know. But he kind of disappeared. Maybe he just fell in love. Kimba made him fall in love, and he was like, you know what, that's it. I'm going to just spend my full time being her maintenance guy, making sure that her apartment is tip-top shape. And I give up this whole music community shit, this whole vinyl community shit. It's all about Kimba now. I want to make sure her dishwasher's running. I want to make sure that all of her pipes are cleared. You know, like in a porno.
Too bad Billy Mays ain't alive.
Pipes.
Kimba would have totally been with Billy Mays.
One of those things where she comes in and is like, oh, excuse me, I heard someone needed some pipe blade. Need someone to lay some pipe. He's like, that's what Lisa's like right now. She wants like some guy to come in and be like, excuse me, I heard someone needs you to lay some pipe.
Oh.
Mr. Clean. So now I'm thinking about 8 tracks at the drugstore. Oh my god. I still want to get an 8-track player. I want to get one of the nicer ones though. One of the Pioneers. Definitely want to get one. But I had heard that at this point in the game where if you buy an 8-track, that is definite that you're going to have to change the pad stuff on it, even if it's brand new.
You're going to have to change the pads, and you're going to have to find the beginning of the tape and do a new splice, too, because the splice is going to be undone. Yep.
That's what I had heard. That's what I had heard.
They've disintegrated. Well, cassettes, too, at this point, you're probably going to have to change the pad, at least put a new pad on a lot of them. They don't disintegrate, but the glue does. That holds them on.
I watched an entire YouTube video about Shirley Hemphill earlier. I'm going to see my therapist. Or you're going to go see your therapist? Why? Were you like feeling awfully funny in the pants after watching it or something? I watched this like pilot. Somebody else mentioned it, I think, in one of my other streams. And I was like, it's funny you should mention that because I saw like one channel had like put this pilot up where she like played a taxi cab driver who was driving this man back and forth to work every day, and he was like a CEO or he owned a company, and he leaves her like $250 million. And she decides that instead of taking the $250 million, she's going to become the CEO of the company or some shit. It's called like 1 in a Million or some shit like that. They made the pilot, and I think that was it. They didn't go any further. But it was like after her What's Happening or What's Happening Nowadays. Let me see. Charlie said, business living in a van down by the river. We're neighbors. Well, where are you getting your Wi-Fi from, Charlie? It's free Wi-Fi. I get it from the people.
Charlie's getting his Wi-Fi from the homeless people.
Tim is 100% correct. See, Radio Shack used to sell replacement pads, but they're no longer. I mean, you can get them on Amazon, though. Now. I mean,
8 tracks. You can use other things too. You can use like insulation for doors and stuff. Make really good foam replacements for 8 tracks.
Same place is equally as shitty. Okay. The acting was amazing, wasn't it? I mean, fucking Emmy Award caliber. Emmy Award caliber, man. I'm telling you. I have Herb Alpert's Christmas album on 8-track. Who doesn't? No, I'm not. That's vinyl. It's vinyl. I'm sorry. You know, I think
I have it on vinyl. I don't have it.
Yeah. I don't have it.
I'm one of the only people in the VC not to own a copy of Whipped Cream and Other Delights. I'm so.
You know, I come across so many at
I don't have it either. So
you don't?
No.
I come across it at Goodwill.
I have a modern pressing. I have a pressing from the 2000s.
Get it? Really? They repressed it?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, I got like a 50th anniversary copy or something.
We got a picture disc too and a color pressing of it.
Get the fuck out. Now I'm like gonna be on a, you know, because me, I like to waste money. I'm gonna be on a fucking hunt right now.
I have a modern pressing. One.
That's it. Now, from now on, I'm not gonna rest until I have it on vinyl, picture disc, 8-track, cassette, and CD. I'm not gonna rest.
Let me see.
So I could put on the shelf behind me.
CD would probably be the toughest one, believe it or not.
You think so?
Herb
I thought
Alpert CDs are expensive because they weren't in print very long.
I thought the
Mm.
set would be hard.
I'm trying
No,
to find-
that was in print. That's in print for a long time. CD only lasted a couple of years and it was gone.
I hope you keep warm there, James. Go, you and Charlie. Go ahead and drink some of that hooch. Keep yourself warm.
No
T-Mobile
way.
probably.
I didn't realize that album was worth that much. No way.
I inherited a few Sergio Mendes albums. They're great. Fucking Sergio Mendes.
Sergio
kicks
Mendes
ass.
are great, actually.
I like
Yeah.
Sergio Mendes.
He's awesome.
Maybe better than Herb Alpert, to be honest. They're on the same par anyway. Good.
But what about the great Chuck Mangione, though? Rest in peace.
No.
Rest in peace.
No, not
Rest in peace. Yeah, rest in peace, Chuck Mangione.
I have most of the Tijuana Brass
Actually,
records.
I would-
Super cheap.
Actually, I would choose Chuck Mangione over Herb Alpert.
Well,
I
whoa.
wouldn't. No. Ugh, no. Don't
I was like, oh, what
Alright.
happened? What's his hair?
R.I.P. to Chuck Mangione.
never liked it.
Yep, I got a Chuck Mangione. Just for the heck of it. I don't know how I got it. It just ended up in my house one day. And it's now in my collection. Somebody said they bought it. And they never claimed it.
Okay, Nate. Werewolf in the house. Here's how it goes. What we had said was you pick 5 albums. Now, the 2 scenarios were if you were going to die and you went to heaven and the Lord said, music is of the world. It gets kind of religious here. I ain't trying to get religious, but music is of the world. I don't allow it in heaven, but I will allow you 5 albums to bring into heaven for all eternity. 5 albums. That's it. That's all you're ever going to get.
Oh, yeah.
What 5 albums would you take into heaven? Second was you get raided by the FBI. You're in your underwear. You're like, oh my God, what's going on? They're like, you owe there's so many millions of dollars, which probably none of us will. They say, you know what? That's it. We're confiscating your whole record collection. But you get one cool cop who says, all right, I know this sucks. We're taking your whole record collection. I'll let you pick 5 albums. Pick 5 albums to keep, and that's it. What 5 albums would you pick? So those are the 2 scenarios.
Yep.
And that's what we had brought up. There you go.
Yep.
So you can tell us, Nathaniel, what would you pick?
So when are we doing the second one? I'm itching.
All right. Okay, that's a good question. Okay, let's go ahead and let's itch for the second one. Let's go round 2. Brazil 66 were great. Round 2, starting off with Tim. 5 albums. They turn around, they just raided your house. You're in your underwear.
Yep.
You're all, what the fuck? It's 6 o'clock in the morning. They turn around and you're like, oh, why are you grabbing all my records? What the fuck you doing? And the guy says, okay, it sucks. You owe a lot of money. But instead of going to jail, we're taking your record collection and whatever else. 5 records. I'll let you have them. That's it. What would you pick?
Okay. And I did not necessarily go for my most expensive records. Hey, I don't even think about records that way. So,
Uh-huh.
you can't do box sets or anything. I mean, if you do box sets, it's obvious what you take. But so this is my first one because this is the rarest of these because somebody broke the plate, that you make masters off of and stuff fairly early on, and that's with the Beatles. This is the rarest of the original master recordings. This is the one that's hard. They pressed fewer of these than the other ones because somebody broke the original plate, and they couldn't get it back and do it again. So that was it. So there are less of these than any of the other ones. Last I knew, this was going for a few hundred at least. So that's my number one, just because of all the original masters. This one's the hardest to come by, and I've still got the hype sticker. The original.
Does that have a digital step? Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
No, it doesn't, because this is before digital. So that's my first one. My second one, it's funny, we were talking about this on Thursday on Doc's show. This is the only greatest hits I picked, and I only picked it because this apparently is a really rare album, an original copy, and I bought this in London. This is a Kinks greatest hits album, and this came in the box set that they just did a couple of years ago. And that's the only other time this has ever been repressed. is that, and this apparently goes for some money, and it's rare and it's hard to find. And I picked it up for probably like £5 in London, and so this is going with me just because this is
Sweet.
a unique album. Not a lot exists apparently, so I think this is the most expensive Kinks album there is. Um, and here I am saying I didn't pick it because of but rarity too.
Uh-huh.
Um, I picked this just because this is the album, my new album. I think I spent the most money on ever. Um, and it's not that much money, and it's rare and it's hard to find. And I picked I don't even know the name of the damn album. Um, and I can't read. Hang on. Well, you guys, yeah, the Satan album. I don't know the White Stripes. This is
Oh,
the Record
okay.
Store Day
Get behind
copy.
me. Yeah, get behind me,
Get
Satan.
behind me, Satan. This is the
Uh-huh.
Record Store copy with a lenticular cover, and it's pretty rare.
That's a good one
And
because actually that's in my list. Well, not that one, but White Stripes.
then one record's red, and I can't remember what the other record is. But I went on Record Store Day that year, and the guy had one copy, and I bought it. And again, this is the most I've ever spent for a new record, and it isn't that. Not counting a box set or anything. Okay, the other one's white. I thought it was. And then the little inner sleeve thing was coming out. But yeah, the other one's white, and again, they didn't. I think as far as White Stripes album goes, this one's fairly rare. I don't know why my sleeve is having problems here. Okay, give me a second here. What is going on? All right, I'm just gonna set this on the floor very carefully and hope that nothing happens because I can't deal with that right now.
I'll be
All
right
right,
back. I'll use their little boys' room.
and my last two are my original copy of Big Star's second album. I don't have Big Star's first album, an original copy, but this is pretty rare. I have trouble tracking down another one, and if I could find it, I would spend a couple of hundred for it easy. Um, Great album, one of my favorite albums on Ardent Records, and just a great record and not an easy record to come by because nobody bought this when it came out. Um, but the first one's probably even rarer, but I don't own the first one. So, and for years, this wasn't even in print anywhere. So, that. And lastly, I just think that this is already hard to find, even though it's not that old of a pressing. The Raspberry's Best original, again, MoFi. This isn't the original master. It's just a mobile fidelity pressing. But the reason that it's rare and interesting and unique is that this is rare for mobile fidelity. They pressed it on red vinyl.
Oh wow!
It's rare to have colored vinyl on mobile fidelity, but this is a red
Yeah.
vinyl copy of the Raspberry's greatest hits on mobile fidelity. And again, I picked greatest hits in this category because these aren't records that I'm keeping to listen to. These are records I'm keeping because they're going to be hard to replace. So, um, and then for kicks, I just picked one an alternate, runner up. I picked the Kinks Misfits again, an original master recording. This is the only one of these I've ever seen in person in my whole life. So this is the album before Low Budget, and it is a MoFi original master recording. And that's the poster. I don't know if this came with a poster or if I got that from another album, but anyway, that's it. It's my list, and I don't have a lot to say about any of it. But yeah.
Let's see. Should I wait for Dusty or should I just go on?
I guess you just go. I don't have any rare stuff, but yeah, I guess you just go on.
Okay, then. My first record, it's gonna be Baby Beluga by Raffi. Nah, but I love this album. Anybody out there Raffi fans? He's amazing. No.
Sorry, making noise.
Oh, make you big?
No, I'm sorry, I'm making noise. I figured out what happened. There's a plastic inner part of the sleeve. And when I pulled the record out, it came out and it turned itself inside out. And that's why I couldn't get the record back in. So I had to shove the plastic back in there. Okay. Sorry, Paulina.
Okay, so in seriousness, because I wasn't prepared for that one and the parameters of it, so I just went with whatever I could think of at the moment. So I had to choose, even though this could be found anywhere, this was like my dad's, so I have to save this. That's
a perfectly legitimate reason, you know.
So it is Your Very Lovely Woman, Live by the Merry-Go-Round.
Great album.
This is like my dad's copy, and so I have to keep this in the family, you know, keep it here. Second, it didn't cost me a lot to get this when I first got it, but now it's worth like a lot of money. It is Flowers by Ace of Base, and this was pressed in Russia, and it's like a 2 disc album, and this is like actually my favorite Ace of Base album. It's not like The Sign or anything that they did before. This album is totally more salt to the ground than the previous. Sadly, it's not. At first, it was underappreciated, but I think it's since been reevaluated and people do like it. So yeah, great stuff on this one. This I actually paid $120 for, and it's not being pressed again since it's one of those pressings that they did for Salisbury or something like that. It's like a Sainsbury. It's a store out in England, and they did a partnership with Parlophone and Cardamom. So it's the Light Years album. And it's a new album. It's like my favorite album ever. So yeah, I have to save this one in my collection. I can never get this back. The next 2 ones are the ones that I spent $200 for, and everybody's gonna know what those are. And I know I can never get this back. One is Run Devil Run by Paul McCartney. Also excited to get this. I always wanted this on vinyl. And I was looking to Atlanta this time, so I was able to get this. And then second one, another album that I don't think I'll ever find again on vinyl.
Okay, I'm back.
Is something wrong with my sound? Or does Paulina sound a little underwater? Or maybe it's just me.
It's
No.
Driving Rain.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, now you sound better.
Wait a minute, was I sounding terrible?
You were sounding a little
Yeah, you were
underwater.
sounding a little underwater. I could understand you, but you were sounding underwater.
I wonder if it's my mic. I don't know.
But now you
Hold
sound
on.
fine.
You're fine now.
Yeah, you sound
you're
great.
fine
Yeah.
I
now.
wouldn't mess with it.
Okay.
No, now you're not. Now you're
Mhm.
not.
Now you sound
Now it sounds like
underwater.
underwater. Yeah.
Oh my god, what's going on?
Now you sound great. Now you sound fine.
Now you sound fine.
Okay.
There you
I don't
go.
know what's going on. Yeah.
Okay. 5. You can take 5, Nate. Let me see. Hell has everything ever produced on vinyl in a giant hall. The devil always has the best music. Don't worry. Right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Were you done, Paulina? Okay, I just wanted to make sure before I moved along to Lisa.
I didn't pick any albums. Let's say off the top of my head.
Let me pick some of these things. What do you guys think about a Chinese recipe show theme called "Walk This Way"? I'm thinking of getting Steven Tyler to host. Walk this. You know what? A Chinese restaurant called Walk This Way that was rock and roll themed.
I think that'd be
fucking
cool.
eat there. I'd eat there.
I mean, if they could make a good egg foo young, or a good chow mein, or fried rice, some of the traditional Chinese stuff.
I might has poker records. Let me see. Okay, I have an extensive Robert Goulet collection. Robert Goulet.
I almost believed him. I was like, "Oh, you don't like Robert Goulet? What did Robert Goulet do to anybody?"
Robert Goulet was the only SNL impression where somebody got away with saying the N-word, and it was freaking Will Ferrell.
Yeah.
yeah, it was classic. Okay, so anyways, go ahead, Lisa. You're next.
I had to pick 5 records that I'd bring with me.
Same off the top of your head.
Okay, the Cross the Universe record that I got from Record Store Day 2016. Because that one's hard to find. Of course, Ohio. Because Ohio goes for ridiculous price. I would take. What would I take with me? I don't.
5 records. Remember, the FBI is going. Okay, come on now. You got to pick your 5 records. Let's go because we're taking all the rest of this shit. And we do mean shit. All this Nickelback and all this freaking BTS shit. We're taking it as shit.
Josh Groban, BTS. I don't know. That's hard to decide what 5 records I take. So I want to take everything, but I can't.
Okay, Lisa. Here's the perimeters. Let's say, is there anything in your collection that you could never get back again?
That's what we're saying, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, across the universe.
Because it's pricey, yeah. Okay, Ohio, because it's pricey, yeah.
I'm thinking. I have a lot of records. I have a lot of records that I. Probably the Vessel box set because I paid a lot of money for it.
Sounds reasonable. But wait a second, the box set has multiple albums in it because I think that counts more than one album.
That is that one. Oh yeah, can't say the box set.
Yeah.
Can't say the box set. Oh, the Greta Van Fleet live in Los Angeles because it's sold out.
Okay, it's pricey. It's going up in price.
It goes for like $400. That's tough to think. Some of my record store day stuff because I can't think off the top of my head, but the record store day stuff that I have, some of it was very limited. Like the Ben Quiller was limited to 1,200. So I'd take my limited stuff and I'd take my RSD stuff. That's what I'll say. Limited and RSD because the RSD stuff is hard to find, and a lot of RSD stuff. Not a lot, but some of the RSD stuff you can't get anymore because they made it such limited quantities.
And is that all? You done, Lisa?
Was Lisa wearing that shirt when she got paint on her ass? What shirt?
Serious question. Serious question. They're probably talking about the butt pic for you, so.
Oh, the one you always show?
So, going with me. If I had to pick 5 records, like I said, same thing. I was pretty much kind of going with emotional, records that meant something to me. Probably wouldn't mean anything else. I mean, to other people, they'd probably be like, well, you get that record for a couple of bucks, but they mean something to me because, So, first I would pick this because it belonged to my father. Asia. My father played this record, I don't know how many times. This is his original copy on ABC Records. So, this one, it's like, I have multiple copies of this, of course. But this copy I keep because, like I said, it was my father's. I cleaned it, put it in, a holder and everything. Sounds like shit. I mean, it's got a lot of surface noise, but it's my dad, so I keep it, So there's that one. This one, specials. This one belonged to my friend Joey Mason, who passed away. Me and my friend Joey Mason, he was older than me, used to sit in his bedroom for hours, and he would play this album. First time I really heard ska music, and he played this album over and over and over again. And somehow I ended up with it. And he moved to the Philippines, like Hapistar there. Met a wife, got married, whatever. Well, anyway, he was in the Philippines and he passed away. I have a few of his records that he was eventually going to come back for, supposedly. And this was one of them. And he passed away and he never came back for it. So I kept it. So this one, this one to me is very special because he was like my brother. So, yeah, specials. That definitely. This one, also, same thing. You guys would say, that's a fun common record. You get that for $3-4 all day. But this one, same thing, was my mother's record, Santana's Greatest Hits. This was her original copy. Played it on a beat-up stereo every Saturday night while she's drinking her beer with my godmother. So, yeah, this album right here reminds me of being a kid. Good Times, the original record. Yeah, of course, this I have it on CD now, so I usually listen to that. This is more just, it was my mother's record, so I keep it, type thing. So that's the reason why I keep that one. This one, I would keep this one because of the hunt that I had to go through to find it. I had to go on such a hunt. Now it's plentiful. It's everywhere. You can pick it from the fucking trees now. But when this one first came out, it was so freaking hard to get. So it's like, so that's the reason why I would keep this one. It's not because it's like such a special, expensive record, just because I remember the fucking hunt I went on to get this shit when it came out. So yeah, that's the reason why I keep my Icky Thump. So Icky Thump I would definitely keep.
You know what's weird about that album that a lot of people don't know? It's a different mix than the CD.
Is it?
Yep.
I've never checked it out. I have the CD. I should do a shootout for myself.
Well, compare. What's it called? What's the one about? Rag and Bone. Rag and Bone is very different. Very
crazy
different on the vinyl versus the CD. I almost like the CD better, but yeah, it's very different.
Yeah, Sean, that version of the specials I have right there, that's the first press. Clean. It is completely clean. Like I said, he played it a lot of times, but he was very anal about his records. He took care of them. So that pressing is clean. It's really clean. And this one, because it's worth almost $500 now, and Lisa's never getting it. So
you know what? I got a record you're never getting either. So
I have 2 copies of this. Each one's worth about $500. The IRS can take one, but baby, I'm keeping one. There you go.
The
IRS can have one, but I'm keeping the second one because I know how badly Lisa wants it. This is like a 3-disc picture disc set. Sounds great for a picture disc. I mean, actually, I got fortunate enough to get a second copy of this because my daughter's friend was selling her collection of records because she was one of those who went out and she bought records. She bought a Crosley and was like, these sound like shit. I don't like the way vinyl sounds. I don't want them. So she sold her this one and a bunch of other records, which whatever, my daughter has them. She beats them up, but I took this one. And then I luckily found one at Porter Sound because these were actually sold through the website. You couldn't get these in stores.
No.
And now they're worth going for $400 or $500.
Well, that's the only record I don't have in my collection.
Oh, I'm sorry. There you go, Sean. It's called Blurry Face Live.
Yeah.
21 Pilots. Probably nothing, most people in the vinyl community would be.
Well, the feeling's mutual. I got Ohio.
Into, but
you're never going to get it.
But I like this band, and, like I said, this pressing's worth money. So, yeah. So that's what I would do. That's what I would have. And, I will take both of those and wipe my butt with it just so Lisa can, see. So. Because I know that she would love it. About, look at I'm using it for toilet paper before you get it. There you go. Yeah, this whole freaking, it's true what Fred's saying. This specials record, I mean, I don't think there's a freaking bad song on it. I don't think there's a bad song on it. Every song on this is a freaking banger. Is a classic. And, original pressing, Chrysalis Records, two-tone Chrysalis. I wish I had the English one because the English one, they actually flipped it. So the picture is actually the back part of the record is actually the front part of the record in England as opposed to here. Actually, I don't actually have to play this record anymore because Lisa was at a Goodwill. Where'd you find it? At Goodwill, Lisa? Lisa?
She's gone.
Lisa? Okay, fuck you. But anyways, no, she found me the CD of this. She found me a CD. And yeah, it was one of the older ones. You can tell by the weight of the case and stuff like that. Oh, get the fuck out of here. Whatever. But anyways, Lisa found me a copy of this on CD, and I was happy to get it. So I usually just play the CD or whatever. So it is great. You know, I have some selector and stuff like that on original two-tones, imported two-tones. You know what? One of these days, Lisa, you're going to be showing that off and you're going to drop it and break it.
You know, let me tell you something. You got 2 copies of Blurry Face and you won't give me one?
The first.
Never.
What is it, Dusty? Can't see the title. There you go. Gotcha.
Well, Dusty
so
Gold.
now it's albums we wouldn't trade the devil for our soul for. No, not necessarily. I mean, it's just like records you would say. It's records that are not replaceable. Like, say, if like I said, they came and they took your whole collection. It's like if they took your whole collection, you can always say, "Oh, I could build this again." You know, you can build a collection again. You know,
it would be hard to replace. Like mine.
I paid a lot for this. I paid a lot for this, people. I paid a lot for this.
Oh, here's another
again.
Here's another rare album that I don't think I could ever part with, and this belonged to my grandmother actually. And I don't know if Tim has ever seen this. It's the Blue Hawaii Sessions by Elvis Presley.
Oh shit! Nice.
Wow.
And it's called Stepping Out of Line. It has all the outtakes of the songs, you know. So you get to first time ever hearing outtakes on vinyl. So cool. And so you get to hear Elvis be like, "Hey, all the songs.
like to-
Okay, take it, DJ. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go."
Go get around that tape from my baby.
I gotta amend my answer.
We gotta take two. We gotta take two on that one. Okay, Scotty, gotta do take two. You're a little bit thinny on that guitar, man. You know.
I'm amending my answer. Can I go and include my dad's records, the ones that my dad's record, because he gave me a lot of records.
Those would have been the ones that you probably would have included in the first place. Because, like I said, it's like. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
5 though. You know.
I know, but I know it's gonna be hard. But it's like if I told the FBI, I was like, shh, because my dad had, when I found my dad's collection of records, he had about 20 of them that were still there because my mom dumped out a lot of his records because she's like, you don't need this shit, and she dumped them out. So my dad, a lot of his records ended up in the trash. He had some like Rumors by Fleetwood Mac. He had a lot of Beatles that my mom dumped out.
Yeah.
And then so, my dad. Well, I would take the real important question. I would take my dad's 45 collection because he had those. He got those when he was 15.
So your mom also threw out your dad's copy of "That's the Way It Is."
No, I hate
some
to break
things will never change, Paulina. Some things will never change.
I hate to break it to you. My dad was not a big Bruce Hornsby fan. He was not big into that adult. What is it called? Adult pop. He was not into.
There are no rare albums except for the first 2 Sun records.
Not adult pop. I mean, what is it called? What is it called, Paulina? Not adult pop.
Yeah,
I call it adult contemporary.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, okay, that works for which one? Yeah. But no, we're talking about Fred. It's like I think most of these records are more like sentimental. You know, probably not so much for their value, but
that's not
sentimental
true. Value. The first few on God, what's that label? What did it? I can't think of that Elvis label that started in the late '80s. Those albums are pretty rare these days. The first few. FTD. The first few on FTD are very rare. They'll go for a lot. Yeah.
Don Ho is great, man. Don Ho is great. You know, this is something you probably Paulina knows this. Don Ho's daughter did the song "Perfect Day" for Legally Blonde. Hoku.
Yeah. I have that CD single.
I love that song
and OG copies of his first couple of albums and his Christmas albums. Those go for quite a bit of money.
You know, now that I'm going down memory lane to like cheesy records that I owned when I was younger, or basically records from my youth. You know, there's 2 records that I've been wanting to find. One of them, I think I haven't really bothered to look for it on Discogs because it's on YouTube. But I remember it's a record that when I was a little kid, you have those little suitcase players, whatever. And I used to play this record. Oh, it was called, there you go. See, there you go. Like that. But it was called Muhammad Ali and the Tooth Decay Gang or some shit like that. And it was supposed to be like, it was Muhammad Ali with Howard Cosell. And it was supposed to be, Muhammad Ali fights Mr. Tooth Decay with the Tooth Gang or some shit like that. And it was all these kids talking about how you should brush your teeth. Yeah, with a chipped tooth. I'm sitting here with a chipped tooth needs to get repaired. Yeah, I really followed the fucking advice, right? No, but I'm just saying, it's like, the whole record was like, it's all like, it was really cheesy too. Muhammad Ali sings like, he's like, who knocked the crack? Who put the crack in the Liberty Bell? And Ali. It was like such a cheesy fucking record. Howard Cosell's all, Muhammad Ali's coming up to the ring now. Mr. Tooth Decay, he's down on the ropes. Blah, blah, blah. And I used to listen to this record every morning before I went to school when I was like real
I found it on Discogs for $7.
Okay, it's only $7. Yeah, I gotta find one. That one, and there's one that was made by remember the label Kid Stuff Records? I don't know if anybody remembers that. If any of you guys had, yeah. There was one that was called Star Trek and other themes. It was like themes that were completely redone. It had like
I've got Batman backed with the Addams Family.
There you go.
Stuff that Lord knows who's doing them, but it's not Vic Disney or Neil Hefti, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, this one had like the theme to SWAT, Rockford Files. It had the theme to Beretta. It had the theme to Soul Train. Remember The Sound of Philadelphia, that song? It had all those songs on it. It was just like this Kid Stuff record. And I remember that was another record I played over and over, the theme to Star Trek. I want to find that record too. That record I found somebody on YouTube had a video where they put like one or two songs from it, and I was just like, oh my god, I gotta have that record. And I was trying to write the guy, I was trying to like put in the comments, and I think I go back and read something like, are you gonna sell that record or whatever, because he was just like, I found it out. He was like back south or something. Found this record in a whole stack of records at a yard sale, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, oh, playing the song. I'm like, oh dude, I will give you like, I'm like willing to pay upwards of $100 for that thing just to have one again. I'm like, I will pay the $100.
You could probably find one, but the problem is most of those records were
beat to shit.
Irene, and they were played to death on a kid's record player, which means there's nothing left of them. That's the problem. Yeah. You can find it. The problem is finding one that's worth hearing.
I played mine on a shitty record player, and I beat mine to shit. So I could just imagine what some of the copies out there look like.
Everybody did, and like all those cheap labels always use styrene. Yeah. So,
but you know what? But you know what record that would never ever get ruined when you play it because it's such a great album?
Oh no! There you go. It's got to pop up at least once every stream. There you go.
I know. It has to.
There you go. That's exactly the idea, Fred, right there. Yeah, I've got my mom's first record, Meet the Beatles. It is it's in absolute terrible condition, and the cover in two pieces. But I'll never. Yeah, exactly. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like you'll never get rid of it, And it's like people could turn around and say, "Well, you're not going to grab some of your more expensive records, like if there was a fire or something." You're like, "No, these records are the most important ones to me because they mean so much to you." And you ran out with those. Like, you're not going to take your more expensive records? No.
Why would you? When, like, I could take this for my dad because my dad played this. My dad played this, like, about, I don't know how many times he played it on his turntable, but it skips. That's how you know my dad loved this record. It skips. My dad told me he had this set up in the 70s and the 60s, and he would play this record on repeat on his Girard turntable. And I asked him, why did you never get another copy? He goes, because... He goes, I love this coffee. I didn't see the need to get another coffee. And I know it sounds like shit, but I would never trade it for the world.
Me and Lisa were talking the other night. Remember I was telling you about the first records I had ever owned?
Yep.
Because I think we were talking. So we were talking. I don't know if we were talking about this stream.
I
was
talking
about this stream.
Well, I was asking you when's the first time you discovered Depeche Mode.
Yeah, but I think I was like, then I went back and I was telling you when I first discovered records. Period,
yeah. Well, your first record you bought, I think you were telling me the store you bought it from, like your uncle had given you some money or something, or somebody in your family.
No. What had happened was, my friend Danny had given me that cheap stereo. It was like a JCPenney Montgomery special. It had like a turntable and an 8-track, and it had a cassette deck on it, a little cassette tape player on it. You know, it's a little shitty little like rinky-dink freaking player, and it had like 2 small speakers. And I remember I had no records to play in it. And yeah, my mom had a friend who lived downstairs because I lived in an apartment complex because I grew up pobre. And the lady downstairs had a daughter who had a bunch of records. And no, I'm sorry, not her. Her brother had a bunch of records. Her brother had a bunch of records. And what had happened was he had a bunch of records, and he was like a really anal record collector. And if you remember back during the 70s, late 70s, early 80s, remember, you know, the turntables were not the greatest. If you didn't have the greatest turntable, you could scratch the record slightly and it would skip, you know? So what he did was he was like so into his music. It's like if he bought a record and it got scratched and skipped, he would just go ahead and put it off to the side and he'd buy a new one. He'd buy a new copy of the record. So he had like this stack of records that he thought were going to skip. Well, what happened was when I got that stereo, I had no records to play on. So he turned around and he's all, well, come in the bedroom right here. I'm going to show you something. And I was like, okay. So he turns around and he hands me a whole stack of records. He goes, well, you know, if you want to test out that stereo you got or whatever, he's all, just take these, you can play them. He's all, they've got scratches. They're skipping, you know, so, you know, be aware they're going to skip. So I took the whole stack of records upstairs. Not one of them skipped. And he said, well, it's probably because your needle's heavier because it was one of those cheap stereos.
Yeah.
But when I think of the records he gave me, what I would not give to have them now, because, I mean, he gave me like Black Sabbath Vertigo swirls. He gave me like Alice Cooper Green Labels. You know, it's like Jethro Tull, you know, Too Old Rock Roll, Too Young to Die. He gave me like
records,
wow.
You know.
Records don't skip unless you get unless you've done something to the needle, because generally records only skip on things that go with the groove. If it's going like this, you'll hear a pop, but it isn't going to skip. It skips when the needle, you knock the needle and it cuts an extra groove. That's when it skips.
Well, I mean, I also think this was like back in, I mean, I don't think we really knew, or maybe people didn't know too much about like cartridge alignment and all that shit back in those days.
Yeah.
Is what I'm thinking.
And they didn't
because like
the cartridges either. You know, you use the cartridge for 20 years and your records might start skipping because there's nothing left of it.
That's what my dad did. I replaced his cartridge. My dad had the same cartridge for many years, and he never replaced it. Yeah. And he played his records because my dad's not an audiophile. Okay, my dad had a cheap stereo setup. No, he's never was an audiophile.
You know, like I was telling Lisa, that one of the records that he gave me was supposedly, from what I understand, him and Kathy, which was his sister, they went to the California Jam 2. And when you went to Cal Jam 2, they did this thing where you would fill out a thing at the gate, and they would go ahead and they would send you a copy of Cal Jam 2 on vinyl. You know? So he had one, and I guess Kathy had one, which was his sister. And his skipped, so his sister gave him hers. So he gave me his copy, which didn't skip on my turntable at all. No, you know, but I remember like listening to that record. It had like, you know, Ted Nugent when he was still cool. No, it had like Ted Nugent, Mahogany Rush, Hart, Dave Mason. It had all these. I remember listening to Aerosmith. I remember listening to that record over and over and over again and stuff like that. And that's another record I want to find a copy of. I got to go and Discogs and find a California Jam 2.
Why did you get rid of those records? I'm surprised you didn't keep some of them.
You know, I think I got older and they just weren't cool, you know, type things. You know, I got into my Depeche Mode, my Cure, my blah, blah. Those records, I just didn't think they were cool. And I wasn't thinking like, oh, in the future, I'm going to want these records. I'm going to want to keep them.
Those vertical swirls are worth some money.
My mom knew, though. My mom knew. My mom said, all those Black Sabbath records, all those records, keep them. You got better keep them. I was like,
they're worth money. The vertical swirls are worth money. The Black Sabbath
and just, you know, the memories. I wanted. I should have picked this album. This should be one of my 5 that the FBI doesn't get. And I forgot to show it. I've showed it before, but I got this copy of this album on my 10th birthday, and I still have it.
Aww.
And look at the condition it's in. I was a good little record keeper when I was a kid. I mean, look at how nice this is still. And this is my original copy I got when I was 10. on my 10th birthday.
That is
Oh.
crazy.
Yep. Yep. And the vinyl is still very nice. Look at the inner sleeve, the original inner sleeve. I take care of stuff. We were poor, man. When you're poor, you take care. You get something, you take care of it. But look at
Yeah,
it.
more respect for your things.
I've had this record for 55 years. Almost 53 years. 53 years I've had this record.
That is crazy.
Yep. And look at it. Yeah. So I will say it you don't have to have the best stuff, but if you've got something decent to play your records on, playing your records doesn't hurt them. And this is proof. I mean,
Yeah.
I've had this record my whole life. And first album I ever got.
See, Vinyl Dreamscape. Sean said, "Yeah, Lisa, I have some records my dad brought home to my mom when he was stationed in Japan during the Korean War. He told me all these stories about bringing them home for her." Nice. I think I know when I got the record bug, though. I think when I got the record collecting bug was my mom had decided to go back to college. This is probably like around 81, 82. So I was still like a kid. I was like 10, 11, something like that. And I remember she had this friend whose name was Elaine. And she used to go to Elaine's on Friday nights. That was her thing. Friday night she'd go, she'd have a couple of beers with Elaine, and they'd sit there and watch movies or whatever, and I would go over there. Her husband was introverted, big time introvert, but they didn't have any kids. But I remember he was another one. He'd call me into his room, and his room just had records everywhere. He had 45s. I mean, I have never seen records like this. The walls were just like custom-made shelves, just records everywhere, and this setup with kind of like Johnny G setup. It was like everywhere. And he used to sit there and play records. I'd be in there talking to him, and he'd be playing records, like all these 45s and stuff. And I think that's where I really got the bug, where I was like, wow, one day I want to have a collection like this, type thing, I mean, I've never gotten to that point.
I was going through my CD collection. I found a CD that I bought senior year of high school. Incubus Morning View.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I bought the senior year of high school because I was really into Incubus, and I still have the CD.
When you're in high school, they had CDs back then?
Yeah. How was it?
They had CD players in carriages?
We're not.
Just kidding.
My very first CD.
I can't. I forget it. I can't do the jokes. I think what you call. What are the cylinders? Well, they had cylinders when I was in high school.
When you were in high school,
there you go, cylinders.
No, when you were in high school, you were around the same time as my mom when she was in high school. My mom was in high school like 70, 74. My mom started.
Do you guys remember the video of the guy who was like? There's a video. It's like one of the biggest fails ever, where he's on live TV and he has like the cylinder in his hands. He says, "This right here is one of the rarest recordings of blah 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 blah," and it's on the cylinder, which is made out of da da da, and he drops it on live TV.
Oh my god! You gotta find that video. Find that video and show it.
I know. Let me see if I can find it. It was so freaking hilarious. It was such a wah wah.
I was trying to find one of the very first CDs I bought back when I was 13, which was Mariah Carey. Yes, I bought Mariah Carey. I went into a Target and my mom was like, "My mom's like, what do you want?"
I know the first album I ever bought myself too, and I still have it. It was Eric Carmen's first solo album. It was the first album I ever bought for myself.
Unfortunately, I don't have the very first album I bought. But the very first album I bought was Ace of Base. Ace of Base, back when I was like 11 or 10.
First album, and I got it autographed by 2000 Maniacs.
Cool. I'm trying to also find that Boyz II Men album that I got.
And
that same
I can tell you, I could go get a calendar and figure out exactly the day this was. I could come up with the day, but probably the time too. Probably 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. When I became a record collector, I walked into RBI Records for the first time in Buffalo, New York, and upstairs was the used stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd never, this is the first time I've ever been in a used record store. They didn't have used record stores where I live, but there's new record store, a few, but mostly you bought your records at department stores, you know. So I'm seeing used records going, oh my God. And I look at the Beatles and they've got bootlegs. I'd never seen a bootleg before. I'm like 18 years old, maybe 19 years old. And I left and I went to the bank and I took out some money. And I decided there and then, if I buy these, I guess I'm a record collector. I seriously, that thought went through my mind. If I spend $20 a piece for these records, then I guess I'm a record collector, because in 1981 or whenever this was, that was a lot. And I bought them, and I became a record collector that day.
I remember going to Gemco when I was a kid. And my mom used to do this thing where she would, like, you know, buy me a toy, like one toy. I would get like one toy, you know, each for her trips. Well, I remember the first time when I realized that maybe I was a record collector and not I was growing out of toys was we went to Gemco and they had, it was called Gemco, it was like a membership warehouse, had this really small record section. And my mom was like, I'm not spending that money on one of those records or whatever. But I found all these Jimi Hendrix records that were dirt cheap. And they were German bootlegs by like this label called Astra and something else. I think one of them was called Second Time Around, and one of them was called Welcome Home. And I mean, you can find them on Discogs now, but they were some of the most horrible recordings of like Jimi Hendrix playing a club or playing like, you know, these gigs. Horrible recordings. You know, he was like doing like remakes of like Marvin Gaye and shit like that, you know. It was like, it wasn't even any of his main songs. It was just like really shitty songs and stuff. I really wish I had kept them though, because they were really good pressings, but it's just the recording sounded like shit. You know, the recording sounded like shit. So
I found a record from when I was 13. Now you know this is a 13-year-old record. Look what I have in the back. I put a Santa Rio sticker at 13 on my CD. Yeah, All for One. I was really into All for One, so I'd walk into Target, I walked into Walmart, and I was telling my mom I wanted this, and my mom bought it for me. I think I paid like $8 for this, and I still have it all this years.
Really, Fox Scott? I didn't even know that. He said those tracks weren't even Jimmy. I just assumed they were, because there's this one part where he's like talking and it sounds like him. He's talking to this guy, this one's for you, okay, baby? Okay, it sounds like Jimmy. But then again, what do I know, you know? Back then. He said those are notorious Ed Chelpin shit.
I did not know that.
Well, there you go. They just slapped Jimmy on the cover. It's true. They put like a couple of pictures of him. But you know, when you look at it on Discogs, it's like they sold LPs of it. They sold cassettes of it. They sold 8 tracks of it. They were German cheap. I mean, you looked at the back and it was like horrible freaking like graphics or whatever, you know, like.
I mean, bootlegs. Font. Bootlegs. My mom used to get a lot of like bootlegs, because in the Asian community, you know, my relatives would not buy albums; they would just make them, and they would go and slap on a cover that they would print off with their computer. That's how my relatives made albums back in the day. They just slap.
Here's a guy with a cylinder.
Oh, Santa
Claus!
This
is a one-of-a-kind piece. There's no other one like this particular one in the world. And you can see the tracks go this way. And it's really cool because it records much more accurately than... Oh, shit. Oh my God.
Well, that does happen every once in a while. That can't be good. Now, are you done with that then?
Yeah, I'm done with that.
All right.
So this is a one-of-a-kind piece. There's no other one like this particular one in the world. And you can see the tracks go this way. And it's really cool because it records much more accurately.
He's shaking it.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God.
Well, that does happen every once in a while. That can't be good. Now, are you done with that then?
Yeah, I'm done with that.
All right. Apparently
But can you see when he was holding it, his hand was shaking?
I was gonna
His
say
hand was
that.
shaking a little.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that when I first saw that video and I saw his hands trembling. I was like, "Oh, that thing is gonna break." You know, like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He did. I don't think he dropped
He-
it. I think he crushed it in his hands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it broke apart.
Oh,
It
'cause
broke apart and fell.
Yeah.
I don't think he
Well,
dropped
his
it. I think
hand,
he crushed
his
it.
hands was already shaking. You could tell in
Yeah.
the video his hands were kind of like shaking already.
Yeah, he was gripping
Yeah.
one side really, really hard. You could tell it was
Yeah, I
going to
think
like
he
give
crushed
way.
it, and that's what happened. But anyway,
Well, now it's no longer. Now that one of a kind thing is gone.
Fuck, this guy want to
just
get
blame
away.
it on the fire. Just blame it on the fire.
There you go. There you
I
go.
think for me, I always was destined to be a record collector because I
Mhm.
remember being, I want to say 7 or 8 years old. My dad and I, when we had a family, we lived at this one area in India, and we had a neighbor named Lee, and Lee was awesome. He knew his shit.
Uh-huh.
And so he told my dad, like, why don't you guys come by and look at my record collection? And I thought, okay, cool. And then I thought it would just be like you have like a little thing, like, a record player, and then there's like this little section there of records. But then when I walked into his house, he had a library room, and the library room was like shelves. It's like a library room in a mansion, but instead of books, it was records in just one part of the wall. And I was like, in my head, I was like, "Holy shit, that's a lot of
You're like,
records!" And then he was showing us everything. He was showing us
Uh-huh.
like British pressings of the Beatles and
Mhm.
everything. When I left that house, I told my dad, someday I'm gonna have that. Someday I'm
Mhm.
gonna have a record collection like that.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, when I start to collect records, I didn't realize that I was actually collecting records. I was just like just buying things, but one record turned to two, and then all of a sudden, this whole thing that the laptop was on was full of records, and I also had to go to the next shelf, and then I realized I need another shelf, and then now it's like, fuck.
Yeah, I didn't get into I didn't get into record.
And I was like, and after that I was like, okay, I guess I am a record collector. Fuck.
You are. You buy one record, and that's all it takes. I mean, I wasn't one of those people that got into record collecting when I was young. I got into record collecting in 2014. I must have been in my 30s, probably then. And I accidentally got into record collecting because I bought this box set from Bombay Bicycle Club. And then I was like, oh, wait, there's a record in here. So I was like, oh, shit, I need a turntable. So what does one do? I went onto Google, bought Crosley Cruiser. Don't judge me, people. It was $70 from Nordstrom. I bought it. I didn't know.
$70 for a car.
First off,
I'm gonna judge you.
First off, I did not know a lot, but I've learned a lot since. So I bought that record and I played it on the Crosley. I was like, this is cool. So next thing you know, I'm on eBay and I'm buying like 45s, and that's how I started. My dad had records in the house when I was a kid, but as a little kid, I just was not really into playing them because I was like 10 or 11, and at the time, CDs were the thing. So records were not the thing back then. And my dad did not have like a working record player in the house, so my dad always played CDs. He was kind of the person that with the times, like he was into records one time, and then he got into cassettes. And then he got into CDs. And now my dad doesn't even own any physical media because my dad's 85. He's like, I'm going to die soon.
Your dad's like a 22-year-old because that's what 22-year-olds do.
Look, my dad's 85 years old. I don't think he's going to be playing a record anytime soon because he says, I'm going to die in the next 5 years. Why do I need to start collecting records?
You know what actually happened with me is I think that vinyl has always been a constant with me because, I mean, like I said, from the moment that I had that small stereo is when it just went from there. And I remember I had probably a collection when I was like maybe like 13, 14. I had a collection maybe about the size of like a 4-cube Coax, I guess you could say, was probably what my whole collection was. And I remember then my mother was like, "Oh, you have too many records. That's too many." And I was like, "Really? That's too many? Four cubes?" I didn't think it was a whole lot. And as I got older, what happened was my grandfather went out and bought me a better stereo system, because I was one of those kids that took very good care of my things. So I remember one year for Christmas, he went out, and remember when Kenwood was the thing, Tim? I don't know if you remember. When Kenwood stereo. You had Kenwood stereo. Well, actually, my first stereo system was a Fisher audio, blah, blah, whatever, you know, because everybody thought that Fisher was the big thing. So I had like a Fisher stereo system, so I had to upgrade a little bit. Had a cassette deck, whatever, you know. And then from there, one year, my grandfather said, "I'm going to go ahead." And I think I had graduated from junior high. And he bought me the big Kenwood stereo system with a CD player, the turntable, the whole thing. So around that time, my uncle got into CDs, you know. So my uncle had turned around and decided he was going to get rid of all his records. He was going all CD, you know. So I got all of his records. So next thing you know, my room is starting to get eaten up by records. And I'm a teenager at this time. So to me, that's fine. I don't need any room for anything else. All I need is my bed, my records, my stereo. I'm good with that, you know. So I have like a whole wall starting to fill up with records, you know. And my mom's like, "No, this isn't good. That's too many records, you know." So I had all my uncle's records, you know, all his Doobie Brothers, all his, you know, Santana, you know, my mom's records, you know, my dad's records. I had all his records, you know. So it's like I ended up having, and then I had turned around and kind of like given up vinyl. You know, I'd given up vinyl, but I didn't get rid of it. You know, but it turned around and ended up in the garage. Then the 90s came. I went fully CD. Everything was CDs. That's all I did. I had a Pioneer receiver, Pioneer CD deck. Everything was CD. Then I went to Goodwill, one of the Goodwills, and I bought one of those old like turntables. I bought a couple like old Techniques turntables, because you get them for like nothing then, $15 for a turntable.
Yeah.
Took it home, still had a stylus. Then that was the era, the golden age. Oh my God, I love that age. You could go in there and buy all that vinyl for like 25 cents a piece. You know, so I was like stocking up on records. So my collection got even worse. You know, it got even worse. You know, collection was huge. Then, of course, what happens? I meet my ex-wife. I turn around and have kids. I'm hauling these records from place to place. You know, we'd move. She one day turns around and says, "We need to get rid of these records." Me, I kind of agree with her, because I'm like going, I have everything on hard drives. Because this is the era where, you know, everybody was getting MP3s. Everything was on hard drives. Everything was on CDs. I was like, yeah, maybe this antiquated. Got rid of all the vinyl. Like a dumbass. Sold the whole collection. And I turned around and got ripped off, because this is like right after my friend's mother had died. So she sold off her mother's record collection. And the guy came and gave her like $400 or $500 for the whole collection, which wasn't very big. Mine was way bigger. So he comes to buy my collection. He goes, "You know what? The last time I paid way too much, I think, for that collection I bought off your friend. So I'm only going to be able to give this much." I forgot how much he gave me, but it was nowhere, you know, worth what it was. I mean, I didn't have that much invested in my collection. It was all used, you know, because there wasn't a whole lot of new vinyl to buy in the 90s, you know, but still, it's like, you know,
America, some 45s, that's about it.
Yeah, so that's the reason why I actually came up with this idea of like saying the, you know, IRS person, whatever, because when he came to buy the collection, I turned and said, I want you to come look at the collection, but I'm taking a lot of it out. So there was a lot of stuff that I kept. Like I said, I took out my dad's pieces, my mom's pieces, pieces that were important to me, you know. I took all those out and kept them. So I kept probably about 3 cubes worth, I think, of records and stuff. And he took everything else, you know. And I thought I thought that was it. I'm never going to see records again. These are going to be something I pull out every so often, look at them, and be like, okay, whatever. Didn't realize that vinyl was going to have the resurgence it did. And of course, here I go collecting vinyl again like an idiot. And now I'm back up, you know, back up to like freaking like 4 or 5 Coaxes again. So
I have 2. I have one Coax and one Walmart shell.
I've got
Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike.
I mean, everybody. I think everybody, in a way, they have something that wants to make them collect records. I think for me, when I had gotten my dad's collection back in 2003, record collecting didn't register with me back then. But in 2014, I was like, oh, I think I want to collect records because back in 2003, I had found a bunch of my dad's records downstairs. My dad had left them downstairs and he wasn't playing them anymore, and so I
Uh-huh.
took them all with me. And I asked my mom, "Does he have any more records?" And my mom goes, "I threw away his Beatles. I threw away because I didn't know what they were." And I was like, "Why did you throw them in the trash can, Mom?"
You're all, walk into this.
My
Walk
mom's
into
like,
this.
my mom's like, I had
Yeah.
she threw away his Abbey Road.
Uh-huh.
People,
Uh-huh.
it's not like it's worth a lot of money, but
Well,
but the thing about throwing records away is like I found a stack of $100 bills. I didn't need those, so I threw them in the trash. To me, that's what throwing records away is.
well, my mom didn't collect records when she was in Vietnam, so that was her theory that her family did not collect records. And I told my mom, no.
Did you ever see? I don't. I might be confused. I don't know if it was a documentary that was made by that fuckhead Alan Zweig that everybody hates. It was called Vinyl, or if it was another documentary. But there was a part of the documentary where they showed two brothers, okay, and they had collected vinyl for years. I mean, they had a humongous collection, and I don't know if they were twins or they were brothers. I forgot how the story goes. One of them passed away. So the other brother had decided that he no longer wanted this vinyl collection because it was something to do with his brother. So he had turned around and put ads in the paper, just pretty much like Fox Guy says he did. And everybody was coming and lowballing him on the collection. Lowballing him. So he said he got to the point where he was like, fuck this. I'm not going to fucking sell this collection to someone who's going to lowball me on it. It's worth too much to me, blah, blah, blah. He's like, I would rather throw it away than have somebody lowball me on it, so no one's gonna get it. So this fucking guy, took all these records, this whole collection. He said he traveled all over the state looking for the most remote location, the most remote fucking dumpster bin to dump all these records in so nobody else could have them.
Wow.
I was like, you fuckhead. You wouldn't rather have like other collectors go ahead and take pieces of the collection in memory of your brother, because some people understand the word. My brain's farting. The attachment to vinyl.
The memories.
Yeah, a lot of us collectors will have respect for your attachment to your vinyl. Like if you give us a story like the Coleman collection, right? The Coleman collection meant a lot to Mazzy because it was his friend, stuff like that. Some people may be like, fuck Mazzy. I understand that. But I'm saying we understand the attachment. So if he had told other record collectors, this was mine and my brother's collection. My brother passed away. I have an attachments collection. I think that enough record collectors would have came and took that collection off his hands and showed respect to it. You know what I mean? For him just to throw it away, And they show, like, after he throws it away, there's like all these bums who are fucking smart enough to be like, fucking records are worth something. They're sticking them in fucking shopping carts, walking away with them and shit, And I'm just like going, oh my God, really, dude? I was like, how fucking horrible, Yeah, see, like Fox Guy said here, he said, that's what I got for my collection in the 90s. Sold all my, that's about, $400 putting it on the paper. That's what they were coming to liquidating him at.
That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I
the
mean,
thing to do is like what? No, I'm not going to remember his name. I just had it on my tongue. The guy in the VC with the long mustache, Tuco. Remember that sale Tuco went to before the end, where that guy had a garage just full of records? Well, if you don't know what you're doing, you do something like that. You put them all in one place. You spread it around on Facebook, wherever else. There's going to be a sale, and I would have it like over a bunch of weekends. And the first weekend, any record you want, $10 a piece. If you buy more than 10, $8 a piece, something like that. And then maybe the next day, okay, now today they're $9 a piece. And every day you go down a little bit until they're gone, and then at least you got some money for it, and you got quite a bit of money for it. Actually, you probably didn't get anywhere near what they're worth, but you got decent money for it instead of pennies.
I mean,
Some
yeah.
people may turn around and say that I'm full of shit, but I think, in my opinion, with most of my records after I go, if my daughter decides she does not want to keep them, I would hope even if she didn't get a quarter for what they were worth, I would like at least be happy if they went to someone who's going to play them. So it's like if they gave, if I paid like $40 for the record and somebody gave her 10 for the record, as long as they're going to take it home and put it in their clacks and they're going to listen to it every so often, I'm good with it. I think that would be worth it. My loss, their gain, that they're still going to play it, so.
Yeah. I want to show you something cool. This is from one of the records from the Coleman collection. This is the Beach Boys Friend, and it's a gatefold. Mazzy had given me some of the stuff from the Coleman collection. I have I have Beach Boys, I have some Stevie Wonder, some Chuck Berry, Aretha. But this is cool. Look, it has a specialty price on it too.
Yeah, it's a double. What's the other album? I have that, I think. On the back? It's two different albums. It's not just Friends. There's another album.
It's Smiley Smiley.
Okay, Smiley Smiling Friends. All right.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. When I got that,
twofer. That's what you're saying.
Somebody had told me, "Oh, you got a really cool copy of the Beach Boy." Yeah, it's really cool. It's on the.
Yeah, and you know what? I'll tell you what. Those are about the best pressings of those records you can get. Those are really good. Those Warner Brothers Supers are really good pressings.
I mean, Coleman was a really great guy from what I learned from Mazzy. Coleman, and him used to work in a record store together. That's what I gathered. And sadly, he passed away of cancer. And so Mazzy was tasked with selling all of his records. But, Mazzy was his friend for a long time. And Mazzy did a great job on that auction. I hope.
That was way. Another thing where it's vinyl community lore. That was way before my time.
That was
trying to be in this community.
That was, I believe that was 2021.
Yeah.
Earlier
I think I didn't come until 23?
No, you
22, 23?
You came in late 2021, but
was it 2021?
Yeah, late 2021, but this was early 2021. But the auction was great. I have a lot. I have to get the Coleman records and put them in one separate part of my shelf. I want to have them all together.
Ooh, that looks so yummy. That looks so yummy.
I can't drink. I tried to drink soda the other day, and it's
so refreshing. I'm having a beer, but it's right now I'm looking at that going maybe I want a Pepsi.
I want to drink. I tried to drink soda the other day, and it was just too sweet to me, and I couldn't drink it.
I finally took my lazy ass down to the water store because I have all these 5-gallon jugs, and I filled them all with water. So I've been drinking a lot of ice water, which has been really good.
I have I'm fancy. I have my refrigerator water.
Now, do you drink when you get the waters filled up? Do you just get the regular water, or do you get alkaline water?
I get alkaline water.
Yeah.
I just drink regular water. I don't think there's no difference, right?
Yeah, I also make sure I buy the ice from her too. She sells me the alkaline ice water, or whatever. So it's ice.
I don't know. My water tastes fine. I guess I don't notice the difference if my water's filtered anyway. I got filtered water anyway, so I don't buy the alkaline water because you go to Costco, and I know I'm a cheap ass. You go to Costco, and the alkaline water is more expensive than the bottled water.
It's a little bit more pricey, but it's good for you. It's good for the pets too. It's good for the pets. It's good for all around.
Good for your system. That's all I buy alkaline water bottles. This is the kind that you get at Winco.
Never heard of that.
Even though my favorite,
I've never heard of it.
Even though my favorite alkaline water is the ones that you get at Walmart, the great value ones, because those taste way better, and those make you feel way better as well.
I mean, they may be better for you.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be healthy for you. It's supposed to help you with your cardiovascular system and everything. It's
Mhm.
yeah.
I don't know. I just think it's kind of snake oil, to be honest with you. I've been
Yeah.
drinking regular water all my life, and look
Well,
at
I
me.
mean,
I'm still
I
here.
mean,
I
a few
never
cents more ain't going to kill you. When you go to fill up
No,
your bottles, I don't think a few cents more
no,
is
no,
going
no,
to
no,
kill you to
no.
get alkaline.
I mean, I
Just to be
use.
safe, be on the safe side.
I mean, I just use the water that's in my fridge. I'm still
Mhm.
here. Knock on heaven. I'm still here at 42.
Uh-huh.
I know that people say, "Oh, alkaline water is better for your teeth." Yes, but the water I drink is fine. I guess I'm one of those people that I just drink water. I don't really need the fan. Well, I have Pellegrino, so I can't
Well,
talk.
Lisa, if you go before me, I'm gonna be at your funeral. And when somebody comes up to the casket while I'm looking at you, I'm gonna be like, "Oh, I heard you didn't drink alkaline water."
Look. If I go before you,
They'd
if
be
I
like,
go before you,
"Yeah, that's why I
you can
heard
tell
you."
my relatives that she was a son of a bitch.
They'd be like,
I've drank tap water my whole life, and
Now, Tim. Let me tell you, I won't. I have a limit
Mhm.
to my water. I won't drink tap. I have to have a limit. It has to be filtered. I know. I'm
no,
bougie.
tap
well,
is fine.
like
Tap
well,
is
like they
absolutely
say,
fine.
well, like they say nowadays, they're saying that kids have to have bottled waters or anything else. Like it's true. I was one of those kids that was raised. We drank from the manguera, as we call it in Spanish. We drank from the hose.
Your
You
teeth
know.
are gonna fall out.
Uh-huh.
Tap water has fluoride in it, and that's really
Mhm.
good for your teeth.
Yeah, but
Mhm.
but my teeth are already messed up, and I don't know
You
if
know,
there's a lot
me,
of.
I have I was born with a calcium deficiency and it never really affected me until I got older. Cause like right now, like I said, right now, like just, I had two teeth that are going bad. I mean, they're chipped. So I'm like AGK style here. So it's like, yeah, so I have to have these two teeth fixed. Actually, they're telling me about like taking them all out and putting permanent dentures. I'm like, I don't know about that. Cause I'm like that. I hated it when like people would have like a couple of bad teeth, and next thing you know, they get the whole thing redone. They come back and they're like, oh, bing, and they have like all new teeth. Hate that shit. Hate that shit. So I was like, I don't know. My dentist's like, well, your insurance would pay for it, so it'd be a good thing.
I didn't know. I didn't know that filtered water
Uh-huh.
has more. I don't think there's a difference between. He
Uh-huh.
says that alkaline water is less acidic.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well,
Yeah.
you know what?
Mhm.
You know what? I've been drinking this water for years. I turned out perfectly okay. Nothing's really happened to me.
Again,
So
I've never even
I
heard of alkaline water.
I've heard of alkaline water. My dad one time was like, "Let's just buy it and try it."
And
And my
Mhm.
dad was
and
like,
I've
"It's
worked
not
at
worth it."
Whole Foods. I've worked at Sam's Club. I've worked at Dean and DeLuca. I've never heard of alkaline water.
Alkaline water is
Mhm.
supposed to be like I would call it like the not like Pellegrino. Pellegrino is like a higher
No,
end
no,
water.
that's carbonated water. Alkaline is just they add a little something to the water. Now, I hadn't heard about alkaline water till probably about. I think the first time I heard about alkaline water is maybe about 5 years ago, 4 or 5
Yeah,
years ago.
I
That was the first time I heard about it. Yeah. So.
At Dean and DeLuca, this is a long time ago, but I was a
Uh-huh.
beverage buyer at Dean and DeLuca.
Ah,
I
Mm.
think
Hey, I've never heard of it.
I think it might have been 2017 when I heard of alkaline water, and
Uh-huh.
that's because that was like the first full year that my parents was back in California from living for a while in
Uh-huh.
Idaho. They lived in Arcadia, and my stepmom used to go to this one place to get jugs of bottled water, and it was all alkaline. She's like, "You're gonna love this. Drink
Mhm.
this." And I drank it. I was like, "Wow, this tastes way better than regular water." And when
It
I
almost has
got
like a sweet taste
when-
to it, doesn't it?
when I
Almost like
got
a little bit, yeah.
when I got COVID the
Mhm.
first time in 2021, regular water just didn't sit well with me, but alkaline water totally worked with me.
Yeah.
It totally worked when I was like going through all the shit with
Mhm.
COVID and stuff. So ever since then, I cannot drink anything else but alkaline water. Everything else is just not worked with me. Alkaline just totally does it.
Well, Fox Guy, like I was saying, the place I go to for the water, they sell alkaline ice. So usually I buy the ice from them too. So I actually have alkaline ice like in my soda and stuff like that. Let me see. Mike said he wants to go back to the original subject. So let's go ahead and do this for a little bit for Mike. Dusty, the following 5 albums, these are his 5 albums: Bare Naked Ladies, Maybe You Should Drive, Paul McCartney, Wings, At the Speed of Sound, U2, oh no, How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb. Not my favorite album, but okay. In Excess 10, love that album. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, not bad. Pretty good list. I mean, me, you two had to dismantle an atomic bomb. I am not a later U2 fan.
Yeah, that one you can
really
find
not.
at the
Well,
Goodwill.
I will say the album before that is my favorite U2 album, but How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb I didn't like a whole lot. But the one
I
before
think
that,
from there on, I kind of fell off. Definitely.
I'm okay, guys. I'm okay with the water that I
Wings
have.
at the Speed of Sound maybe is in my bottom 5 McCartney albums. Maybe I like his stuff on it, but I don't like the band stuff, and it's half the album.
I'm still alive, people. I'm still alive. I'm fine with the water that I have.
And when it comes to Fleetwood Mac, I'm sorry, but I am all about Tango in the Night.
Tango of the Night was I think it was one of the better albums of the 80s. I really, really do. Some people would be like, no, well, I mean, Christine McVie really shined on that album, so.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, yeah. But, yeah, it's
Everywhere,
one of my
favorite Lights, and then Lindsey Buckingham shines with Big Love and Family Man, and
yeah,
it's such a beautiful album. This was supposed to have been a solo Lindsey Buckingham album, but then he decided, no, I'm just gonna go do another Fleetwood Mac album, and this was totally amazing.
You know, I have an original pressing of that. I don't even remember how I got it. I don't remember buying it, but I have an original pressing of that. Which, I mean, it sounds really good. Yeah. Paper thin vinyl, but sounds great.
Yeah, that's what this is too. Pressing.
Yeah. Let me see. Got an alkaline pitcher. It's like a Brita, but has a huge filter. Tim, you thinking All That You Can't Leave Behind 2000. Now, I did like All That You Can't Leave Behind.
That's my favorite. And the reason that's my favorite is this is the first time where Bono's voice cracks every once in a while. He sounds like a human being for the first time. And I really I'm like, gosh, he sounds human on this. And I think the songs are great. There's not a song I don't like on that album.
You know, because
I can say that about.
Because, I mean, with U2, I even liked it when they went through, I mean, I was like with them even through the whole, like, you know, Zoo TV, you know, discotheque. Freaking, I was with them through that era too, you know. But like after How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb was like where I set the one. I was like,
there's a couple of good songs on that. But, overall, no. But no, I lost U2 for quite a while. Come on, Lemon. Oh God, I couldn't.
Lemon. Oh, I can't get that high.
I like 80s U2. I like and some of 90s.
Well, who doesn't? I mean, you talk about like Boy, War,
yeah.
Unforgettable
Battle
Fire,
of October.
Yeah.
I do have
poetry.
I do have to say I think I ended with Vertigo. I think that's off of that Atomic Bomb album.
Yeah.
I did love Vertigo. That's a very amazing song, and
I really like it. Okay, you got that's a good song. Yeah,
I really like it too. When there's like a Saturday Night Live where Colin Farrell comes out, and it's him, and he's being interviewed by Fred Armisen. And I don't know if you ever seen Fred Armisen in Saturday Night Live. He has like this character that plays the timbales and stuff like that, and he always goes adios mio. And then he's interviewing Colin Farrell, and Colin Farrell is Bono, and he was like, "Hey, Bono," and Vertigo, you said 1, 2, 3, 14. Why do you go to 14? And Bono's like, oh man, I'm just having fun. I'm just having fun with the language. I'm just having fun with the language, man. It's like, you know, it's disrespectful when you do that. And then it's like, oh, I meant no disrespect. Hey, I'm kidding. Let's sing it. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 14. And then,
I mean, it's not a bad album. I found it for $2 at Goodwill.
I think that's where I got mine too.
Like, I mean, the next album went.
I mean, we can all agree
this is something in the United States. I don't know about the rest of the world, but on the classic rock stations in the United States, Vertigo is the very last song that gets played on. But
Yeah.
by that I mean the newest song played on any classic rock station in America
Yeah.
is Vertigo. That
I
is the
mean,
very last one.
yeah.
I mean,
Nothing
let's.
nothing gets played past Vertigo. That it's
Well,
the
I
Yeah.
mean,
last, and I don't know why that is. I don't know
mhm.
why they picked Vertigo. Okay, we're going to play Vertigo. Nothing after this, no matter how good it is. Nothing. So that's it.
Now is it just me or just Bono say "oopa" on that freaking song? Or am I just like
No.
hearing that shit? Because it goes like "hello, hello, oopa." Vertigo. All I know is I think that's the song that's the part that I remember because like I can listen to that song while I'm cleaning. About it gets me going. It does get me going. So
I
that one song,
mean,
yeah, okay.
What was
yeah.
the other hit on that album? There were 2 hits on the album. They were
Let
both
me read
good.
the track listing.
I didn't
Oh,
love the rest of it.
Uh huh.
let me go read the track listing. Let me take off the sticker.
Mysterious Ways, Octung Baby, that's a fucking banger.
Oh
Sorry,
yeah.
Mysterious Ways is a fucking banger. It
I'm
really
trying to
is.
like rip off this sticker off this goddamn album.
Going back a little ways, though, I want to talk to what Fred had said. He said, I like listening to 45 PMs, 45s on a Cosmic Cruiser. It's kind of cool. The reason why I brought that, I wanted to go back to Fred. What Fred said was because I remember there's this guy that I watched. His name is Craig Tube. And he used to do what was microbrewing. He used to do like, beer brewing, whatever it may be. And then he started a vinyl channel because he had ended up with some records, and decided he was going to start a vinyl channel, which now he's like one of the premier vinyl channels, or used to be. He hasn't done it in years. But he said the way he got back into vinyl was he said he went to a yard sale, and the lady had a stack of 45s. He said, I think I bought like almost 245s for like $5 or some shit like that. And he said, and I had this cheap freaking little record player she had, this little freaking messed up record player. I put that in my kitchen. And I was cooking and I was doing the dishes and I was changing the 45s and, it was all these lemon spoonful 45s, all these different 45s. And I had been listening. I've always listened to music. I never stopped listening to music. But listening to all these 45s, I was having fun.
Yeah.
I was having fun. So it kind of got me back to the whole thing. Because he's all, you know what? I have this old turntable that me and my brother used to have. It's up in the closet. I wonder if I took it down and fixed it up, if maybe I could play some of these 45s and they would sound better, than what I'm listening to on this thing. So he said he took the, turntable down. He said he knew nothing about aligning a cartridge, any of that shit. So he said he took it down. He put the cartridge back in, put it back in the SR. Went to go play with the 45s. He said it sounded horrible. And he was like, what the fuck am I doing? This is the reason why we probably stopped listening to records. He's all, this sounds horrible. And he said he was on YouTube, and it had something to do with the algorithm. It sent him a video of how to align your cartridge and all that stuff. And he said that he aligned his cartridge, and he's all, okay, well, let me try this. So he aligned the cartridge, whatever, and he's like, went ahead and he said he, downloaded the protractor off of whatever website, printed out on paper, aligned his cartridge, and he said he went to go play some records, and he's like, they sounded fucking fantastic. I was like, wow, I wish I had known this back when I was a kid. He's all, if I had known to line up, my stylus and stuff, and he said I've been addicted ever since.
I think
he's like,
the other single off of this album, I think, is Sometimes You Can't Make It on Your Own.
I'll be right back. I got a little boy's room.
I think the track listing is Vertigo, Miracle Drug, Sometimes You Can't Make It on Your Own, Love, Peace, or Else, City of Blind Lights, I think All Because of You might have also.
All Because of You. All Because
Yeah.
of You was the other. Was
Yeah.
the other one.
A Man and a Woman, Crumbs from Your Table, One Step Closer, original of the Species, Wish. What's the worst? What's the worst U2 album? The one that they made me freaking have on iTunes when I didn't ask for it. They're like, here, you're gonna have this album.
I think
Not the
latest.
That wasn't the worst, but I was like, one day I was checking my iTunes, and U2 was like, congratulations, you got a free album from us. And I was like, I didn't pay for it.
Exactly. They got in a lot of trouble for that.
I was like, I did not.
Changed the way Billboard magazine worked. It changed all kinds of things because they had the #1 album because everybody that had an iPhone got it, and they counted that
Yeah.
as sales.
No, well,
Not
because
after that happened, they didn't. Not
yeah, because I had
anymore.
iTunes on my computer, and I was like, okay, now I have iTunes, and I have this album that I did not ask for. I played it. It was not. It was okay, but I was like, I did not ask for that. YouTube.
No,
Thanks for giving me a random
there's
album.
like one or two good songs on it. And
Yeah. But
yeah, their latest album, they covered themselves like acoustically, and
yeah.
it should be great. But it's. I thought I only heard a couple tracks, but I thought it was horrible.
I mean, according to Mike, they're working on a new album. I mean, you know,
a couple of albums ago, I just learned this in the last year. They did an album. I forget which one it is. It might be the one with the kids holding hands, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's before or after that. But after they finished the album, they recorded another song that they didn't put on the album. And this is the song they're promoting. They did it on the Tonight Show. I forget the name of the song, but it's fantastic. I'm like, why isn't this on the album? This is amazing. And it's not. It was only a release as like
if I remember correctly, the kids on the album, if I remember correctly, the kids on the album are the kids of the members of U2. Now, I don't know if you guys have heard it, but
I don't know, but anyway, it didn't wind up on that album, and it just wound up as a digital single, and it's the best thing U2 had done in years. And I'm like, really? It's I guess there is a CD, a special CD edition that has it, but
yeah.
I don't get it.
I could probably ask the chat and ask everybody. Have you guys ever heard of Inhaler?
Take your good stuff and hide it.
There's a band. Let me think about it. There's like a band that's based out of U2 because it's U2's son, Bono. He has a band called Inhaler. I listened to them. They were okay. I mean, it was expected that maybe one of the kids of U2 would follow in the steps of doing music, but he's trying to be like his dad. I mean, it's kind of hard when you think about it, when there's young kids and they got this famous musician dad and they're trying to forge a career for themselves. Yeah, I'm thinking of who it's like with I know we're gonna go back to Beatles. It's like Julian when he was trying to forge his own career. And I mean, his album's not bad. I like his album. I like Too Late.
It's anybody. It doesn't matter who it is.
Yeah,
Jacob Dylan had some success, but it didn't last.
Dylan.
It probably didn't last because he's Bob Dylan's son.
I mean, he had some success. I mean, the first album he did was pretty good. I'm thinking who else.
There's been a lot.
There's Ty Bachman. His dad is Randy Bachman.
Yeah.
Ty had like that hit with She's So High. Who else?
Oh, Arlo Guthrie. His dad is Woody Guthrie.
Yeah. There's Rufus Wainwright, who is the son of Loden Wainwright the second.
AJ Croce.
AJ Croce tried to, I think, somewhat have a career, and it didn't quite fly.
Sometimes it works out, but not. But now, unless you're 18 and a female and willing to go on stage practically naked, you're not going to make it anyway. So
that is, you are technically not wrong. You're not technically wrong about that, because a lot of the famous female singers nowadays are young.
Well, yeah.
They're young, they're hip. Like if you think about like Sabrina Carpenter, Sabrina Carpenter's 26, 25. And she's made quite the career for herself. She's originally from Disney. Chapel Roan, yeah, you're right. There's a lot of like, if you're a female nowadays, you got to be young to make it, because if you're an older artist that's been around for a while, it's kind of hard to compete against these younger artists.
Even if you make it, it's not like it used to be.
No.
If you were an artist in the 60s or 70s or even the 80s, when you made it, everybody knew who you were. Okay?
Yeah.
That's not the case now. I don't know who most of these people are. But
No.
but in the 70s, people my age would have known who anybody that was coming around was. They would have known because they would have heard it on the radio
Yeah.
and they would have but now, no, now you don't
Well,
know.
well, now it's definitely harder. Yeah, nowadays, like within the last 10 to 15 years, yes, it's definitely harder for a musician to establish themselves and to make it into chart on the Billboard charts. Because if you think about it, one woman has kind of been on the front for a while.
You're going out.
Yeah,
Taylor
no, you're
Swift.
going out.
Yep.
Damn,
Taylor
we went up
Swift.
in viewers. Did Lisa show her boobs? Did I
No,
miss something?
well, you see, it's safe to
kidding.
say within the
I'm just
last
playing.
10 to 15 years, this girl has, been on the radio a lot.
Okay, for that you get muted. But anyways, that gets you muted.
Yeah, but nobody listens to the radio anymore, so it doesn't matter.
Well,
That's the thing.
the
Back
thing
at my time, everybody listened to the radio and it mattered.
Well, but
Now
the
they
thing
don't.
about it is a lot of people, when they do listen to radio,
Nice,
most
William.
of the time,
Nice.
it's safe to say most of the time nowadays when people do listen to radio, they listen to it in their car. If they're in their car, they'll turn on the radio. That's how I listen to it. I do, however, have an alarm clock with the radio. I know. I have one.
Okay,
And I haven't plugged it in.
but okay, that being said, okay, you said you have an alarm clock with a radio. How long do you let it play in the morning? It's like, do you sit there and say, okay, I mean, most of us during the 80s, the alarm clock went off with the radio. We let the radio play while we turn around and say, okay, I'm going to go jump in the shower. I'm going to get ready. Nowadays, do you just like let it play or do you just go ahead and turn it off?
I don't know. I haven't plugged it in years, but I have it.
Then why the fuck did you bring it up, Lisa?
Oh, because
I was gonna ask that. Why you bring it up? And
because at one point I did have
Okay.
it plugged in. I did have it plugged
Yeah,
in.
back when people used to listen to the radio.
I'll show you.
But now that they
I'll show
don't,
you that
you
alarm.
don't anymore. So what's the
Hold on, I'll
point?
show you
That's it, Lisa. Now go, Lisa. That's it. Now you have to go plug that fucker in and listen to it. Poor Lisa, we fuck with her so much, but it's so fun. Emma and the Sniffers.
she sets her up.
Yeah,
herself
she
up
does.
for it.
She puts her butt in the air to get kicked. I know. There you go.
It's a Sony.
It's a fancy one, so it's a Sony, so it's a good one.
Yeah, it's a Dream Machine.
Is that looks like it's from 1991?
There you go.
I got that at Target. I got that Target within the last 5 years.
You gotta take a toothbrush to that, maybe some peroxide, man. We need to bring that color out.
Yeah, I've had this for a very. You know what, Paulina? I might have bought this in 2015.
I don't even think I have a fucking alarm clock. I think I just set my phone.
Me too.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't even think I have a fucking alarm clock.
I set my phone for my alarm, but the reason why I bought this is because I wanted to have, a radio.
It's because it looks good. Yeah, the radio that you said too.
It's so cool. How much
Yeah.
do these go for, I wonder, on eBay?
Probably exactly $5. Yeah, there you go. Lisa, I suggest this is okay. That's it.
I've got a Sony alarm clock, and finally one day I unplugged it and I went and got an old one because I couldn't even set the time on this thing. It was so ridiculous. It was so complicated. I mean, God, you couldn't change the time. You couldn't do anything with it, and it would change time zones once in a while. Suddenly, I'd walk into my bedroom and it would be 2:00 in the morning, but it would tell me that it was 4:00 in the morning. It had changed time zones for no reason. I'm like,
Fox Guy, I've become a slave to my Alexa. Okay, now the thing is, my Alexa tells me when to shit, when to pee, when to eat. It happens gradually too. Like you set little reminders in there, like I'll try to say, Alexa, remind me to set the coffee maker for the morning. So it turns around. That's one reminder. I'll say, Alexa, remind me when to turn the AC off. It tells me. Alexa, remind me when to change all the wax melts in the house. It reminds me. And next thing you know, every so often, yeah, that little thing's a fucking monster. Next thing you know, every so often, it's fucking telling you, reminder, set all the wax melts. Reminder, wipe your ass. Reminder, wash your ass. Reminder. Before you know, you have like all kinds of reminders in there. It's talking to you all day. You're not going, fuck.
I wouldn't have an Alexa for all the money in the world. No, thank you. I've seen too many videos where people go, Alexa, tell me about the plans for artificial intelligence to take over the world. And off it goes. And it's like, this is scary, man. This is scary. Or the other thing is, it just shuts off. It just goes... And it's like, that's just as scary.
Right? Look at Fox. I said, Dusty, well, my, I'll just say A word, is responding to your voice right now. It probably is like going, it's probably going nuts, telling you, blah, 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 blah. You know?
Well, that must mean Alexa thinks that. That must mean that Alexa thinks that you're Fox guy. I don't know if you ever. I don't know if you ever saw. I don't know if you ever watched Big Bang. If you watch Big Bang Theory, but there's an episode where Raj gets like gets a Siri on his phone, and he's like, so it's like also response to voice. His friend Howard, and it's like only just mine. I don't know. Let's see. And then he says like, Hey Siri, can you show me pictures of naked grandmothers or something like that? And he's like, it only responds to my voice. Oh, hey Siri, can you show me this? And he's like, and it actually did it. Actually did it because he imitated his friend Raj. And it's like, wow.
It is crazy because I mean you can turn around like mine is set up where I mean it's hooked up to stereo, it's hooked up to everything. So I can come in the room and I can say, hey, I come in the room and say, A word, play Shy Away by 21 Pilots. And it'll go ahead and say, it'll say, pulling that from Amazon Music. And it'll go ahead and it'll play it. Next thing you know, my stereo's going off. I can say, A word, show me the video for 21 Pilots Shy Away. Next thing you know, my TV goes on, my stereo, my receiver goes on, and it shows it to me. It shows me it to me in stereo. It's creepy. It's creepy,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's creepy.
But I do find
watches you and listens to you.
Yeah.
Thing.
But I do find some cool things about it. Is like, for instance, because I would have this hooked up to my phone, and so if I can actually talk to whoever I need to call through through my phone, and it gives me like nice surround sound when I'm talking to my friends. I'm like,
oh yeah, it does. Today. Yeah, it's a great device. I love it. Don't get me wrong. I love my A word. I won't say it because I know when you say it, it sets off. A word.
That's what I was saying. Lonnie, Candace, and Lonnie had changed theirs because they would ask questions sometimes, and they would get 200 people in the comments saying, when you did that, my Alexas went off and blah, blah. So they changed theirs to computer. So now if they mention their computer, their Alexas goes off and they,
Well, I mean, the thing that's scary, Tim.
The other day, and all of a sudden, what can I help you with?
The thing that's scary, Tim, is like when you ask it specific questions, it won't answer you. Or it tries to go around the questions. Like if you're trying to say A word, are you informing being an informant for the FBI on me or whatever? And it goes quiet or shut itself down. That's kind of scary. That's kind of scary.
I'm sure your phone spies on you too. I'm sure of that as well. That your phone
proof of your phone spying on you or Alexa today. Just today, I had turned around and put in the private chat with me and Paulina and Lisa. Right now, I had like a shelf that I had. It was like a spice rack shelf or whatever above my sink in the kitchen. It fell down, whatever it was. So what I did was I patched up all the holes and I was getting ready to repaint it. So didn't even say it. It wasn't saying, Here I am. I'm patching up my holes, blah, blah. Didn't even mention it. I patch up the holes, and I waited for it to dry. I came over here and sat down on the computer. I pull up my Facebook. It's got a fucking ad from Home Depot on buying like patch up materials and drywall patch up materials. And I was like, I didn't even fucking say it.
Yeah.
How the fuck did it know? How did it know that I was working on fucking patchwork in my house? Scary.
It's scary. Yeah, I was yelling at Doc today and Peter Boothroyd because they're big. They keep using AI, and I'm like, the thing about AI is the more you use it, the more it learns. The more you use it, the smarter it gets, and eventually, it's not going to need us anymore.
I found out this thing is from 2010. It's from 2010, and it still works.
You know what your assignment is for this evening, Lisa?
Yeah.
Your assignment is set the time on it. Set it to a radio station, 102.7 KISS FM, 106.7 K-Rock, 105.9 Power. I do not give a shit what you set it to. Set the alarm, for whatever time you expect to get up, and let the radio go on and listen to the radio for at least 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Because then that will make your fucking story valid. Oh, well. Yeah,
well.
do it.
I don't know how to set the alarm. I lost a manual to this.
She don't even fucking know how to use it anymore.
Hey, Lisa, there's this really cool thing that will help you out with that. You know what it's called? It's called Google. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, YouTube.
You could get the manual off of Google.
Or this is another crazy thing. That thing that you are on called YouTube. You could actually put the model of it in the YouTube. I'm pretty sure some jackass has made a video about it on how to run it.
Yeah.
Because they figure I should put this video in here because I'm a jackass. And I'm pretty sure there's some other jackass who wants to learn how to use this at one time or another.
It still works. It plays music.
It's 2010. Why wouldn't it still work? My alarm clock's from like 1972, and guess what? It still works.
Loser List says, I hate when he gets on me to talk to me when I talk to... You know what? Have you ever told your Alexa, I love you? Oh, fuck guys, I'm sorry. Have you ever told your A word, I love you? It'll turn around and tell you back. It'll let you down softly. It'll try and say, oh, thank you. You're so sweet. But, I am your da-da-da-da-da. It'll turn around and let you down. Don't fall in love with me type thing, So if you try and do the whole River Phoenix and she, it won't let you do it.
I do with my phone all the time. It was like this. Mm-hmm. Hey, Siri, I love you.
That's sweet.
See, exactly. That's what it does. It goes, but Alexa, I'm sorry, A word, my bad. We'll go into a hospital and say, well, that's great. And I do understand your feelings. But, I am a blah, 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 blah. And it'll let you down slowly. Don't be a fucking idiot. I'm a machine.
I mean, Google reads a poem for you too.
I think we always need to be careful about privacy, but we have federal government that has manufactured crisis syndrome.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't really want to. I wasn't going to go into that, Sean, but you know what? I agree with you. I'm more concerned about that than dangers of AI. Let me see. Fox Guy said I turned my volume down so it's not triggering. There you go. Alexa Plus is out now. It's a different Alexa.
Okay, Google.
Okay.
Say I love you.
I'm going to change mine to be called Lisa, and I'm going to use it. I'm going to change it to Lisa's voice because with AI now you can capture somebody's voice.
Well, I'm going to set my alarm clock.
That would be fucking crazy.
My AM station does not work, but my FM does.
My daughter would be like, "What the fuck? Why is it when I talk to Alexa, it's turning around, it's going, hey." How are you doing?
No. You gotta do it like this. Peter Griffin. I told you not to do that.
Why is it doing that?
It's gonna be like, hey guys.
No, it's gonna be like, Dan, did you thaw the chicken?
Hey, that video.
You just
I'm gonna be
thought
like,
it, chicken.
"A word. What is the temperature? Hey guys, right now it's 96 degrees.
Why do you sound like a mixture of Roseanne Barr and Richard
You may
Dolan?
wanna. It's gonna start like Chris. You may wanna turn on the AC. You know, my dad likes the AC, but
Oh my God! I just thought of the worst thing you could do, the worst prank you could do. Break into people's houses that you know have Alexa, and change the voices of every Alexa that you go into their house to the voice of Richard Dolan.
Oh my God! Oh, that would be hilarious. Oh my God! You'd be like, "Oh, excuse me, Alexa, what is the temperature?" Well, right now it's 96 degrees. It's kind of hot out there. It's pretty warm. You may want to try your AC, maybe get some ice water. Would probably be a good idea.
But if it's cold, you might you might not want to go out today. Unless you like it when it's cold, then you might want to go out.
Yeah.
Wait, this is
Go.
Channel
It's
Dawn?
freezing out there. Why would you want to go out there? Are you crazy? You crazy? It's cold. Only reason why I would go out there is for a Paul McCartney show. Otherwise, I would not go out there. It's cold. There you go.
Oh yeah, gotta find a funny.
Okay,
video.
Richard, do not have a heart attack. I'm just having fun with you, Richard. So there you go. You can make fun of me. Call me Krusty the Clown some more. There you go. Oh my God. Easy mix like all. That's funny.
Fox guy says, "Hey, Fox guy said, "Hey, Lisa, let me tell you something."
Wait! You gotta hear this voice.
Hi everybody, it's Richard and I'm back for another video and we're back for another installment.
There, that's all you need to hear.
It would be like, "Hey everybody, it's Richard. I'm telling you, it's cold out there. You might want to put on your jacket."
Let me tell you something. When you did that voice, you made me sound like Roseanne Barr mixed with Richard Dolan, and I do not sound like Richard Dolan.
No, but you do sound like Roseanne Barr, so we're halfway there.
Do I sound like Roseanne Barr?
I'm still thinking about that.
Let me watch an interview with Roseanne
Richard,
Barr.
and I'm back to answer another question.
Let me see. Let me do an interview
There
with
you go.
Roseanne Barr. Let's see if I sound like
There
her.
you go.
Oh God.
Yo, excuse me, Richard. Who is Groovy Lisa? Groovy Lisa is a YouTube personality. She has a YouTube channel. She's on YouTube from time to time. There you go.
You know, sounding like Roseanne Barr is not a compliment.
Oh my
It's
God,
an
Beans
insult.
had it down. Oh my God,
yeah.
Beans
Yeah.
was classic.
Beans was
Yeah.
amazing. I miss Beans.
I mean,
you realize,
yeah.
you realize the anniversary is past now.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. You know what the thing is, like, whenever it passed, I just don't bring it up. I just like try not to because I like, even though I probably should, but there you go, Beans. I never got one of those. I really wish I had got one of those.
I'll be back.
It's been like 3 years now, hasn't it?
I think it's been 3 years. I think it was,
Yeah, 3 years now. 3 years.
is-
That's crazy how fast that went by. That is crazy how quick that went by. Because to me, it seems like it was just like yesterday, and I know that's very cliche to say. It seems like, no, it really does. Does not seem like that long at all. See, Richard's the only human being that could piss off Peter New, right? He's like, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a video of Peter New pissed off.
Nope.
So yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it. Of course, like I said, there's probably like 15 people here, which I'm sure probably one of them is Richard. He's probably like sitting there going, "Oh, damn you, Krusty, I hate you. I'm gonna, just you wait." No, I'm just kidding. Richard, we love you. You can always come up here and argue your points. Like I said, you're always welcome. So he's be like, "No, I hate you, and I hate Groovy Lisa. She's my nemesis." I don't know what it is about him and Lisa. It's like, I think him and Lisa have just always hated each other from the moment they met each other or some shit. I think it's just, I think it's just like the pure sexual energy between the two of them. You know,
Yeah.
it's just raw sexual energy between her and Richard. It's
What?
like, man, no, I was saying that you and Richard just like, you guys just have this like total like fucking love hate situation. I'm like, it's a sexual tension. It really is.
Nah.
Maybe you guys got to hump it out. I don't know.
No, he can go hump Beetlebee.
I'm like, you guys got to hump it out. Just like, I'm going to give you guys a sesh or something. Go have a sesh, man.
You know what? Let me tell you something, Dusty.
Uh-huh.
Let me tell you something. Fuck to the no. But you can hump with.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, 5
Oh.
minutes and maybe this whole thing will calm down.
No, trust me. Some people you can fuck them, you can give them sex, and they'll still be
Richard,
okay.
Richard wouldn't last 5 minutes.
Look, there are some people out there.
It wouldn't be that long, Lisa. A couple of seconds and it would all be over and you'd save the whole VC.
But you think about it, a couple of seconds
Uh-huh.
when you don't want to be inside of somebody ever in a million years. Ooh. No.
No, who wouldn't want to be inside you? I'm pretty sure he'd want to be inside you. I mean, would you, you know, so it's like, you know.
I don't know where that came from, but hell to the no.
5 seconds and it would be all over.
5
It'd be like,
seconds. Richard couldn't.
Oh, no,
Richard probably it'd take him an hour.
Really? You think he's a stud like that? Damn, man. He got me beat. God damn.
Meaning.
I ain't doing no hour.
I don't think you could get within 2 feet of him and he'd be done.
Look, if
before
a
he'd be
man
done.
takes an hour, if a man takes an hour, it's because he's never gonna come. Never gonna come.
Come on, Lisa, take one for the team. I'm just kidding. I'm just playing. I don't like AI either, but the only good thing is character AI, and that's it. Everything else about it.
Richard's gonna watch the stream, and Richard's gonna be like, "What the hell? You're pawning me off to Groovy?"
There'd be nothing left of poor Lisa.
Look, you know, Richard. Someday, Richard's gonna find himself a baddie who loves Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney.
I think it'd be like this. Be like, oh, Lisa, here I am. He'd rock you like a hurricane. That'd be it right there.
Richard looks like a cherub baby. You know those those babies with the wings? That's what he looks like. A cherub.
Poor Richard. He's gonna like go on somebody else's stream and be like, oh, they were talking shit about me again. I hate them again.
You know what? Tell me why I have 2 of these alarm clocks. Because I don't know. I guess maybe during 2010 I was like, I need 2 of them. So I bought 2.
At one time you were not able to wake up. Is what it was. You know.
I bought 2 alarm clocks.
Your mom's all, she lazy. She don't want to wake
You know,
up.
my dad still has his Timex clock from 1993 in his room, and it works.
My alarm clock's from the 70s.
Okay, you got us beat. You got us beat.
There you go.
I mean, I got a thing that's older than you in the house. My dad, 1940. He's the oldest thing in the house.
I thought you were about to say your chonies or something. I don't know.
No.
No.
Well, we're gonna talk about chonies. I don't buy my chonies anywhere special.
Okay, never mind. We don't want to hear about Costco chonies. We're fine.
No,
we don't need to go that route.
I buy them at Walmart too.
Yeah, I think everybody buys them at Walmart, something like that.
Because Walmart's a good deal.
Let me see. William said, "My dad's the big 63. My mom will be the big 7." Wow.
My dad,
Awesome.
My dad's 85. My dad had me at 42, the age that I am now.
Lisa has a backline of unplugged clocks. Would not doubt it.
I have. You know what I also have? I have a Polaroid camera. Let me show you it.
Hopefully my mom wants a rock and roll party. A Polaroid camera?
I have this, but I do. Polaroid camera.
What kind of pictures do you take with your Polaroid camera? Is that for the OnlyFans? Chicken like a Polaroid picture? Or what? What's
I mean...
You know how much film costs for that fucking shit?
Yeah.
Film is fucking expensive for a Polaroid. Well,
I paid $5 for it, so I'm not too pressed.
well, Lisa, like I'm
Yeah,
saying,
but the film. But you know why the film's so expensive? I just learned this. I learned it from Lonnie and Candace actually.
Why?
Because Polaroid film isn't just film. Do you know what Polaroid cameras don't have and need?
What?
A battery. So the batteries are in the film packs.
Really?
Yes. Yes.
That's
That's
interesting.
how
Well,
Polaroids
yeah.
work. You put the film pack in and then that charges, that's where it gets its power from. And the batteries that don't last very long. They last enough for a roll of film and that's about it. Then you throw
Okay, that's
film pack
crazy.
out with the battery and then you put a new one in. And that's why film packs expire. You know, they'll have a.
I did not know that.
It's because of the battery.
The battery goes bad. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I also have a Fuji film camera that my sister Danielle gave me, and it's an instant camera. She just one day was like, "Here, you might take some pictures with it," and it's been sitting in my room for a couple years now. She never uses it, so I have a lot of film cameras, but I never use them.
My grandmother's brother from my dad's birth family was almost 50 when he had two of my cousins who are musically talented.
Well, I got you beat, William. My dad was 56 when Danielle was born. 56.
Wow. That's like 3 years older than me. I could not picture having a kid right now.
My dad,
to the no.
1996.
Oh my God.
1996, my dad was 56 when he had my sister. And I
Yeah.
asked my dad, why did you decide to have Danielle? And my dad goes, it just kind of happened one night and Danielle came in.
Well, you know. Well, I understand. I mean, I'm 53. I can understand that. Oh, it just kind of happened. You know, but still, goddamn.
I mean, my sister's gonna. My sister is worried about being 30 next year, and I told her it's not a big deal.
I mean, 53. I'm not dead yet. You know, I still can. You know,
I know.
I do my thing.
mean,
But damn, having a kid, that's crazy.
I mean, my grandma had her last kid at 50, and that was number 17.
56 was also the age that he said, like, oh.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Sean said, anything corporate is good to keep us costs high. I guess that's why they say our system is so. Oh, well.
Yeah, well, but you know, you could die at any age,
Right.
boy. You could have a kid young, and you can die young too. So, my dad, you know, he's 56 and he made to 85. So that's pretty impressive when he had my sister.
You know, I wonder if it's like, you know, well, maybe it's our generation that maybe is like not living as long.
No.
So I mean, you have to think like, you know, like my kid's mother, her father, he's like 86.
Yeah.
And then I have like my friend Lewis, his mother's 94.
Wow.
You know, and it's like I know a lot of these people that have parents that are like outrageous. I mean, my parents died young. You know, my mom died at 50, but she was an alcoholic, so she had a bad liver. My dad died at 54. Same thing. You know, he liked to drink, bad heart, you know. So, but most people, you know, yeah, they're living like, it seems like they're living longer.
Well, on my mom's
You know?
side of the family, most of the people live to 70. But we have one uncle.
Mm-hmm.
We have one uncle who smokes a lot, and he drinks a lot, and he's 80. He's just like sits there and he smokes and drinks and he lives in France. So it's kind of interesting because we have other relatives who smoke and drink, and they didn't make it past 70. But this uncle, I don't know what's his secret. He's like, his teeth are falling out, and he's made it to 80. He curses, and he drinks a lot, and he eats whatever the hell he wants. And I don't get genetics. Like, I don't get it.
It just, it makes no sense to me either. That's the reason why, I mean, like my Aunt Helen, she's 67. You know, she drinks like a freaking fish, and I'm talking hard alcohol, tequila and stuff. She smokes like a fucking chimney, and she's 67. She went for her fucking physical not too long ago, and they said, oh, she's doing great. We
And
wanted to quit smoking and drinking, but she's doing
cancer?
great.
Wow.
Yeah, 67, you know. I don't know. I'm
Not
like,
much older than me, Dusty.
Yeah, but she's doing great. I mean, but like I said, and the woman still is like, I'm gonna drink
I mean, and it's like
my tequila,
me.
I don't care.
It's the opposite with my mom.
Like, Jesus, you know.
My mom goes for her physical exam, right? And she finds out her cholesterol's 224. And they're telling her, if you get your cholesterol any higher, you're going to have to be put on cholesterol lowering medicine. My mom's like, I'm not gonna take it. I was like,
Well,
Mom.
like me, it's like, I like to drink my beer, but it's like I try and limit myself to a certain amount, and I remember I was like telling my aunt, like I said, Helen, she's the one who drinks like a fucking fish. And I was like telling her, because I was having a couple of beers, we were at her place, and I was like, okay, that's good enough. I said, I'm going to have something to eat, and that's going to be it. She's all, you only had 3 beers. And I was like, yeah, it's enough for me. She's all, you're only 53. You're a baby. Have another one. I'm like, no, I'm good. But I'm just like, I'm trying to like cut down. She's like, you know how old Mexican people are.
Well, I know how it is.
Uh-huh.
I have Asian relatives, and I have this one uncle named Uncle Singh. He can drink 7 Heinekens in one sitting, and he'll sit there and he'll drink it, and he'll smile. And that man doesn't get drunk for the life of me. He's lost.
That's crazy.
And he's had his gallbladder removed too. And the
That's crazy. Me, a 6-pack, that's like my limit. 6-pack's like, okay, enough.
But
I used to do where I would drink more,
it.
but fuck that shit, not anymore.
No, my uncle loves
more.
it. My uncle drinks and drinks and drinks, and he's the happiest man in the world.
But you know who does need to drink, though? Lisa needs a fucking drink. Because she's too fucking wound too tight. There you go.
I accidentally drank once.
But something tells me like Lisa would be the type like when she got drunk, I'd be trying to tape her mouth up.
No, no. You know what type I would be? Judging from my accidental experience, I'd be an emotional drunk.
Well, we heard about you, the whole crying about Madonna story.
Yeah.
Life expectancy in the U.S. is declining, but it's increasing in Canada and Europe.
Yeah, it's 79 for men in U.S. 79.
So maybe I should move to Canada then. I'll live longer.
Well, because I've been hearing
that
the food in Europe is better than the food out here. That the people don't get as sick as they do out here because the food in Europe has something that our food doesn't have.
Well, no, it's called people in Europe actually cook. Maybe that's what it is.
No, like but what
right.
I mean is in the stores. They say that the food is better. Like when you go to a restaurant.
I don't think that the food is generally better. I think it's just the people cook. They don't eat out as much, probably.
Because one of my friends says somebody I was watching. She said she went to eat in Italy, and she did not get sick or she did not have stomach issues in Italy. But when she came back here and ate the food here, she started having stomach issues again. But Italy, her stomach was fine.
To tell you the truth, I don't think that they do anything different in other countries when it comes to preserve the meat and stuff like that. I think they do pretty much the same things. It's just, I just think that, I think in other countries, like I said, I think they cook more.
They probably do, yeah.
Like I've been trying to do recently, I've been trying to like meal prep instead of eating out because it's so easy to eat out. Oh, I'm sorry.
We eat fresh food in most countries. We don't eat fresh food. We eat processed, canned, frozen foods. We don't eat.
Our foods have a lot of ingredients in it that they should not have. That's the thing.
But you know what, Tim? Like you said, it's true. Even when I go to Costco and I buy my big ass bag of chicken that I'm going to use for like so many meals, whatever, it's frozen. It's probably processed. I've never really sat down and read the ingredients stuff.
And unless it's free range or something, it's been injected with a whole bunch of hormones and stuff to get it to grow quicker, so they can kill it quicker and raise more chickens. And it's just the way.
But my mom likes to buy it. My mom likes to buy the Costco chicken because you have enough food for the next few days. Like we'll buy the big chicken thighs, and we'll have food for the next few days because I make baked chicken in the house, and I have a pretty good recipe.
Imagine on just one delay. That's why I got to keep her out of my refrigerator. I can't let her in my Lagunitas and I fucking Voodoo Rangers.
Let me tell you something. Beer does not interest me. Beer does not interest me. So you don't have to worry about that.
Gotta keep her out of them. Stay away from them. No, Lisa.
No, I wouldn't. I don't think I would drink beer. I don't have a desire to drink beer. But thank you.
I don't know. I think I could get Lisa to drink some beer if she came over. I'd be like, Lisa, it's good for you.
You know what?
Yummy.
For you, I would try it.
All the cool kids are doing it.
For you, I might try it once, but then I
No, see,
haven't.
there you go.
But you see, the thing about it is, I haven't drank alcohol ever. It's like, why start now? Why start now if I haven't drank it in 42 years?
I've never smoked, drank, or done drugs. That's why even at 32, people think I look younger. Well, yeah. I would assume people think I look younger because I'm fat. I'm pretty sure if I lost a whole lot of weight, the wrinkles would come out. Trust me. I know it. I know it would do that. But, I mean, you have people who are, like, older who look really great. I mean, like, look at Tim. Come on, man. Look at Tim. Looks like late 40s, early 50s, right?
Yeah. I thought he was in his 50s.
That is what you call good genes. And then you have... Ah! I'm just kidding. How was that bitch? No, I was kidding.
No. You know what's a common thing I get from people when they see me? They're like, they think I'm 25. And I remember one time in the VC, I told him my actual age. And then Randy was like, no. This is the truth. This is the truth. Yeah. Randy was like, you're not 25. And I was like, no, I'm 40. And no, at the time I was 30 something. And Randy goes, you look very young for your age. I was like, Randy, you bullshit a lot. So I think Randy was lying.
Oh, the stories that would come out. I know Lisa would start telling us all her parking lot stories.
Mm-hmm.
She'd be like, one time I went to Tinder.
I was in my 30s. Would I do those things nowadays? No. But in my 30s, I thought I would never get caught. I thought I'd never get caught, and I never did. But still, in my 40s, I wouldn't be doing that.
This is true. Like Ronald Dreamscape said, they also all have you know, like me. It's like I have healthcare through my work, but you know, I still have to pay like $75 to go see the doctor. And be like, oh, this is like my butt hurts. $75.
You know how much my mom pays a month? You know how much my mom pays a month for health insurance? My dad pays $1,100 for her.
They take like probably about $70 out of each of my checks for my health care, and then even on top of that, I have to pay like a copay and stuff. So
yeah,
never mind. I'm not gonna go into it, but that's that's pretty much my income per month is what they take for Lisa's mother's health care.
Because my mom,
it's expensive.
That's all the money I'm living on, and
well, unfortunately, my mom right now can't get Medicare until she's 65. When she turns 65, she can get Medicare. She's 64 right now. And the thing about it is my dad was trying to, my dad's like, you need to start using it. I pay $1,100 a month for it. He goes, you better start going to the doctors. I'm spending all this money for your health care. My mom goes, I know. My dad goes, go to the doctors. So now my mom's finally going to doctors after 3 years.
That's insurance. This is it's probably the most screwed up thing about America is our healthcare system.
We don't have universal healthcare. But
you don't need it. When I worked at Whole Foods, if you worked there for like 6 months or more, you got on their healthcare program, and what that was is you got $1,500 a year to spend as you like. That doesn't sound like a lot, but it rolls over. And if there's any catastrophic things that happen, the cutoff is $5,000. You don't pay more than $5,000, and you don't have to pay anything for it. And this is what good health care is. It's free up to $1,500, and so if you didn't use it, you could go get new glasses with your health care, and it'd be free. You didn't have to have an eye plan. You could go to the dentist. You could do anything you wanted with it and just submit the bill, and it would be paid up to $1,500.
Yeah, I think I had something very similar. Very similar, yeah.
That includes all kinds of stuff, and anything you don't use rolls over to the next year. That's in fact, the owner at the time of Whole Foods tried to meet with Obama when he was doing his whole healthcare thing, and Obama wouldn't see him because Obama, I'm sorry, but was in the pocket of the insurance companies. I'm sorry, he was, and that's one of the reasons when the state we're in. We don't need insurance companies for healthcare. What we need is companies doing, and it's way cheaper for believe it or not, doing this money from a company is way cheaper than a company doing it through an insurance company, even
Yeah.
for the company, because a lot of people will spend like $0 a year. So that's
Yeah.
$0 that not only you didn't have to spend, but neither did the insurance company.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
it can be free for everybody, and that's the way
Yeah.
to do it. That was smart.
Yeah, my
And,
uncle,
and
my cousin lives in France, and he said he would never move to the United States because his healthcare is so good in France.
no, ours is I forget. I used to know the
Mm-hmm.
ranking. It's either like 32 or
Yeah,
52 or something in the
let me
world.
look it
It's
up.
not
Let me
high.
see.
It's
Let's
not
see.
high.
One of the
It's
things
the
is
lowest in a
okay.
developed country in the world.
One of the things is, I mean, we end up seeing like, people see like, the Michael Moore film, the Sicko and stuff like that, which I mean, I'm a
Yes,
great Michael Moore fan.
I've seen
But,
that.
people see that these people just have free healthcare. And that's the only thing they see. They don't see past that. And it's like, okay, yeah, they do have free healthcare. It probably in many ways is better than the healthcare we have here. But the things you have to understand is when they need some really specialized service when it comes to cancer and stuff like that,
Yeah,
they get put on a waiting list. And here in the
exactly.
United States, we, it may also, like you said, it could be like the people who have the money, whatever it is. We can
Yeah.
get sped up and brought to the front of the line, which is true. I do understand that is horrible. But here we do have the opportunity where we do get seen faster if we have healthcare. So,
Yeah.
that being said, it's like, yeah, people have free healthcare, but how good is it? Like, like the
Well,
English
well,
in
I can
England,
tell
they
you
have,
something. I can tell you something. On between Thursday and Saturday, I used to work at a boating place. We sold discount boating supplies
uh-huh,
in Buffalo, New York, and probably between Thursday and Saturday, probably 50% of our clients were Canadian, and they were
uh-huh,
coming from Canada with free health care to pay to see a doctor in America because it was going to take them,
uh-huh,
6, 8 weeks more to go see the doctor,
uh-huh.
and they could get an appointment and go in a couple of days in America. So they were crossing the
Hmm.
border to get our health care. So it's not as
No.
bad as they make out.
Yeah,
Well,
Um,
I mean,
yeah.
well,
and
like
paying
like with
for it
my
when they could have
teeth,
got it free in Canada.
like look at the problem I have with my teeth. It's like, okay, my dentist had told me, he said, we can go ahead and take out your teeth, the top ones, and we can give you a whole, thing of like, uh, we can do two different things. We do dentures, or we can do dental implants. Now, the dental implants, what I want to go for, because I do not want dentures. It's going to cost a lot of money, which is the same thing that I think AGK was trying to get himself. It's going to cost money. It's going to put me in debt, and I'm going to be paying it off probably till the moment I'm in the fucking ground. And when I'm in the ground, they're probably going to dig me up and take the shit out of my mouth, but whatever, But I had also been told by other people that I know, they said, you can go to Mexico and get it for like a quarter of the price if you're daring enough. Like I could go
Yeah.
to Mexico and have the same procedure done, pay it out of pocket, quarter of the price, and have it done. So I mean, yeah. So it's like in a lot of ways, yeah, our healthcare sucks, but like my friend Lewis, who told me, he said, healthcare in TJ in Mexico, it's become like way above what the United States is now. He's like, it's way
Yeah.
better now, than it was.
I mean,
Before going to Mexico was. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tim.
No, I could get into
Uh
why it's in the state it's in. There's a couple of major reasons, but
huh.
it's because we're too free. Some things should be government controlled, and healthcare is one of them. Because
Uh huh.
between big pharmacy, which can
Uh huh.
charge whatever they want for drugs and all of that, that's part of the problem. But a lot
Yeah.
of it is the United States being a democracy
Uh huh.
is we have states' rights.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
we can't have tort reform as far as healthcare goes
Uh huh.
because it's state by state by state. So you can't do it. And one state can't do tort reform because then everybody in the country is going to go to that state. and now they'll have a healthcare crisis in that state. Therefore, as a country, we cannot legally, because they would love to pass laws where, okay, if an accident happens in the operating room, you can't sue your doctor for $10 million. They would love to have laws like that because healthcare is so hospitals and doctors are paying. Your average doctor is probably paying $2 million a year just in insurance.
True.
It's insane. It's insane, and we can't fix it because we can't do tort reform. They would love to, but we can't, and I don't see it ever changing.
I mean, the thing is, it's great for us to have different rules and regulations and laws when it comes state to state in certain situations, but when it comes to medical, no, most definitely, it's horrible. It is.
And
I mean, that's the other thing. All these companies, all these countries with free healthcare, you can't. Okay, you go to France and something happens on the operating table that shouldn't have happened. You can't sue your doctor for $10 million in France. You're screwed. But that's kind of the way it should be. Unless your doctor was completely incompetent, things happen. Things go wrong. But in America, that doesn't matter. We can sue them anyway.
We can't sue them. We can't because one time my dad had to wait like 5+ hours to see a doctor, and then he screamed help, and they finally got to him because my dad at the time, I think the time when he was at the hospital was because of the blood clots, and it took forever for urgent care to see him. And he, that's the thing about U.S. Healthcare is you could be waiting for hours and hours just to get seen by a doctor.
Well, it's worse. It can be worse in other countries. I can tell you that. It can be way worse in other countries,
especially like in third world countries that don't have health care. They have it harder than us.
Some countries, once you pass the age of 65, you drop down to the end of the list, and they won't even do some procedures on you.
I mean, that's what
you're in your 70s and you've got cancer, and they could give you chemo. They're just not going to.
No, like my dad told me there are some states
you're not going to live very long, no matter what we do. So
because my dad is 85, and they said there are some things they won't do for my dad because of his age.
Well,
because of his age, they won't do some. They won't do some procedures, but my dad recently was in the doctor's about, I want to say, last month. He had something checked on his face.
Excuse me.
Because he had a growth. He had a growth on his face. The doctor was concerned about it. She said, "We think it might be skin cancer. We want to check it, so we're going to do a biopsy."
Yeah, especially at his age, they want to check every little thing.
Yeah, so they went and they checked it, and they found out it was not cancer. But before that, they had
better safe than sorry. So
before that, they had moved some cancerous stuff.
Okay.
And because when they removed that, they were like, "Okay, we got that. You're fine." Because my dad has had stuff removed on his face many times, but the one time when he had something removed, it was precancerous. They said that if you had let it go and you did not get it removed, that it would turn to cancer. So my dad now they watch him. He comes and he gets checked like every so often by the dermatologist. They keep him on watch because of those things they checked on him last month. So he's now on a maintenance. Every 6 months he goes to the dermatologist and they check for new growth.
Now, the thing with your father is, Lisa, does he go like once a year and have like a full checkup, the whole makeup done?
And every month he goes to get his blood checked because he had the.
Well, because of the blood clots.
Yeah,
so I was about to say, I go like once a year and I get fully checked, and
I do too.
Whatever else, and
I go once a year. I gotta check. My cholesterol is great.
I hate doctors. I don't go to.
But I gotta get my vitamin. Yeah, I get that. There was a time.
Excuse me, just a moment.
There was a time, Tim, when I hated dentists. I just would not go to a dentist.
I don't go to dentists either.
But I go to the doctor once a year. My psychologist once recommended this doctor give me some ECB to help with my depression, but he kept wanting to make eye contact with him. I used to take Zoloft or Sertraline I used to take those kind of medications, but I don't anymore. Um, I had a
Okay,
bad
I bet.
experience. I had a bad
Uh-huh.
experience with like one of my counselors. He was like really rude to
Uh-huh.
me, and I've never talked to him again because I was like, but
He was like, Lisa, you're fucking crazy.
no, no. I
I'm just
mean,
kidding.
when I was 27, I'll be honest with you. When I was
Mm,
27, I was put on Zoloft for my anxiety and depression.
okay.
So I've been taking it on and off for 50, almost like 14 years now, or 15 years now. I've been taking the meds, but
Uh-huh.
that's what I took, and I haven't taken it recently because I don't need it. I don't rely on it as much anymore. I'm not that depressed.
You know, I think when I was younger, I was diagnosed, of course, with anxiety.
Me too.
You know, whatever it was. They tried to give me Klonopin. They gave me Klonopin for a short amount of time. And I took Klonopin for a short amount of time because I had a couple of bad panic attacks. You know, I had just, had kids. You know, I think I was like 22, 23. You know, I was working full time, doing a lot of like, commuting, to work and stuff. Took its toll. I had a total panic attack. Thought I was going to die. Thought I was having a heart attack. They took me to the hospital, did everything, they hooked me up to everything and said, you're perfectly fine. I'm like, bitch, I'm telling you, I'm having a heart attack. I'm fucking dying. They're like, no, you're not. So they give me Klonopin. Went through that whole episode. Was fine. Had this other thing happen where I was like, I can't breathe. I'm like, I haven't been able to breathe for days. I can't take a deep breath, blah, blah, blah. Went to the doctor, ran all the tests. He turned around and he gave me Xanax. And when he gave me Xanax, I swear to God, I went to Walmart, filled my, prescription, took that, and it felt like, the Millennium Falcon come out of warp drive, I was like, I feel all right. It was like, wow, I can breathe. I feel good.
I mean,
type thing.
that is a high.
But, I mean, all of those pills were pretty much temporary, because my doctor didn't want me on it for a long amount of time. So he was kind of like,
I can see how people can
get over the
abuse
hump and then get on with your life. Like, in other words, I'm going to let you have it until you get over the hump. And then when you get over the hump and you feel better, we're taking it out, taking you off it, and get back to life. And that's kind of been where I've been. So, I'm sorry, you're saying, Tim?
When I broke my arm, my doctor gave me like a couple of weeks worth of like really strong pain pills. I think I took like 2 of them the entire time. I just didn't. I'm like, no, I can deal with it. I can deal with it. I'll take a couple. If it gets bad, I'll take a couple Tylenol, and that's all I did. And I didn't, because I hate that stuff. I'd rather just be in pain.
I mean, my dad doesn't like being in pain, but I haven't taken anxiety meds in a long time. Like when I was really young, like about 5 or 6, I got diagnosed with social anxiety. So I've had that all of my life. And then as I've gotten older, about 27, I was on Zoloft. I've been on sertraline, and that's about it. And I used to take sleeping pills because my doctor used to give me sleeping pills, but I don't take them anymore.
Yeah, see, you all medicated. Now this explains a lot. I'm just kidding.
Can I just say, as much as I didn't have the internet and I didn't have cell phones, I didn't have all this crap that we have today growing up, but we also didn't have doctors prescribing children medications. We didn't have them diagnosed with all this stuff. Kids were just kids, and some kids weren't quite up to what other kids were, and teachers
survival of the fittest
taught them a little differently, and it was fine. And I don't know anybody that I think we were better off without all of that stuff than people are today, without the stigma of having it, without the stigma of being diagnosed with something,
Well, I mean, the thing was, it was survival of the fittest when we were younger, you know, and it was like, cream rise to the top is basically what it was, and it's like, okay, nowadays, I'm probably going off on a different tangent, but we have all this thing when it comes to like participation trophies, all that shit.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
going to go too deep into it, but back in my day, it was like cream rise to the top, and my mother had always told me, said, either you're going to succeed, or unfortunately, the world needs ditch diggers too. So it's like either or. Like, were you going to be one of the ones that succeeded, or were you going to be a ditch digger? Basically, that's what I was told.
Yeah.
It's basically what it was. And I think nowadays they don't do that. It's like everyone's special.
Well, and
Everyone's
there was no
unique.
shame. There
Everyone's,
was no shame in going out and
Uh-huh.
getting a regular job or a factory job, or
There was no shame being a laborer. No shame in being a laborer.
Nobody cared. There was no stigma with everybody succeeding. You did. Everybody had their own niche. You did what you did, and it was fine. Now, everybody's special. No, you're not.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, unfortunately, I'm reading William's comment. Unfortunately, William, you were diagnosed a lot younger than I was, because back in the like early 90s, late 80s, there was not a lot of things for autism back then. But I think they kind of knew that I had autism when I was little, but they didn't talk it with me. But they told my parents. They're like, "Oh, she has ADD. She's on the spectrum." But back then, all they did was put me in special ed, because I think a lot of autistic people are in special ed, and they have IEPs. So for me, I finally found out my answer when I was like 33, which is a little late, 33, 34. But then I come to find out that there's a lot of people out there who actually are later diagnosed people too. So I wasn't, but yeah, nine, or I think the common age should be diagnosed for autism is, I want to say, like toddler ages, like 3 to 4.
Well, I got misdiagnosed when I was about, I want to say 6 or 7 years old, and it was a thing where they're like, something's off with her or him at the time. So they decided to say that they said I had ADD, I had manic depression, and one other thing, and so they start to get me on pills around that time, and I don't think the term autism, I ever really heard it until I was about 24, 25 years old.
Yeah.
Really?
And but I knew that it was not ADD, because I had really good attention on everything. It's like, I never really thought of myself as someone ADD. So I said, I don't have ADD, but I have something else. I just don't know what that other thing is.
Yeah.
And I hated the fact that they put me on medication too, because when I was on medication, I felt that I was living in a fog. Everything just felt so fucking confused and stuff, and I was always acting out a lot because I just didn't know why everything just felt so, foggy and stuff like that. It wasn't until I decided to get off the medication cold turkey that things started to come clearly. But even then, everything got fucked up, because what the medication I was on, it was called Cylert. Cylert was like the modern day version of Valium.
Yes, they had my middle son on that too, and we took him off of it. Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Pauline.
And if anybody has seen that documentary that I posted on my channel, This Is Pop by XCC, everything that Andy Partridge said that he went through when he went cold turkey on Valium, that same thing happened to me when I went cold turkey on Cylert. I one day I just found myself just having like the mother of panic attacks, and just fainting in class one day, and I just remember fainting in class and then waking up in my bed. I don't know how I got home or anything. It wasn't until I got back to school the next week that my teacher said, like, a couple of students had to take you to the nurse's station, and then we don't know what happened to you afterwards. After that, then I asked the nurse, and she said, "Oh yeah, your dad came and picked you up." and took
Well,
you home.
isn't Valium like an opiate? I think, is it, or am I wrong? I mean, I could be
I
wrong. I mean,
I think it might be right, like Ritalin.
Good
I
question.
I think
I
it
don't
might
know.
be like an opiate. I think it might be.
I mean,
I know it's
I
definitely
mean,
considered a controlled
yeah.
subject.
See, again, I consider myself lucky
Substance.
because I'm probably the last generation that the kids didn't get
Uh,
drugged.
Well,
I mean,
I
the
didn't
next
get drugged.
generation, they started drugging them, and I think that's
I wasn't drugged at all in school
uh,
because when I was little, I wasn't put on any drugs because when I was little, they were trying to get me to make friends because I had a very hard time in elementary school making friends and keeping eye contact with people. So they had gotten me together with my parents. Are like, we're gonna put her in the Girl Scouts. We're gonna get her to make friends. She's not making friends. She's eating lunch alone. There's something terribly wrong with your daughter. She sits and eats lunch alone, and she only hangs out with people that are 20 years older than her. And we'll figure it out. And
oh,
then
okay. It's
it
considered a
happened.
benzodiazepine, which is
Ah,
it's in the same Valium. It's considered like an opioid, but not exactly. Sorry. Go ahead.
oh,
I'll be right back.
and then as I got older, and when I finally got my official diagnosis, I was like, everything makes sense. Everything makes sense. But no, they didn't put me on any drugs for my ADD. They kind of were just like, let her be wild, let her be loose, because that's what they did. I mean, would I have gone on drugs for it? Do you think I would have gone on Ritalin? I don't know. Ritalin is, I think, the common drug that they give everybody for.
I just felt that all I just needed was to see a therapist. That was it.
Yeah,
I didn't need to be like on fucking medication or anything like that because everything just made me feel like a fog and made me feel like everything I thought was wrong or that I needed approval for everything that I was feeling and stuff. And I felt like if I didn't get diagnosed, most likely they would have figured out what my problem was. They probably would figure out, she's not ADD, but she does have something else. We just don't know what it is. But she also does have gender fit dysphoria.
yeah.
I would have been able to come out early as transgender, and that would have made my life a whole lot easier if I would have transitioned early as a youth. Um,
Well, if you
because
think
then,
about it, there was
because
not a lot of information about trans people in the 90s, I think.
that is true. It still would have been they still would have classified it as gay,
Yeah.
even though there were people as well. No, no, no. Actually, there transgenderism actually goes as far back as the 1914 or 1910s or 1920s
Well,
because
that
there
is true.
because there is that woman named Christine Jorgensen who went out to Paris during 1924 or 26 to have the first ever gender reassignment surgery. And so they made like a big thing about it. It was like in the news and everything. And so it went back as far as that. When it came to diagnosing it, I don't think they knew that, like kids could know what their gender
I mean,
identity was at an early age.
there's just more resources out there nowadays for
Yeah.
younger kids to be able to determine if they are transgender versus
Hmm.
back in the 90s when you and I were a kid. There was probably stuff about transgender people and things in the news, but there was not a lot of resources out there. And I don't think back in the 90s it was widely accepted for kids to transition at, say, like, 7 or 6 years old. So I think nowadays, you got that one girl, Jazz Jennings, who transitioned when she was about 7. Well, she started going on hormone blockers when she was about 11 or 12, and
Hmm.
she got her down dare surgery when she was like 18. So I think nowadays it's much easier to be accepted as a trans person because there's way more resources out there for transgender people, and but still transgender people have a long way to go, and transgender people are still not 100% accepted by this world. There's still people out there that will never accept it. It's you guys have it tough. You guys have it tough. Transgender people have it tough.
Oh, you're not kidding. You're not kidding. And especially what happened what was it, last week when
Yeah,
it was
I
like
heard about that.
the first ever time that there has been a transgender person who committed a mass shooting, and then all of a sudden all trans people are bad. They don't take into account that all mass shootings were committed by right wing cisgender white male.
Let's be
Yeah,
really honest about this.
but
Transgender people are like 1% of mass shootings. One, like, very, very, very small percentage.
not even 1%.
Like
It's
a
like
zero point
it's like
one.
yeah, 0.1 or 0.5.
Well, because
Yeah,
most of the mass shootings that we have out here are committed by white boys. Let's be honest. If you
yeah.
look back at all the mass shootings we've had in the United States, they've been all
I,
pretty much.
I hate to tell you, but the first one that really ever happened in the United States happened in about 1978 or 1979, and it was a girl.
Yeah, they wrote a song about it, right?
Yeah,
I don't like
that's the first major one, and it was a girl.
towns or whatever. Yeah, I remember that, but I'm talking about within the last 30 years, 40 years.
But
They
you
want to
guys,
go and say
you guys
that
don't know how lucky you have it. When I was a kid, you still couldn't be left-handed. If you were left-handed, you would get beat with a ruler, and you would become right-handed. You couldn't even be left-handed. That's the way society was. You had to be
Yeah.
right-handed.
No,
So
my dad
imagine
knows
how
that.
far we've come. I mean, I know we've got a long way to go, but imagine not even being allowed to be left-handed. Nope.
I
Nope.
mean, my sister
Hey,
Danielle is
forget that. You can't even write with your left hand. You have to
my
be
sister
right-handed.
Danielle is left-handed. I mean, not
Where the
Danielle. My
world
sister
was.
Angela is left-handed. I mean, my dad has told me stories about when he was growing up and how they hit him with a ruler, like a nun would come
Oh
out
yeah,
and hit him with
yeah.
a
No,
ruler. He's like, they don't do that nowadays. But back
you
when my
can't
dad
be
was going to
left-handed.
school,
That's
you
wrong.
were a bad kid. Well, they would go and they would take the ruler to you. But
Okay, I'm back. Dogs had to go out. I'm sorry.
I mean, did you have that happen to you, Dusty, when you were a kid? Did they take the ruler to you when you did something out of turn? Because my dad got the ruler.
You're muted, Dusty.
Okay, how about now?
There you go.
Okay, there we go. Did I ever get? I'm sorry. What were we saying? The what?
The ruler. Did you ever get the ruler hit on your hand when you were a kid? If you were?
From teachers?
Yeah, because my dad said he did. The nuns would hit him.
No. But how old do you fucking
Well,
think
in
I am?
Catholic
No.
schools, different.
I'm
Catholic
like-
school, they
Well,
still do.
because Tim said he
Mhm.
had that happen to him.
Well,
no,
not to
I
me
understand,
because I'm
but-
not left-handed, but to other kids, you had to be.
Oh.
I was
Oh, yeah.
telling them,
Mhm.
they think it's bad because you couldn't be transgender or
Oh,
anything.
yeah.
Now, when I was a
Uh-huh.
kid, you couldn't even be left-handed. You couldn't be. They would fix that. That was an
Yeah, they would try and
abnormality,
correct it.
and they would fix that.
When I
And-
was a kid in the school in the 70s, they were trying to do that. So
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
just
You know.
wondering. I was just
Mhm.
wondering if they did that in the 70s. Because when
We
my
talk
dad
about
went to
not
school,
letting
they did
people
that.
be themselves.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't remember hearing any stories about that happening to my dad because my dad
Mhm.
is a lefty as well.
Yeah.
No, you
and
couldn't.
and I think his dad was a
Mhm.
left-handed
Yeah. My
person
dad's
as
left-handed.
well, and so I don't. My dad never ever told me well,
Uh-huh.
I used to get hit in a ruler just because I used to
And
write
the
left-handed
thing is,
stuff like
my
that.
dad
And
didn't graduate
and
from high
the only-
school.
the only thing my dad discouraged me was I was supposed to have been left-handed too, but he made sure that I learned everything right. But he didn't. But it wasn't because it was bad to be left-handed. Because he knew it was great to be left-handed. But the thing that
Uh-huh.
he was concerned, and it was true that he was like, "You're gonna." I wanted you to be right-handed because I know that you're gonna grow up and be a guitar player, and finding a left-handed guitar is expensive as fuck. And so I knew that I didn't want to spend a lot of money if you should ever become a left-handed guitarist, so I wanted you to learn right-handed so that I didn't have to pay that much to get a specialized guitar for you. Because he told me that he had to pay kind of like a fortune just to get a left-handed Gibson Les Paul made for him, because they only made right-handed Les Pauls, unless you're Paul McCartney, which my dad wasn't.
I mean, you remember that episode of The Simpsons where Ned Flanders had a left-hand store?
Yeah, everything was left-handed. Now, the thing that I do remember,
guitar or a Dan Electro or something that you can just flip over and they're the same on both sides, and then you're done. Doesn't matter.
what I was about to say is like when you were talking about the discipline about like the rulers on the hands, I don't remember anything about rulers, but I do remember. I remember the principal's name. His name was Mr. Broadhead. I had gotten in trouble in school, and we were taken to his office, and he paddled me with. Do you remember how they used to make those cheap little paddles that had like the rubber band with the rubber ball? Mm-hmm. You know, and I remember it was like a Popeye paddle that was made from one of those, and he smacked me on the butt with it. You know,
well, that's nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Because I turned
around compared to what my principal had a paddle that was about 3 feet long, about 1 inch thick, with 1-inch holes drilled all the way through it constantly, so it would hurt a lot more.
I remember asking Mr. Broadhead years later, because I went back to the school because I was involved in a program where we got extra credits through ROTC for like, you know, helping out grading papers with teachers, whatever. And I remember me and him, I was like grading papers in one of my old teachers' classrooms. And I was like, by this time, maybe I had to have been maybe 17 at this time. And I remember asking, I was like, Mr. Broadhead, I said, you know, a long time ago, I said, you know what? You disciplined me with a Popeye paddle. And I said, I never understood, because I said, you know, it was such, it didn't hurt, you know, it didn't, you know, teach me anything. It was just like, he's all, well, it wasn't meant to hurt you. He's all, did you feel any shame? And I was like, what do you mean? He's all, it was meant to embarrass you and belittle you. He said, did you feel shame with me hitting you with this little paddle? You know, that was the whole thing. I was trying to make you feel some shame, make you feel belittled, you know, with this paddle. That was the whole idea, you know, that you wouldn't do it again because you felt like so ashamed of what you had done because I hit you with this little paddle. It was like, it wasn't because I was trying to hurt you. He's like, I didn't want to inflict pain. He's like, I wanted to give you some shame, you know, some whatever. And I was like, kind of like, wow, you know, it's like,
you guys got paddles in school. You know what? I used to get them from my good old Asian mom. My mom was like, how at home.
You know, but still, I was like, kind of like, but you know, it's like all these years later, you know, it was like crazy because all these years later, it was like, I felt the shame all the years later. I didn't feel it when I was a kid, but all these years later, now that I was like 17, I was like, oh my God, you know, I felt like all the shame all at once. So it's like, kind of like, okay, I guess your lesson like kicked in now.
In school. We never had that in school. I think they stopped doing that when I got
paddles were gone, especially paddles like my principal had. Mine was trying to hurt you. And
it's considered capital punishment now. Or I mean,
but they did.
Yeah.
And sometimes they would take their belts off and use a belt instead and whip you.
Well, you know what, Sean, they had sent notices out to the parents. Because you got to think this was probably like around 1978, 79, 80. They had sent letters out to the parents, you know, how they felt about it. And a lot of the parents signed those. I mean, my mother included, signed the fucking papers saying, yeah, you can go ahead and hit my kid.
Oh,
strange, because, you know, my mom was so protective of me. So it's like, I don't understand why she would sign those papers.
Because they're not going to do it unless you did something really wrong. And if you do something really, my mother would get a phone call if me and my brother did anything wrong because she was the purchasing clerk for the school. So guess what? There wasn't a teacher or a principal in our entire school district that didn't know my mother personally.
Yeah.
So I never did anything, but I think I got paddled once for something I didn't do, and it really teed me off. And I think my mother went and had it out with the person that did it because she believed me and she knew I wouldn't do whatever it
Yeah.
was that I could. Because I was actually a really good kid, and I knew that she would get a phone call immediately. So why would I had to be good as gold. I didn't have a choice.
Oh
My
no, me,
mother
I was
was
a little
on speed
shithead. I
dial.
really was. I was a shithead.
I
I
mean,
pulled some stupid
yeah.
shit when I was little. I remember I had this one teacher, Mr. Pap, who to this day, he's still alive. Me and him messaged each other on Facebook. Me and him got really close, after high school. But Mr. Pap, he was this teacher I had, and he was like my fifth grade teacher. I'm sorry, fifth grade. And I even remember the girl's name. Her name was Jerry McCombs. And how you have those girls in your room who just do not quite look right. They don't fit in with the rest of like the kids. She was very homely. Very homely. Not so much now. I mean, now she's a beautiful woman. She grew to be a beautiful woman, probably because of how much she got made fun of when she was a kid, probably. But I remember me and a couple other kids. I remember his name, Buco Lopez. And Arthur Bray. We made fun of her about how ugly she was. We used to do it all the time. And we used to make fun of I like I said, I was not always a great kid. I was a horrible kid. So we made fun of her saying we're gonna feed her Alpo, all this shit. I mean, fucking horrible shit we did. Horrible shit. I deserved everything Mr. Pap did to me. I deserved it. Well, I remember Mr. Pap turned around and was like, he went off when he found out that we had done this to this kid, And I remember I was a really fucking sloppy kid. I had my books. Remember how you have the desk that had the thing open and closed,
Yeah.
You would stick your books inside the desk. Well, my desk would be so full that I couldn't even close it all the way. I was such a slob, papers, everything in there. So he went over to my desk. He was like, who do you think you are talking to her like this? You're going to apologize to her? And he went off on me. He slammed on my desk. He never touched me, didn't hit me, but scared the shit out of me. And I remember he took my whole desk and flipped it over and dumped everything all over the floor. And he threw my fucking desk on the floor hard. Scared the shit out of me. He's like, you're going to pick up every goddamn thing on this floor and you're going to clean your goddamn desk. And you're going to show some goddamn respect. Who do you think you are telling her those things? Who do you think he really laid into me. And you know what? He totally, I never did again. And to this day, I won't make fun of anybody except for Lisa. I don't want,
Oh, you do. There
You know,
are sometimes people be
but still.
like, are you okay with it? I'm
Oh
like, yeah.
my God. It's just he, I never forgot that, and he was just he made me clean my whole desk and I was in tears and, he just, it changed my whole perspective on things.
I remember the one time I wanted water in class and I got up and I went and I got some water. My teacher's like, you're supposed to sit down. You're not supposed to get water. And I told him, what if I'm dying? What if I'm dying? I need this water. And you know what he did? He's like, you got detention after school. So my dad comes and my dad's like, why did you get detention? Because I told the teacher off. I said, I need the water. I don't give a care that you're teaching the class. I thought I'm dying. So I went and I got the water. And there was one time when I had failed health class. And my dad sat in the class with me and took the class with me. My teacher goes, do you like having your dad sit in a class with you while we're teaching? And I was like, no. He's like, well, then you better do better or your dad's going to sit with you in every class. And I was like, no, please, no. And he's like, okay.
I remember what they did to me was, and it happened to me, like I said, I was a little shit kid. They would turn around, take you, and they would send you to kindergarten for the day. Oh. You'd have to sit with the kindergartners and be a sixth grader or a fifth grader, and they'd make you sit with the first graders or, the kindergartners or whatever. I mean, it was horrible.
I know all about kindergarten. I went twice to kindergarten. I know all about it.
Oh, I had this one first grade teacher. I remember the bitch's name. Her name was Mrs. Gibson. Oh, I still remember that woman. Oh my God. Years later, when I was out of school, I was working at Wendy's. I think I was like in college or whatever. And she came through the drive-thru. And I remember I was taking her order, and she pulls up, and she looks at me, and she goes, "Oh, well." She's Rick, blah, blah. I'm not going to say my full name here. She's "Boy, you are exactly in life where I thought you would be." And I looked at her, I was like, "You bitch." That's the first thing I thought. She's like, "You're exactly in life where I thought."
Well. We haven't seen you in months.
Hey, what's up, Dan? And then years later, we had my first son, Michael. And he was of age to go to school. And we sent him to Crescent. He went to the original school I was in because we lived in the same city, and the same neighborhood. And we sent him to school at the same exact school I went to. And of course, same exact last name, And Miss Gibson, he got Miss Gibson for first grade. I turned around and I had told, my kid's mother, I was like, whenever they had whatever, meetings, whatever, I was like, I'm not going to go. I'm not going to face that bitch. I fucking hate her. I was like, I am like a fucking 30-something-year-old man and I fucking hate her. I was like, I'm not going to face her. I'm like, that bitch is still alive. Evil never dies. That was my whole thing, And she gave my son a hard time because he was my son. She gave him a hard fucking time. I was like, so some of these teachers, man, those bitches don't forget.
I had a teacher. I had a teacher that I hated in 5th grade. And when I found out she passed away from cancer, my dad's like, "Oh, the teacher in 5th grade that you hated, she passed away from cancer." And I was like, "Oh." Well, I was like, "Well, somebody took her out. It wasn't, it was meant to be." And my dad goes, "You can't say that about her." I go, "I hated that woman." So I was okay with her passing.
In 1981, 82, I think somewhere around there, I had this teacher. His name was Mrs. Moore. Mm-hmm. She did the same thing. She pushed me up against the wall. I was fucking with her. Like I said, I do not have any misconceptions. I was a fucking horrible kid sometimes. And sometimes some of the things these teachers gave me, I deserved. I did deserve. But Miss Moore, she was one of those, she pushed me up against the wall. And, she was like, "You're no longer going to make an ass out of me in front of my class, blah, 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 blah. And stuff, so. But, I was asking for it.
At least you didn't have a nickname.
I was asking for it.
At least you did not have a nickname when you were in elementary school. When I was in not elementary school, when I was in high school, you know what the nickname they gave me in high school? I will say it on the stream. They call me Gertie. Even the teachers were in on it.
Gertie?
Yep, Gertie. Gerdy. Even the teachers were in on it, and one of the teachers was like, "Oh, I should have never did that to you when I was in high school." And I was like, "Damn, the kids were in on it, calling me that name, and the teachers." And I was just like, I was telling my mom, the teachers are now making fun of me in my high school. And my mom goes, "Did you do something to piss them off?" I go, "No." My mom always thought that every time I had a problem with a teacher, I did something to piss them off.
You know what, Sean? I don't know what I did right in life. I must have did something right. I do not know. But my kids, all 3 of them, my oldest son, my daughter, my middle son, never gave me a single problem.
Yep, good
never
kids.
had to chase them in the streets. Never had any problems with them in school. I don't know what because I know I was a fucking horrible kid. I don't know. God fucking shun his grace upon me or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
My parents have never hit me either, even though they grew up in the 60s when it was more common. Mm-hmm.
I know my mom did. My mom made no qualms about it. Okay, when we were little kids, she would take the belt or she would take the slippers and she would hit us on the butt. Because my mom was like, "If you're not going to listen to me, I am going to slap you. Then again, my mom is from Vietnam, and Vietnam is very common to have corporal punishment on your kid.
Mm-hmm.
Those Asian people, pow, 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 pow. So one time when I was a little kid, I had did something that my mom didn't like. So of course my mom brought out the Chinese slippers and she bent me over and
Uh-huh.
she hit me. And she's like, Lisa, will you do that again? I go, no, 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 I'll never do that again. And I never did because I was like, I don't want to get hit by those Chinese slippers anymore. So I learned my lesson.
I think that would have to be like the worst thing that a parent can tell you is that you disappointed them more than anything else. Because I know that my kid's mother, I remember one time, a long time ago, she had said the same thing, that like it didn't matter what she did. She could do horrible things or be stupid and do stupid shit. If her dad told her, you know, you really disappointed me, that would destroy her. That if her dad, that it's like he could smack her, he could hit her, he could do whatever else. But if he said, you've really disappointed me, that was enough for her to like go into tears. So maybe there's something there with that.
My mom never said that about, my mom never really said that about me. I think my mom was more about, my mom was always the person that Lisa, you know, my mom is very, very vocal about my weight. And when I had lost the weight, that's all my mom could talk about. She's like, Lisa, you lost the weight. You look fantastic. Keep doing it. And I told her, I was like, you know, Mom, there's so much you could talk about. But my mom, one thing I hate with my mom when I was a young kid was when I didn't get the math problems right, my mom would say, you're stupid. Why can't you get it? Why can't you do it? I taught you this. How can you be so stupid? So I used to like dread as a kid doing math with my mom because my mom would always come at me and be like, I thought you were smart. She goes, I did not raise stupid kids. My dad would never say that to me. My mom, oh, she said that to all the siblings.
Well, here we go. I'm going to say it. Lisa, you disappointed me.
Oh, too bad.
Well, if there's one thing I've ever learned is this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh shoot! Let me do this all over again.
Dusty, you disappointed me, Dusty. I'm gonna have to smack you with a Popeye paddle.
Repeat after me. Okay. What doesn't kill us? What doesn't kill us makes us stronger. Makes us kinky.
Well,
am I wrong? No, honestly, no. Didn't think so. Now check me.
I mean, I'm not. You're not
all.
wrong about it. I mean, there's a certain level to what you can do kinky wise. Certain level.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you're not trying to kill somebody during it, hey, all for it.
So, anyways, people, it is like midnight. We've been here for 4 hours, so I think we're gonna go ahead and shut it down now. But we will be back Wednesday night. I will have a new question for the panel and for other people who are, of course, are in the chat. So we will do another question. I will think of something, you know. But that will be our schedule. Wednesday, a question. Friday night will be open panel. People from the late night crew. Maybe people from whatever else who decide to come in. All of you in the chat room, if you decide you want to grab the link, come up, you know. And then Sunday night, another question. This Wednesday night, I got to think of a good one. I don't know what to think of. I'll think of something. Now, all the rest of you guys in the late night crew, Tim, Paulina, Lisa, you guys go ahead and send me what you think we should ask.
I'll have to think about it.
So everybody, you know, this is a group effort. It's not just me.
It is. I know.
Group effort.
I have to think about it. There's a lot of questions.
About what might be a good question. Whatever.
Oh, yeah. Tomorrow's Labor Day. I got tomorrow off.
It's time to barbecue.
My sister's got Labor Day off because of the elementary school, so I'm going to sleep in tomorrow.
Really? You'll sleep in tomorrow? Wait for barbecue or something like that sort? Well,
no, we're not going to have barbecue. I'm going to get some Costco dogs.
I don't think I'm really going to do anything. I might, like, you know, cook some carne asada or something.
Yeah, we don't really barbecue because when I make ribs, I make them in the oven. I'm pretty good at making ribs. I make pulled pork. I make brisket in the oven.
Yeah.
Anybody wants some like barbecue stuff? I got you. I'm very good at barbecuing now. I have people asking me for a barbecue.
Okay, but anyways, besides that, so anyway, Tim, Pauline, if you guys have any ideas for questions, go ahead and let me know. You know, like I said, go ahead and message me on the messenger.
I'll figure
Little
out
messenger
something.
program there.
I will figure out something, and I'll message you on Facebook.
I mean, like, we could all turn and say, okay, top 5 reasons why we hate Lisa. That would be a good one. Right?
Oh, that's easy. That's easy. That's very easy. She's fucking annoying. She's fucking annoying. She's fucking annoying. She's fucking annoying.
She doesn't have a copy of Queen is Dead by the Smiths.
There we go. That's a good reason. That's a good reason right there.
Her teeth is yellow.
Your teeth are not yellow. They're perfectly white. You are all fucking like chiclets.
They're two different shades. They're 2 different shades of white.
They all look fucking chiclets to me on this fucking camera.
Well, okay. I'm fucking annoying. I bought a One Direction over the Smiths. I'm short. I'm short.
Okay, people, what is up with this? I'm about to leave, and all of a sudden we're going up like 21, 22 people.
You know why? Because everybody doesn't want us to leave. They're like,
she's a Dodgers fan.
Yep, I'm a Dodgers fan.
She likes herself some Otani. When it's all about the Angels, baby.
No. It's not about Otani. It's about Freeman. But anyways, go on.
What I was also thinking of doing was, I don't know if we might end up doing like something maybe during the week. If I have an extra day, like maybe on Monday or Tuesday, I want to do the whole like maybe like on Twitch, we would go ahead and do a whole listening party for the anthologies 1 through 3, the remasters. I think might be interesting, you know, so we can hear the remasters. Because I know the remasters have already hit Spotify. Yeah. They've hit Apple Music, but they haven't hit Amazon Music yet or whatever. Blah, blah. Yeah, so maybe
it's on Amazon.
Like, you know, is it on Amazon? Okay. It was like saying, you know, I think Amazon hasn't labeled it yet, though, but it is there. It's true what you're saying.
Fox guy.
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah, so I was like saying maybe we can listen to it or something like that, you know. Just
my
go ahead
dad
and
is from Massachusetts, Fox guy. I have a right to be a Patriots fan because my dad's from Massachusetts. Mm-hmm. He's from the East Coast. Yes, I'm a Patriots fan, but let me tell you, my Patriots fucking suck. They're never going to go to the Super Bowl after Brady left.
They're cheaters. They're cheaters.
Yeah, your cheater retired. Your main 2 cheaters retired, and that's why they're not good anymore.
Look, at least I'm not a Cowboys fan, okay?
Shut up. Get out of here. It's coming. I mean, our championship is coming.
The last time the Cowboys were fucking good was the 90s, and you know it.
Lisa, you don't even know who your fucking current quarterback is.
I don't care.
Like that time son, I'm a Dodgers fan. Dodgers will kick the shit out of the Angels all day. Who's their first baseman? I don't know.
Shit, why am I supposed to know that shit?
Like, then shut up. I'm like,
it's okay. How are you a Lakers and Chargers fan and not a Celtics fan if you're from the East Coast of Boston? How are you not a Celtics and
That's
Red
pretty
Sox
unusual
fan?
To be a Lakers fan and a Chargers fan.
Yeah. I mean, like, how are you not into the Celtics and the Patriots and the Red Sox?
I mean, Chargers fan is usually people who just, like, have a... They really hate the Rams.
I'm just going to be honest
so
with
they
you.
Go with the Chargers.
I'm just going to be honest with you, Fox guy. If you're going to be a fan of someone in California for football, it's got to be the Niner game.
Oh, God. Okay, who's quarterback for the 49ers?
I don't know. Some guy like Bradley or Purdy or something like that. I forgot his name. Purdy Bradley.
Never mind.
Dude,
Lisa.
He's a young guy.
Lisa,
a young guy.
See this? You're doing this. I want you to do this. You're doing this. I want you to do this. There you go. It's going to be a meme now. They're like, oh, Groovy Lisa's doing this. We want to do this. She's doing this.
But
we want to do this.
I will say something. I will say something that lately, my uncle has got me into a kick of watching the Chicago Cubs. So I think Chicago Cubs are becoming like my second favorite team.
Hey,
and I even have like a favorite player. I have a favorite player on.
Oh, you cut out a little bit. I'm like, you still there?
I was right.
Hold on a minute. It'll catch up with her. Hold on.
It was Purdy. I was right. You see?
Okay, there you go. Cut up. You were saying your favorite player is?
Am I still around?
Yeah, no, you're unfrozen. You were saying your favorite player is. Go ahead. Oh, she froze
Frozen
again.
again.
Okay,
And
you're unfrozen.
my favorite player on the Cubs is my favorite. Okay, my favorite player on the Cubs is Matthew Boyd.
Okay.
He's the pitcher. Really cool guy. He's amazing pitcher.
Okay, I can roll with that.
And I know
Iconic,
everybody's into
legendary team.
PCA, Peak Road, Armstrong. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
like the Cubs. You know who
Cubs,
the
legendary,
Pope
iconic
likes?
team. I can roll with it. Yeah.
The Pope likes the White Sox.
The Pope. Why would you? The White Sox are like the most horrible team in the MLB right now.
I don't know why, but the Pope, they asked his brother, and his brother said he's a White Sox fan.
Maybe he thinks that they need like heavenly help or some shit because they really fucking need it.
I mean, why would you
The
be
White
a
Sox
White
are
Sox
so
fan?
bad.
I mean, if you're in
right
Chicago, you want to be a Cubs fan. You want to be a Cubs fan.
No,
If you're-
it's divided, but still fun.
I know, but if you're born in Chicago and you're raised in Chicago, most of them are Cubs fans. I think.
Lisa's a Dodgers fan. She says she used to hump a guy who was a Dodgers fan, so now she's a Dodgers fan.
Yeah.
Get outta here. Get the fuck outta here.
No, I've been a Dodgers fan before I helped that
Yeah.
man.
I
It doesn't even matter.
He
It
used to
doesn't
be a
even matter.
Dodgers fan. He gave it to me good, so I'm a Dodgers fan.
Look, it doesn't even matter because he doesn't even watch these streams, so it doesn't matter. We talk shit about him all day.
But still, you can love it. You
I
can
was
love
a
it.
fan.
I give it to my Dodgers
Hey,
fan. Ooh, Dodgers
I was
fan.
a
Ooh,
Dodgers
ooh.
fan. I was a Dodgers fan before I humped him.
Last time Lisa watched a Dodgers game, fucking Manny Ramirez was still on the team.
No, the last time I went to a Dodgers game was 2018.
Jesus Christ. You know, okay, well, whatever. Pre-pandemic.
Manny Ramirez is old and ancient.
Man, I swear to God, sometimes it's just like, mute you. Mute you. Mute you. Oh my God.
You love me.
Mute you. Mute you.
You love me.
Mute you. Yeah, there you go. Mute you. Oh, that's so awesome. I love that mute button. Oh my God.
Oh
I know
my
Vinyl.
God.
I know Vinyl Richie loves it when I mute you. Vinyl Richie's kind of like,
God.
oh my God, orgasmic. Mute fucking Lisa.
Vinyl Richie used to live near me.
Yeah, he's total Southern California. So, anyways, like I said, if you guys have any ideas for Wednesday's question or Wednesday's, thing we may pose,
How about we do like a
let me know.
decade thing? How about we do like a decade thing, like our favorite album from a third decade? I don't know, like the 70s or the 80s.
Or what we can do is we can do a series where we say, okay, what is our favorite? But I think it's more interesting if we actually own the albums. Because say,
yeah.
Okay, what is our favorite albums from? We say if we pick 5 albums, something from 61 to 65,
Yeah.
and then we do from 65 to 69,
Yeah.
from 70 to 75, from 75 to 79. Maybe that might be interesting.
I would have to look
but-
because I'd have to look through my collection really.
Or we could do each individual year because that could take us forever. If we did
Oh my
our,
God. There was a time
our
when people were
top
doing
5
each
albums
year.
from 1961, 1962. We'll finish probably around the time Lisa's
No, or maybe
60. So-
maybe just do
Yeah.
a general question, like something that everybody can easily answer. Because some people
let's
might
see.
not know.
5 most disposable K-pop artists. Everybody behind
Okay.
release right now. Show us all the
Okay.
five.
Okay,
All
well,
of
them.
okay,
We'll
okay.
Yeah, there we go. We'll do it all right now. We'll
Okay,
do it all
there's
right
this
now.
guy.
Here we go.
There's this guy from Big Bang. Bye-bye.
Uh-huh.
There's this guy
No.
from Big Bang called Top. He's problematic. He's problematic. Disposable K-pop artist. That guy that's saying, "Hey, sexy lady." Oh,
If everyone
oh,
wants to see the
Oppa.
5 most disposable
Oppa.
K-pop artists, just look over Lisa's
Oppa Gangnam Style.
right hand shoulder, right there. Everything in
Oh.
that shelf right there is the most disposable K-pop artist
Okay,
ever.
I'll tell you what's in that shelf. I'll tell you
Mm-hmm.
what's in that shelf, and you guys can decide if it's disposable. I have EXO, I have Stray Kids, I have NCT, I have Blackpink, maybe you consider those disposable. I have a
In
lot of
other
stuff that
words,
want to
disposable K-pop artists.
Well, when you think about disposable K-pop, I think of artists that are canceled.
But like we were talking about, anyways. I'm saying. Poor Lisa, I pick on her so much.
You
I
know
swear.
what? You know
I'm going
what?
straight to hell.
You know what? Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. I don't collect
Okay.
K-pop as much as I used to. I used to
Okay.
buy it. I used to buy it a lot. But
Oh, yeah, okay,
the last
yeah,
K-pop
mhm.
album I bought was like 3 months ago,
Oh,
and
okay. Yeah.
and the last one I bought before that was 2 years ago. So
You
I don't
don't
really.
say. Really?
But I buy them on vinyl because they're now releasing a lot of
Okay.
them on vinyl.
Well, you know.
You don't say. You don't say. You know what? Sometimes I want to go and take
Uh-huh.
a mop to your head. I want to take I just like want to wring a mop with water and just put it on your head and be like, oh,
Oh my God! Look at it. It's funny. Like this K-pop thing is a new world to me. It is
oh
to me
no.
too. Lisa
I
understands the whole fucking universe. I really don't.
I've been a fan since 2018. I don't know how many years that is. I just want my cousin back in 2012. They used to say my cousin looked like this guy in a K-pop group, and that's how I first started dating K-pop.
You know, when I think of people in K-pop groups, I just think of like artists that are overworked, passing out on stage, falling asleep.
They are overworked. They also
know,
have to maintain
underfed, overworked. That's
they
all
have
I think.
they have to maintain a certain size. You notice in K-pop, there's no plus size people because in K-pop you have to be a certain size. They don't want plus size people in K-pop.
I don't think in all of Korea there's more than like 20 plus size people anyway. So
So
they're all
you're saying that I could never be a K-pop star?
Nope.
I'm disappointed.
Well, because
There goes my aspirations.
No, because what you have to do in order to be a K-pop star, you have to train for years, and then once you train for years, yeah, you like they start you out when you're 12 or 13, and then you train for like 7 or 8 years.
I thought every musician was considered K-pop that came from Korea.
That's what I think.
No, not
That's
every.
what I would think.
Not every.
Yeah.
Some of them are. I guess they would be like the most like famous solo artist out of K-pop is Rain, and he's been doing it for 20 plus years. So yeah,
Who
you're
the
right.
fuck is Rain?
He's
Don't even know.
Rain, K-pop artist.
Look him up. Probably won't. But anyway. Probably won't.
Yeah, no, I now I got CDs because vinyl. Now they're putting their stuff on vinyl, which is really nice.
Right? Exhaustion and fatigue is entertainment. Lol. Yeah, pretty much.
No, it is not. It is not for people that have quit and they have decided not to be a part of that thing because it's
pretty much, Fox Guy. Pretty much. Is K-pop like Manu though? Are they thrust aside the first? Yes.
No. There's a group called Super Junior who are in their late 30s and 40s and they're still doing music. So they don't thrust you aside. They just kind of give more favoritism to the younger ones, the 20-something-year-olds. But
Okay, Lisa. Okay, I gotta ask this question and. Condense it as quick as you can. Go through the list as quick as you can. I don't want to hear like a whole expanded list. Okay. How many K-pop bands would you say you follow? Just name them off real quick.
NCT, 17, BTS, Stray Kids, Monsta X, Blackpink, Twice.
So 7, that's it?
Twice. Yeah, Twice. Oh, Super Junior.
8,
Shiny,
9,
Super Junior, Shiny, EXO,
10,
Girls' Generation,
11,
Red Velvet,
12.
That's about it. There's probably other groups I listen to, but that's about it when it comes to what I listen to.
Lisa,
yeah,
you need to go and touch some grass.
You do too. You do too. We all do. We all need to touch some grass.
Oh, look at Fox Guy. He's like, this is too much. There you go.
I may need to touch some grass, but I told my mom, and it's a straight, honest to God truth. I'm not spending my money on cocaine or meth.
This
I'm
is
not
true.
dying. I'm not dying. And you know what my mom said to me?
You on
My mom
again?
said my mom said to me, I don't my dad said to me, I don't get why
Hey,
you collect everything
Jordan.
BTS.
It's not
This is
late
the
for
first.
them, Jorgen, but
Yeah,
no,
it's
I
only
don't.
12 o'clock. It's midnight for us. I was like,
Well,
damn,
we were
Jorgen,
gonna
we never get
leave,
here.
and I was happy, but now apparently we're staying.
Yeah, I took an extra like 10 minutes to fuck with Lisa because, it's fun.
Well,
It's always
but
fair game. It's fun.
it is well. The thing is, I don't collect a lot of things because there's way too many groups out there, and I don't want to go down that rabbit hole of having every single artist. So I stick to like about 12 to 15 groups that I collect. I got Paulina into twice, or Paulina got into twice somehow by herself.
Let me show it now. Maybe Jorgen might like.
Show him,
Jorgen, you missed it. Jorgen, I was showing this album earlier. Do you know what album that is, Jorgen? I know Jorgen knows that is. Jorgen, don't disappoint me. I know you know what that is. And look. Original pressing. Sire original pressing. Jorgen, you know what that is.
I got some stuff on the Sire.
There you go.
It is 12:19 here, Jorgen. My parents went out. I don't know what happened to my
3:30.
parents. My parents are out at 12 a.m.
There you go. Partridge Family. There you go. I'm glad Power Pop isn't called P-Pop. There you go.
Well,
there you go.
there's a lot of pops.
There you go.
I actually heard one K-pop band that does at least one power pop song, and it's not
Jorgen,
bad. They're called
Jorgen did not
HOA.
let me down.
Oh,
HOA.
yes, I've heard of HOA. Now I
They
think
do
about
at
it.
least one power pop song,
I'm
and it's
thinking
not.
what else
It's very
I have.
Beatlesque sort of power pop, but yeah,
I
it's a power pop song.
also have Day 6 in my collection.
Hey, look, Jorgen did not let me down. Look, he said amazing Depeche album. Album of the year 1986. He knows the year. Black Celebration. Oh my God! See,
This
why I
is
love
this
Jorgen.
is a question.
That's why I love Jorgen.
This is a question I probably will ask you, and you probably will know the answer to this because I just thought about it right now. Did Depeche Mode ever win a Grammy?
No, they actually did, but it was for a remix, and I think it was like maybe about 2 or 3 years ago. But as for an album, no, unfortunately, no.
Well,
I was surprised
the state
at
of American
Violator.
music. If you don't win a Grammy, you're probably good.
Well,
Could
yeah,
be.
but
Yeah,
it's
could
true.
be.
It's true because like there's like a curse with winning album of the year. I think for some artists. Like
You're talking about the best new artist curse?
Oh yeah, the best new artist curse.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you win best new artist, there's like a curse that you don't become popular.
It's considered the kiss of death, from what I understand. If you win best new artist, it means that your career is going to like go down.
You know what? I'm bummed. They had a sale. They had a sale today at Sound of Vinyl, and they had the Lonely Island down for $15, and it was sold out. And I was like, I could have got it for $15.
Yes. Whatever show Tim is on is the right show to show our Partridge Family. Yes.
Let's show some Partridge.
Yes. Yeah.
No,
I got some,
Lisa, you're behind.
I know.
You're behind, Lisa. Where you been? You're behind.
That's the one we showed. We just all showed that one.
No, because I don't know where my other one is. So I'm showing this one.
Okay, I'm gonna go for like 20 more minutes because
wait a
we
minute.
already got
I
like
did that. I'm
we got like
stupid.
20
I
people
just
here,
been
so I'm gonna go
showing
like
that. I should be showing this.
I'll be right back. I gotta go read.
Tim, you inspired me to buy that album because you showed it so much on stream that I went on eBay and I got
This
it
is
for $10.
this is the best album, and again, it's my first adult album. I got this from my.
It's on the
10th
good old Bell label. I also have another Partridge Family. I have I Think I Love You somewhere. I think I bought it from Jen, and I have Up to Date. But favorite Depeche Mode album? That's a good question. Probably, I want to say Violator or Music for the Masses. Speak and Spell is a good one too. But yeah, Violator or Music for the Masses or Black Celebration.
Oh, I love that first album, Speak and Spell. It's like my favorite Depeche Mode song ever is "Dreaming of Me."
That's a good
Because
one.
I love that song so much.
Yeah, I mean, when I first got
Only me, just me.
yeah,
Just kidding.
when I first got into Depeche Mode, it was the year was 1990, 1997, 98. Machete Girl had came over to my house. We had this compact computer. Machete Girl was like, "Hey, I want you to hear this album called Violator." And I was like, "Okay." So every day after school, she would play Violator. She would play all their songs. Yeah, so Machete Girl got me into Depeche Mode. And Machete Girl also got me into the Smiths. Oh my
Well,
God, I can't.
that didn't stick, obviously.
It didn't. It didn't. It didn't. Because you know why? She'd play it so much to the point where I hated it. Every day she'd play Hang the DJ, Hang the DJ, Hang the DJ. I'll be like, "Can we stop playing that song?" She goes, "No." So she made me hate the Smiths. If you're out there, Machete Girl, thank you. Thank you. But yeah, I mean Depeche Mode, they had good stuff. I liked their music. It was fun. Of the
It's
early albums, so
dark.
some
How
great
can it be
reward is
fun?
also
I
great.
don't like Depeche Mode. It's dark. It's not fun.
It's fun to me. Then
I
again,
don't
we
like.
have different
Sorry.
meanings for what is considered fun. I think it's fun. Dark for me would be something like System of a Down or like I don't know, heavy metal would be dark. Everything Counts is great. My favorite Depeche Mode song is probably I'm taking a ride with my best friend.
Okay, I'm back. Should we do the quick Depeche Mode thing here?
They want to know what your favorite
I
album is.
never do Depeche Mode, so I'm going to go ahead and do a quick little rundown of what I have here on CD. Just on CD, not on vinyl. My vinyl collection is way more vast. But on CD, here's what I have. Okay, so let's go ahead and go. I have Speak and Spell. Okay. I have Broken Frame. This is actually probably one of my favorite Depeche Mode albums right here. Broken Frame. Broken Frame. Construction Time Again. This is probably like maybe my third favorite Depeche Mode album. Broken Frame. So there you go. This is more an American like catch-up type thing. Still great. Get the balance right. Great freaking album. People are people. Got to get that. So there you go. This is probably like my third favorite album. Some Great Reward. Come on now. Let's get it. So there you go. Lisa has this one. She has the singles. She won't let me have it. She's a horrible person.
DJ Chanko gave it to me. DJ Chanko gave it to me. I don't give it.
But this is like the catch-up album they had in America. Catching up all the singles, Dreaming of Me, stuff like that. Stuff that was on Speak and Spell, blah, 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 whatever. So
I got
this was a sealed one. I have a sealed one. I have one that's actually open still. This is my favorite album of all time. This is the album that is going to be put in the grave with me. That is going to go in my casket. So there you go. Greatest tour ever, I think. The 101 show was a Depeche Mode Music for the Mass show. 101, the last show of the tour. Great. The live album, hello, Double Discer. 101, that was the last show. Music for the Mass tour. This is like the most awesome live album ever. Swear to God. So there you go. This will be the album that most people will pick. They will turn around and say that Violator was the best album they ever came out with. Of course, because Personal Jesus Enjoy the Silence. So usually this is the album everybody goes with. Violator. So this, I think, was one of their best albums. Songs of Faith and Devotion. This was their ultimate shit right there. Most definitely. So live album, same thing. Devotional tour. Decided to record it live. Released it live. Yeah, that's that. So the comeback album. This is after Dave was like a back off of drugs. Came out with this album. Not much to say about it. Sister of Night, best album song off this album. So, yeah. Anyways. Another one of the comeback albums, 86, 98. This tour was the tour. Every single great song you want to hear from Depeche Mode, they played on this tour. 86, 98, the singles tour. Greatest tour ever. Loved it. So, and this is where I get into like the I'm not so much for it like era, you know. Exciter wasn't a great fan. So album, you know. Same thing. Saw them on this tour. So album. They went ahead and let Dave Gahan have a couple of like songs on this album where he wrote them. It was all right. Kind of like came back to the sound a little bit, but This album, sorry. It was just a bad album. Did not like it. Sounds of the Universe? No. Pass it up if you can. Okay. This album got a little bit better. Not too much. Was not the best. Blah, blah, blah. And then, of course, you have Spirit. This is the album they tried to get politically conscious, and they kind of failed. So it was like, yeah, not that great. Then after this was Memento Mori, which I have on vinyl, do not have on CD. But, yeah. So that's my Depeche Mode collection on CD. Not mentioning singles. I do have a lot of singles and stuff like that. I have X1, X2, X3. So now that I've bored you, that was my whole Depeche Mode spiel. Hope you guys stayed around for it. So there you go.
Yeah, everybody in the chat's talking about Depeche Mode.
There you go. Dan said Depeche a la mode. Jorgen said Depeche Amazing Band still stand up popular after all. Yeah, especially after all the drug problems, the nervous breakdowns, the problems with alcohol and seizures and everything else. Yeah, Amazing is still here. Music for the Masses was a big high school record for me. 88, yeah, for me. I was in high school from 86 to 90, so yeah. Music for the Masses was 88, so it was like mid-high school for me. I'd love to show some of my CD collection sometime. Probably going to be all hard rock metal boy. Hey, anytime. Like I said, when I throw out a link, William, if you want to come up, go ahead and grab the link. We are always welcoming new people. You know, if you want to come up. So, Sean said the live album 101 is a great album. One of the best live albums. The audience is so into the band. I was there for the 101 show. Actually, I was there. My kid's mother was there for the 101 show. We did not even know each other at the time. You know, but the documentary for it was shot by D.A. Penbaker, who was known, I think he did Monterey Pop, did he? Was it Monterey Pop he did?
He did Monterey Park.
Yeah, Monterey Park.
And Dylan, Don't Look Back, the Dylan documentary.
Yeah.
I mean, I love that particular performance. Mm-hmm. I've seen it so many times on YouTube. Yeah. I love that Rose Bowl show. I think it's one of my favorites of Depeche Mode.
Yeah.
Just the audience itself, and then you got that girl that they pan the audience to with the hat, and that she was like this girl with blonde hair. Mm-hmm. She was dancing, and I just love it. I mean, it's just a perfect show. It
was a great show. The thing about it was that it was not sold out. A lot of people thought it was a sold out show. They were selling those tickets. I'll be perfectly honest. They were selling those tickets for like close to nothing at the last minute, trying to fill the place up. And I mean, which was surprising because you had like Depeche Mode, you had Thomas Dolby, you had OMD, you had Wire. You know, you had all these bands playing at the same day, and it started at like 3:30 in the afternoon. You know, it ran on through the evening. So, I mean, I bought tickets at the last minute because I did not think that I was going to be able to get tickets. So me and my friend Eddie and Sherry and a bunch of us like piled in my friend Eddie's van, went to Ticketmaster, bought our tickets, and fucking just headed over there, you know, and got into the show. So it was one of those last minute things. It was great, you know. But yeah, D.A. Pennebaker, he did a whole movie, you know, which they say supposedly they like to take credit that it was the. It started the whole reality show genre, like Jersey Shore and all that stuff. They think that D.A. Pennebaker started with that film. But, I mean, whatever. I mean, but yeah, he shot the whole show and stuff like that. And, yeah, it was the 101st show in the Rose Bowl. You know, last show of the tour. Pretty interesting. Nice collection. Jorgen said, nice game collection. Looks like mine, though I do not agree with the opinions about their latest albums. Exciter playing Universe aren't. No, they're not. I mean that's something I've actually expressed to Lisa, haven't I, Lisa?
Yeah.
Remember I said Exciter playing the Universe.
We've had
Sounds
many
of the Universe.
conversations about what your favorite and least favorite Depeche Mode albums
because
are.
I'm a huge Depeche Mode fan, but I never push it on you people. Never.
No.
You know, I try not to, but
no, you don't. But
yeah.
I like that you're passionate about them because we all have things that we're passionate about. You, Depeche Mode, me, Tame Impala. So we have things that we're really super passionate about. It's good to have our passions about things, and I gotta go watch our performance again, the 101.
I mean, that whole universe. I mean, you have Depeche Mode, Nights Are Ebb, Recoil, Yaz, Erasure. That whole freaking thing right there. I'm like so into all
I love
Erasure.
I
never talk about it.
I love me some Erasure.
I never talk about it because I mean, a lot of people leave on the community are like, interested. You know,
yeah,
so
but sometimes if the subject
so.
arises and someone asks us about it, it's fun to talk about.
One of my favorite car CDs, the early greatest hits album, singles 81 to 85. Yes, just one great track after another. Those early singles are so poppy and fun. The singles 81 to 85. This CD version has the version of Some Bizarre, which was actually on a record called Some Bizarre, the compilation, which actually had the very first recording of Depeche Mode, which was photographic, first recordings of Soft Cell, the, and all these other shitty bands that never became anything. But yeah, it was like, it was pretty awesome.
Is it this one?
Well, that's what Lisa's going to send me one day because one of these days Lisa's going to be like, let me go ahead and send it to me. You know, the thing about that record right there is, there's Catching Up with Depeche Mode, but that one has Leave in Silence. It has Get the Balance Right. And I think that's the only difference between that one and Catching Up.
I had gotten this one from DJ Chonka, who bought it from Rob.
Oh, and then Catching Up has 4 new songs. It has it's called A Heart, Flexible, Fly on the Windscreen, and maybe that's
I have played this. I have played this on my turntable. It sounds great. Rob really does singles records nicely.
But you don't respect it like I would, Lisa.
But you know what? There's a man out there that has a Blurry Face Live that he's never going to give to me. So why would I give him
no, that shit ain't worth the Blurry Face Live, man. I can buy one of those for like $15, $20 all day long. Fuck you.
Well, you know what? You got 2 copies of Blurry Face Live, so fuck you.
And you have a copy of Ohio. So if you sent me that in Ohio, maybe a Blurry Face Live.
No. None of that maybe shit. None of that maybe shit. If you're not gonna be it's not gonna be a yes answer, then none of that maybe shit. Because I ain't a maybe person. You're either gonna be yes or no with me. No maybe shit.
Okay, so if I trade you a Blurry Face Live, you would send me that in Ohio?
Fuck no. I'm keeping both of them. I don't need your Blurry Face. I don't.
Yeah, whatever. Okay, whatever. So you go with that. I know Paulina loves it when I mute Lisa.
I am not sending you Ohio because I got that for cheap.
I know, tell me about it, yeah.
You're never getting Ohio. You know, people would want to buy that off me. A lot of people have asked to buy it off me. I said, no, I'm not selling it.
Well, no, honestly, it's worth money. I mean, you know.
It is, but it's so sentimental to me that I just can't. I can't.
My ass is sentimental. Okay, whatever.
Well, my ass is
I got it 3 years ago at Record Store Day. It's very sentimental.
Yeah. I got it a couple years ago at Record Store Day. It's very sentimental.
I bought it in 2015. My ass is sentimental.
Oh my God, I bought it like 10 years ago. It's so sentimental.
Well, you want
I got it from a guy named Joe on eBay. It's very
I did. Yes, I did. I actually did spend a lot for it back then. I spent $60.
There you go. Yeah, Flexible and Fly on the Windscreen. Actually, and Flexible are only the B-sides of Shake the Disease, and it's called The Heart. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I've been following Depeche Mode for years. They've been like my main obsession. But like I said, if you bring it up in the vinyl community, they're like, oh, people look at it like, did you just shit in the room? type of
I
thing.
mean, you've seen them on every tour they did in the United States, haven't you?
Yeah.
You have not missed one.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tim.
This reminded me of something. Can I change the topic for just
Sure,
a
no
second?
problem.
Here?
No problem. Go
About
ahead.
vinyl people that really annoy me.
Oh, okay.
Here's an example of vinyl people that really annoy me. I don't
Main
collect 45s, right? But they'll go after all of these albums that have just one or two songs they need because they were B-sides of singles. That really annoys me because if you just bought the damn 45, you wouldn't. That really bothers me when people are, I'll pay $200 for it because it has these two songs that I need on it that were only B-sides of singles. But I don't collect 45s. Here's an idea. Collect the 45. It just bothers me. It really does.
Yeah, just go get the 45.
Exactly.
Simple as that.
Exactly. Gosh.
Now I got to go put all these back in order. Damn, what order were they in? I don't even remember. Like this one, it was like funny because like it's kind of funny because my daughter was like, "What the hell?" Because I was going. I mean, when I was searching for this online, the 101 album, my son had bought me a repress of this for Christmas. He bought me the repress, and then of course my autistic son, who is way more in tune, was like, "No, Dad doesn't want the repress. He wants the original." So he went and did more effort, and he found me the original pressing of it with a booklet and everything. And of course, my other son was like, "Oh, whatever. Dad's not that into it." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm that into it." So, but no, this one I bought was like the dual disc version, but my daughter had bought me the one that was like a single disc version. It's like it had two discs, but they were separate like this, and it was just one disc too. And I was like, "No, that's not the one I want. I wanted the like dual case version."
Well,
I
you're
guess
That
I just
was
like,
the first one, though. The original
Yeah.
would be the one in two cases.
Would it? I thought this was the original. This is the only one I remember though from like
But no, because they weren't invented yet. That's like why when the Beatles' White Album came out originally, it was in two separate cases because those dual cases weren't invented yet. So when you see it, Wings Over America too. Wings Over America came out in two separate cases. That's the way I still have it.
Yeah, when you bought the White Album, at least here in America, it did come in a long box.
Yeah,
okay.
So they hadn't invented those fat dual cases yet. Maybe a year or two, 89 or 90 or something. They invented those, but not.
Okay, so it's originally like that then. Okay, well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what?
Like
well, actually, in England, it came like this. It did come like this in England.
Okay, maybe they had them in England, but they didn't have them in America. Like, see, here's my Wings Over America. Two separate discs. This is how it originally came. Two separate discs. Because they
Well, thank you guys, because now I'm going to be on eBay tonight looking for the single disc versions. Thank you guys. I'm just kidding.
Well,
and hey, what year did that 101 came out?
I think this was like 89. I want to say.
When it would have come in a long box.
Yeah,
I'm
pretty sure it was 89.
If it was 89, it could have actually, come both, because 89 is about the time they introduced those double cases in America. So it could have even come both ways. They could both be originals. I don't know. But yeah, I a couple of years ago at Record Store Day, and I should have bought it. The record store I go to had a copy of the White Album on two discs. And he wanted like $8 for it, and I didn't buy it, and I should have bought it just because I don't have it. I only have the double.
I'm trying to remember how I think, my daughter had found this one because this one actually is so clean. This 101, it doesn't even look like it was ever played with a CD, like whether or not it's ever been played or not. But this one
You
is
take
so
care of a
clean.
CD, you could play it 10,000 times.
Yeah, this thing looks like it was never played.
Looks pretty pristine.
So,
most of my CDs, unless I bought them and there was something wrong with them, they all look exactly like when I bought them because I take care of my stuff.
Um, I think most of my CDs don't look like they've ever been played because I don't think I've really done a session where I played like the Depeche Mode CDs. It's like they're all like.
You should probably do
I
that.
play a lot of the vinyl, so yeah, maybe I should probably do that. Let me see. Vinyl Dreamscape said, "I still have my original OG." Oh wow! See now, me, I have a repress. I wish I had the original like OG vinyl. I mean, they recreate everything, like they put the booklet inside of it and stuff like that. You know, the pictures and stuff like that. But I really wish I had like the original.
That's the last real year for vinyl in America. Was '89. They still did some till about '91 as far as albums go, but
yeah,
and then sporadically after that. But really, '89 is the last year where they made any sort of quantity.
So I know the original. The original, let me see, where am I at here? The original 101s. The original 101s are on the Sire label, so they would look like that. The original 101s. But the ones that I have are remasters, are not remasters, they're represses. So they have like pretty much UK labels. When Rhino came out with the American represses, they had like copies of the UK labels, but like I know that the original Americans would have been on a Sire label. I love the Sire label. At one time, I actually considered getting the Sire like logo tattooed on me because I love that label so much.
I mean, you still could. You still could. Yeah. I mean,
I'm 53. I'm not getting any new tattoos now. So
you're not gonna get you're not get a tramp stamp with the Sire label on your butt cheek.
Probably not. But I mean, the reason why I love Sire so much is because Sire was like, so many freaking bands. You had like Depeche Mode, Erasure. It's like, all the bands were all Sire.
I got
all
some.
the bands I listened to.
I got
they also put out some lame artists on reissues too, which I never understood. I've got a 2 record set, the best of Paul Anka on Sire Records. It's like, what? Paul Anka's on Sire.
That, yeah.
See,
this is, Madonna.
Yeah, because you had like Madonna, Talking Heads, Ramones. Sire was just like, like there's a box set I want to get,
Turtles.
but it's so fucking expensive. Pretenders, yeah.
Yeah, they're on Sire in America.
There's a box set that came out that was called the Sire Record Story. Mm-hmm. I've been wanting to get that, but it's so fucking expensive to get. It's like a CD set or whatever. I've been wanting that. I have a lot of the. They came out with a series called Just Say Da, Just Say Ya, Just Say Mao. It was just like Just Say Whatever, and it was a Sire set. And
yeah,
so
the first one was Just Say Sire, and then the second one,
yeah, it was just like Just Say Anything, and it, like it was like a sampler. It had like it had like a couple of remixes of Depeche Mode songs that you couldn't get anywhere else. It had like
every record label did that back then. Some of them were just promo, but some of them were released too. It depended on the label, and I've got more various artist CDs than most people have CDs. Because I love various artist CDs. I've got huge thing of just and they don't all fit. Some are sitting on top of it because they don't all fit in it. All just various artists. I love various artists.
Yeah, like I think the CDs, the latest ones came out. This was an original. I hate to be like Mason when he's like, "Oh, this is a original pressing," on CD. But I know they changed up how the Violator CDs look. Like they don't really have the Rose and the DM anymore like they used to. I think they changed them up. So, from what I understand, so yeah. So I mean, I've been kind of anal on some of my Depeche Mode stuff. I mean, I have like. This is just like CDs, not to mention my X1s, X2s, X3s, my singles. I mean, I have like so much Depeche Mode shit. It's not even funny. Von Dreamscape said, my 101 vinyl came with a thin booklet. It's nice. Unfortunately, it's not a gatefold. It should be a gatefold.
No,
Yeah, there you go. I'm wrong. It's
no,
gatefold. There
this
you
is
go.
like the oldest record I have in my collection that is
Uh huh.
on the Sire label,
Uh
and
huh.
I think Tim might have this. It's called History of British Rock.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
there's a couple of them.
So this is like
Ooh.
volume one.
They did more than that series too. They did 2 or 3 series of the history of British rock kind of things. At
So
least 3 of them.
on this album, you had like Black Magic Woman by Phil Mack, which is the better version than Santana.
Uh huh.
In the Summertime by Mungo Jerry, Cats to Win by Donovan. The Beatles doing Ain't She Sweet.
Yeah, that's on a lot of those because that's all they could get. That's the best they could do.
It's a really great collection. You have Jerry Pacemakers, Sandy Shaw, Swinging Blue Jeans, Bee Gees, Cream, Freddie and the Dreamers.
At least one of those has a Dave Clark 5 song on it, which is rare because they weren't leasing anything by the Dave Clark 5 to anybody. I'm not saying that one does, but at least one in that series has a Dave Clark 5 song on it, which is rare. Like they said, that didn't happen.
I don't know if it's on.
I don't know. I have to go check my
think it's on
top
Yeah,
this
there's
heads
that
out.
one. There's a blue one. There's the Sire did a few series of those, and I know at least one of them has a Dave Clark 5.
Yeah, Dave Clark 5 is on this one, and they're doing
Yeah.
bits and pieces.
Yeah, which was they weren't leasing to anybody.
And the
I
cool
don't
thing
know
is,
where it
this
goes.
also has Badfinger doing "Come and Get It,"
Yeah,
and then you start to have like Elton John on it, and the
Well-
Hollies are on it, Cream is on it.
sometimes they couldn't get great copies of. I have one of those with Walker Brothers, The Sun Ain't Gonna Shine Anymore, and it literally sounds like it's from a 4th generation dubbed cassette. It almost slurs. You know how music can slur? It almost slurs. It's like, wow, this isn't good. I definitely had that better somewhere else. Most of the time, they're pretty good.
Let me put this back in order. Say, okay, there's that, and that, and that. Because I'm going to put it back on the shelf. So I'm like, I'll put it back in order.
Those are all I got for my dad.
But yeah, they did a lot of British invasion stuff. They did this. I don't know if they did this. They did the Turtles, which isn't British invasion.
Let me look.
I think they did the Frogs.
There you go.
They
Talking
did-
heads. Let's see if it's on.
Did they do the Turtles? Every time I think
Yeah,
about Turtles,
no, I have one on the Turtles.
Okay.
I have one on the Turtles.
Oh, cool. So this Talking Heads album, I think, yes, you are. Wait, it's on Sire. This Talking Heads album.
Talking Heads
It's
are on Sire. Yeah.
Because I bought this at Goodwill for $3. Talking Heads, Spear of Music. But somebody's like, how the hell did you find Talking Heads at Goodwill?
I'm thinking maybe Tim is thinking about Rhino when it comes to the Turtles.
I think the Turtles. I have to look at some of my Turtles releases too that I have, because I got an RSD release of Turtles. But yeah, this was a pretty good find. If you guys want to watch my video of my 2018 Goodwill haul, that is the best Goodwill haul ever had. Never will ever get that again. I think someone died. That's how I end up with all those records.
I am a label savant.
Died. What the fuck?
It's rare that you'll
Well,
me out
because
on
there was
the
good
way.
stuff. No, because there was good stuff. There was Metallica. There was like
Okay.
Simple Minds. There was the Ramones,
This is the
Blondie.
Turtles. It's a 2-record set,
Uh huh.
and it is on site.
Nice.
Yeah.
I just
Never seen
love
that
the
before.
label. I
Yeah.
just love the label. I
Yeah.
want.
And
Yeah.
the Trogs, I forget what the Trogs is called. They're on Sire. I have a Dwayne Eddy on Sire. I have a Paul
Ooh.
Anka on Sire.
Dwayne Eddy. That's
They
the
got into
man.
reissues. Well, and of course, famously, they reissued the Nuggets album. I have that on Sire. Only it's in stereo. They put it in stereo, and honestly, you don't want Nuggets in stereo. But the Sire version is in stereo.
I mean, I think didn't they reissue recently the Nuggets compilation for like RSD? I could have sworn they
Yeah,
did.
yeah.
Yeah.
But Sire was the first one. About 76, it got reissued. But the idea of Nuggets was a collection of 60s 45s, and 60s 45s were in mono. You don't
Yep.
want it in stereo.
Yeah.
But it was in
Yep. Still in
stereo.
the shrink. Still in the shrink. When I got it, it was in the shrink. I don't know who had passed a good one. I'm not gonna say someone had passed, but they had the Blondie, they had Beck Morning Phases. This guy had a very or girl had a very eclectic collection, and they had Snoop Dogg, doggy style. So they went from having Beck to having Snoop Dogg to having Talking Heads. They also had in that collection the Violent Femmes. They had Dinosaur Jr., which people still to this day will say to me, "Why didn't you pick up that Dinosaur Jr. album? Why did you leave it behind?" I was like, I didn't know who they were. But anyways, yeah, best collection ever that I found at Goodwill.
But she did knew who the Smiths were when she chose One Direction.
Of course, I know who the Smiths were.
Oh yes.
I know who the Smiths. You guys that watch the stream think I don't know. I know the Smiths. I'm not oblivious to the Smiths. Okay, I listen to a lot of Smiths.
Here we go.
I was about to say, let me see if I can go ahead and put you guys in here.
Took me a
So,
minute,
anyways,
but here you go.
Oh, great.
This is Sire reissue of the Nuggets compilation.
Oh,
Came out in about 76.
cool.
They changed the cover.
It looks very 70s, that cover.
It's just information in the gatefold, no pictures or anything anymore. And they did do custom inners though, which is cool. And Sire. And it's stereo. Every single track is stereo.
People love those nugget compilations.
Yeah.
I always see people talking about them, and
I love this. To be honest, I forgot. This should have been on my top five. I take to heaven.
I mean, do you have the British Nugget comps? Because Fox guy said British Nugget's good too.
I have the Rhino box set, and it's my favorite. It's my favorite box set.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about it.
Of any box set I have.
I've been meaning to pick up some of the Nugget compilations because I've heard about them, and
So you guys, if you want to see, here's my little disc right here. So this is the latest CD player that I just brought back to life. Ooh. I changed the bands on it. So here is the latest CD player that I just repaired. That's the reason why it's on my desk. It is a JVC single discer. There you go. Right now I'm sticking what did I stick in here? I don't even know. So my bad. Oh my god. So anyways, it's
you're doing a Lisa.
Simon and Garfunkel's greatest hits. So there you go. So anyways, yeah.
He gets down
so I changed
to
the
Simon
bands
Garfunkel.
and it's actually working. Look, it's reading again. Oh my god, I'm so happy. I cleaned out the freaking lens. I cleaned everything out and it's working beautiful, man.
He gets down to Cecilia.
So this is my fifth CD player now that I have this single discer. So it will go in the collection. It will go ahead and sit there until I need one. I need another one. So
that's nice.
So, anyways, yeah, that's my nice one. There you go.
Close up. Close up.
Hold on a minute. Oh. Let me go ahead and put that back the right way.
He's collecting CD
players. Back? There you go. Huh?
You're collecting CD players.
I'm collecting them.
Guys, I have some good news. Just an hour ago, while we're on stream, someone just dropped a brand new video for the longest time. Can you guess who?
Wood Girl?
Wood Girl.
Ooh. No way. Let's go
to
it. We're going to it. Here we go.
Oh my god.
Well, here, before we do this was this is sitting on my floor right behind the Nuggets album. This is the chalk on Sire. They were really in the mid 70s. They were really into putting out
I just realized we got a new watcher. We got a new watcher to Wood Girl, and that's William. William's never
Holy
seen Wood Girl.
snap. Holy snap.
That is
First,
so
before we
cool.
do that, actually, we have Dusty. Is that the D? I think it may possibly be JVC. I used to like this model because this is the original model I had when I was a kid. This was like one of the first CD players I ever owned. I came across this one. I think it's Salvation Army, and it wasn't working. It was opening, wasn't closing. I went ahead and opened it up, and I looked inside, checked all the transistors, everything was fine. It was the bands. I ordered a new set of bands, put them in. Works like a charm now. I went ahead and I took a duster, dusted out the lens, wiped it off with a Q-tip and a little bit of alcohol. Now it's reading like a charm. So, like I said, I went ahead and I hoarded these damn things. So I go ahead and I put them up because you never know, especially now with like CD players being like $200, $300, $400. I'm like, fuck that shit.
I mean, will you need 5 CD players? Probably not. But hey, pour all you want.
Do not. This is true. This is true. Just use Blu-ray player. So there you go.
She named it Animal. Wonder if she's named it Animal.
God damn. Did she lose more weight?
I mean, girl, you don't need to lose more weight. You're fine just the way you are.
Thick goodness.
I'm not going to argue with that.
Yep. Come on. Thick goodness.
Some people don't look good super skinny, so I hope she doesn't lose any more weight.
I make what I need. Can I make me a wood girl? Because I need a wood girl. Oh my god.
She could probably make you a Woody.
Oh my god. That's a big piece of wood. Yes, it is.
Are we talking about the wood or we're talking about her ass?
Oh no, it's a big piece of wood. That's what Lisa said.
That's what
a
I
big
said.
piece of wood.
I was like, that would do, Pig. That would do, Pig.
Oh, she didn't need a whole freaking forklift for that piece of wood. Come on now.
But you know how it is. She needs to make it seem like she can't carry it herself.
Yes, because she's so weak. She needs us to lift it for her.
I wonder what she's gonna make today.
I'm in the market for Joe. Oh. Nice.
Oh, is she making
This
a
is Wood
table?
Girl. I'm sorry, Sean, but once you see Wood Girl once, you will be addicted. Trust me.
I mean, hell, we got Doc Dawkins to be in love with her, and Doc Dawkins.
Some protective clothing, maybe. No protective clothing.
No. The girl purposely shows off her ass because it gets her views. If you got a big ass, you should show it
well,
off.
damn her all to hell, Lisa. Damn her all to hell. For showing
I'm
off her
just
butt.
saying. I'm just saying. If you have a big ass, show it off. If you have no ass, don't even bother showing it off. Nobody wants to see a person with no ass on a video.
Can't see Wood Girl.
You know, if you got a big ass, show it off.
I mean, come on. If you got something that's a good asset, why?
Shh. Wood Girl's on. Shh. Shh. Wood Girl's on, Lisa. Shh. Sanded, baby.
How much you want to bet she's
so
making
hard.
a table?
Sanded so hard. Sand me, baby. Oh, she's sanding it so hard. Pretty much, Sean. Pretty much, Sean.
Like I said before, there's women that do this that are better in every way than her. But there's something, she's classy, and they're not, and that's the difference.
Well, you know us Asian people, we can be pretty classy. We class up a situation.
She could take that whole piece of wood and grind it down to toothpicks, and I would still watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need her to make me a bookshelf. I need a bookshelf for my room.
Oh my goodness.
I just need her to make me happy.
Oh,
There you go.
you know, Tim, she can do that for you. She can give you a happy ending. Come on. Come on, smooth the cracks. Smooth the cracks, wood girl.
Oh, wipe it down. Yeah, wipe it down, baby. Wipe it down slow.
Take your time, girl. Take your time. Tim and Dusty are going to be very happy. She makes what she needs about every 6 months because she doesn't do videos very
She
often.
didn't need much.
I know, but oh, she's
Yes,
washing herself
get
off.
all get all that off you. Oh yeah,
How
get
much
all
you
that
want
off
to bet she has?
you.
How much you want to bet she has to know?
Let me help you with that one, girl.
Yeah, get all that off you. Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, that's what she's gonna do. Oh. That's what we came to watch, is her making a wood sculpture. Why does her sculpture look like a penis?
That was it?
Yeah.
That's it. That's what she made.
Yeah.
See you in
I'm
6 months.
disappointed. I'm disappointed. What the hell? See you in 6 months. See you in another year.
There's plenty of other women. You remember, there's plenty of other women out there who do the
Uh.
same thing as Wood Girl, and they make more content.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
but
there's
then,
like all kinds of like you know.
There's just something about her that's just better.
It's that Asian persuasion.
Well, there you go. Well, you guys, it's been like 5 hours now.
Yeah.
I know I said it like an
Yeah.
hour ago. So I will see you guys later. Thanks for being here, William, Sean. Who the fuck's still here? There's still 15 people here. Who's still here? So you know, Fox guy, whoever may still be here. Great to you guys.
AZ man.
You know, it was nice seeing you here. I will leave you all with Lisa's butt. Will that work? Yeah, I mean it's not as good as Wood Girl, but you know it's.
Hey, my
you know,
butt is on par with Wood Girl.
It's enough for Mason to be like, what?
Mason rather have hot dogs in his mouth than in my butt.
All right, then I will see all you guys later. Thank you for being here.
Bye.
Bye. We'll see you actually on Wednesday. Like I said, we'll have a new question that we're going to go ahead and do on Wednesday. So that's going to be scheduled Wednesday, Friday, Sunday will be my days. Wednesday will be, of course, all of us. Friday, me and Lisa and all of us, whatever, you know.
Yep.
Fridays, I think, are going to be open panel. So all of you guys, whoever wants to come up on the open panel Friday, you're more welcome. I will throw a link out. All you guys can go ahead and do it. But yeah, Wednesday, Sunday will be us doing what we do.
Nice to see
all
you
right.
here, Jorgen.
Yeah, as I see you here, Jorgen, hang out more often, Jorgen, man. He's like, me and him have a lot in common when it comes to our music taste. So
it's really weird because for Jorgen, I saw him yesterday, but for me, I saw him today.
It's just, I guess it's just the way the
It's probably in the morning where he is.
Yeah, weird. No Zeb tonight. Usually about 1 o'clock we get Zeb. He comes in, he's like,
Zeb is probably
Dusty, what are you doing?
Zeb is probably sleeping.
Well, what time is it in Norway? It's got to be like 5 or something like that.
Let's ask Google.
Ask Google, Lisa. Lisa's going to go ahead and Google it. She'll find it right away. What time is it in Norway?
10 a.m.
So he has no excuse. Where the fuck are you, Zeb?
Zeb's probably smoking.
You just don't love us anymore. That's what it is. Zeb don't love us anymore. He just comes in when it's time to talk shit. There you go.
No, Zeb was in Caitlin's stream. He was all up in Caitlin's stream today.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm not as pretty as Caitlin. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, Zeb.
So
Zeb, what
right.
you don't like the stream? That's okay, Zeb.
So you guys, later. Time to go sleep. Don't let Lisa run her mouth. Tell her to shut up. It's time to go to bed. Good night. All right, bye, guys.
I'm little